Agadic midrash, which is much better known, which derives, extra stories, extra plot line, extra dialogue that may not be entirely present in the text. To a certain degree, it is open-ended because, as the Talmud says, the Torah has 70 faces, but there are limits to it. There is a canonical body of texts called Midrash. Today, they were not published until well into the Middle Ages, really, but you can't just like in traditional theology, you can't create a midrash. That's very popular among non-Orthodox congregations to write midrash, but that's not at all considered an appropriate way to handle the text from traditional background. Like, for example, here, also from the Ten Commandments, right, that's Anne Baxter, and Yul Brynner in the performance of his life as Pharaoh, right, and the whole bit about Anne Baxter actually attracted to Charlton Heston. That was like, to use a Latin term, Bobomyces, right? We don't have anything like that in the Midrash, but that's kind of like the direction that Midrash can be taken to its absurdity. The Midrash that we have today is absolutely brilliant, fascinating, puzzling, and really adds tremendous depth to the text. So that's part of oral Torah, handed down from Moshe to his students to the present day as traditional theology would have it. The second element of oral Torah is the esoteric or mystical wisdom that is known as Kabbalah. This is a much more controversial body of information, largely because it's the central text of the Kabbalah. One of the most important texts, and there are several, is the Zohar, which doesn't appear on the Jewish scene publicly until the 13th century. And traditionalists argue that, in fact, it was authored by Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai already in the ancient period and kept hidden until the 13th century. Many modern critics already in the ancient documents were saying, no, it was actually written in the 13th century. Not our place here to engage in that debate. But there's no question that there are lots of other texts which are much early that follow in this vein. The magical aspects of Torah, the what's the word? The mystical. It's a word when you try. It's a really fancy word when you try to do things with Kabbalah. Oh, it's practical Kabbalah, but there's a really good fancy word for it. Yeah, there's a really good word that's like, it'll come to me in the shower later. I'll think of it. But there's a really good word that would impress you when you say, "Wow, we're learning at a really high level." Did you hear the word that he said? That's great. I can just make one up. But anyways. Theurgic. That's it. Theurgic Kabbalah. Is that a great word? Can I have a hand for that word? Theurgic, right? Theurgic Kabbalah is just a fancy way of saying practical Kabbalah, meaning if we want to create a golem, for example, an artificial astroport, we want to make like a robot out of clay, or if we wanted to demand Mashiach, we want to make it rain, make it stop raining, things like that. So there's that practical Kabbalah. There's also a theoretical Kabbalah, which doesn't speak of actually forcing changes onto the universe, but it speaks about what is the nature of the soul, what is the nature of God, how does God interact with the world, things like that. It's also very, very deep, profound wisdom. That's also in the oral Torah, not, it's only hinted at places in the written Torah. And then you have the third part, which is going to occupy our attention for the rest of the day, law. How should Jews behave? Midrash speaks to how Jews should think. The Kabbalah thinks about how Jews should, talks about how Jews should behave. The Mishnah. Mishnah is the oral teachings on exactly how to interpret the Torah, and they're absolutely essential. They perform several distinct functions. For example, the Mishnah clarifies ambiguities in the text. On the holiday of Sukkot, I hope I'm not repeating myself from an earlier lecture, I probably am. But on the holiday of Sukkot, for example, it says you're supposed to go to shul and you're supposed to bring with you 4 plant species: a lulav, a myrtle, a willow, and a pre-Eitz Hadar, which means basically the fruit of a nice tree. So if you bring, on Sukkot, you come to shul, you bring your lulav and the grapefruit, you could say the grapefruit is a fruit of a nice tree. It's very nice smell, and it's nice color and so on, but you will be laughed out of shul because there is a tradition that says the to the $95 lemon that you can buy. Only this one time a year, the esrog, and nothing else counts. So the Mishnah will clarify those kinds of things. You will also fulfill omissions in the text. For example, we have absolutely nothing written in the Torah about what tefillin should look like. What do you do with tefillin? It's actually Mishnah further development or Rabbi. It says only that you should be a sign upon your arms and as frontlets between your eyes. So it would say that automatically turns into a black box made of leather with parchment inside it, straps coming down. That's like all oral Torah is not written Torah. And finally, on occasion, the Mishnah and the later Talmud it contradicts the written Torah. On a very small number of occasions, the oral Torah will actually say, we don't do it like it says that. Like, for example, it says you will give him 40 lashes for his crime, and the oral Torah says it really means 39. Or the Torah says an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and the Mishnah says, no, it means the monetary value of an eye in payment for an eye, and that kind of thing. So that's an important function that the Mishnah has. These three things together form, I wanted to go back, but I can't show the overall slide. But do that next to show again. These three things together form the oral Torah as we have it today. Any arguments or discussions, challenges, objections? Clear as the sun has been. I wish my children were like so attentive and compliant. Right, Elisa? Okay. Now, the reason why we have a transition from the oral to the written Torah is really due to the math crisis of the 2nd century. If you just a very quick history recap, this is an artistic rendition of the destruction of the temple. The Jews, we talked about in the previous lectures, they failed rebellion in the year 66, went on for 6 years, and ultimately was completely unsuccessful, ended in the last stand of Masada. The Jews suffered a tremendous persecution for a few decades, and then in the year 135, there's another attempt to throw the Romans out of Israel, also unsuccessful, followed by horrific persecutions under the Emperor Hadrian. So by the time you get to the middle of the 2nd century, the Jewish world is really suffering. There's a complete lack of the centralist leadership. There is a huge demographic impact when a generation and then their grandchildren are completely devastated in futile rebellions against Rome, especially the male population. There's been a large-scale exile from Israel, primarily to Babylon at this point, and the Jewish community has lost, perhaps most important, it has lost the central locus of its worship. Everything was centered on the temple. Everything was centered on the idea of bringing your sacrifices there. I mean, how many generations can you go losing that central unifying factor and still continue as a people? So a rabbi named Yehuda Hanassi, and this is now going to the text of Rav Shmir Gaon's famous letter, a rabbi named Yehuda Hanassi realized the difficulty of the situation, and he resolved to write down the oral Torah and to create essentially a portable Judaism that would allow Judaism to actually be taken on the road, and it could survive and amazingly even flourish without the temple. And this magnificent work of literature was the Mishnah, as we shall see. Yes, Ms. Abramson. It's a brilliant question. I'm so glad you asked that. The rabbis and the Talmud, they argue back and forth. How could he do this? If God gave it to us in an oral format, how dare you? What audacity to transform it to a written form? And if we look at it beyond legalities of, okay, what's the big deal? Written, spoken, what's the difference? It's a huge difference. The very quality of orality is huge because there's a level of it that is conveyed through oral by textual presentation. That's one of the reasons, by the way, delivering them on the internet, because you can read everything I'm saying in the book, and you can read it even better and more accurately, maybe without the jokes and stuff like that. But all the information is there. The learning is not necessarily there. The features of an oral presentation, even one that's fairly, where I do most of the talking and you do most of the listening, I like a partnership of converses, is that, you see my tonality, you see my facial expressions, my body language, you see where I emphasize, what I don't emphasize. There's a whole message that is delivered here that cannot be retained on the written page. So the rabbis would say, there's no way that we can do this. We'll completely destroy it. It's like making everything, into black and white. And then how much more so? Nevertheless, Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi justified it, as the Talmud would later say, through the verse of Tehillim. It says, it is time to act for God. They have destroyed your Torah. Meaning, we're at a place where we must, take a bold step. And we must act for God, because they, in this sense, the Romans, have destroyed your Torah. They've destroyed the temple. They've destroyed our national integrity. What are we going to do? Others, by the way, criticize them with the same verse, say, you say it's a time to act for God, you've destroyed the Torah. If you're going to do this, that in itself destroys the Torah. But part of his genius was that, and I don't want to go into this in great detail here, but the Mishnah itself has a tremendous degree of ambiguity built right into it. Like, for example, a typical Mishnah will take an issue, let's say whether or not a particular kind of chicken with a particular kind of defect is kosher or not, and the Mishnah will say, Rabbi X says this chicken is kosher, and then Rabbi Y says this chicken is not kosher. And then you go on to the next Mishnah. And if you're reading this like a lot, you want to say, well, what am I having for dinner tonight? Can I eat this chicken? The Mishnah does not say. The Mishnah leaves it open-ended. So you must perforce have a teacher who preserves the Masorah. You must have someone who will explain the Mishnah to you, say that even though we quote Rabbi X, because Rabbi Yehuda Nasi constantly quoted our opinions, we nevertheless follow the opinion of Rabbi Y, and that's essentially keeps the oral nature of the Mishnah intact, even though it is actually based in a written text. Otherwise, it would be like reading a newspaper. It in itself has those ambiguities that begs debate and demands attention. Good question. I hope the answer is good enough. Okay, so he says, let's write down the Mishnah, and then the Mishnah ends up looking like this. There are 6 orders, just to run through them to give you a sense of what they're talking about. The first is called seeds, or Zerayim, and it deals almost exclusively with agricultural law. A lot of laws in the Torah that deal with the sabbatical year, mixing species, all kinds of things like that. It also deals with laws of blessings, because after all, we are sustained by the natural world around us, and blessings therefore fit that section. Then in the next section are times, Moed, that deals with the Shabbat, and so on, all the various holidays. The third section and largest section is called women. It's also the most mysterious and difficult to understand. I'm just making that up. But the reason why, I'll ask you guys, so why is there a section on women and there's not a section on men? How come there's a whole section, one of the 6 sections on women, no section on men? I'm sorry? They're very complicated. Okay, we have a little section maybe. So the answer is because the Mishnah is basically a very androcentric document. It's something that is written by men, for men to consume, and even the concept of women studying the Mishnah, the way men study the Mishnah, was pretty foreign to most of the ancient world. There were always exceptional women who did master the Mishnah throughout history, but it was a very, very unusual circumstance. We happen to live, ironically, in a time of, it's like Charles Dickens, right? We live in the best of times and the worst of times. On the one hand, we have the most atrocious level of Jewish ignorance ever in our history, especially in this country. But at the same time, we have some of the education available for women in our times, after the Beis Yaakov movement and so on, even studying Talmud for women. So we live in a weird time. But your grandparents, your great-grandparents for sure, wouldn't know how to list even these 6 sections. But Nashim, women, is the largest section of the, it's the largest section of the Talmud, not the largest of them, but it's basically men trying to understand their relationship with women. So a lot of discussion of marriage, of divorce, of reverent marriage, like when someone does childless and his wife then married his brother, that kind of thing. Right after women, as in she would joke, goes that you study damages. Okay, thank you for chuckling. It was a joke, right? Damages is perhaps the most classically studied part of the Talmud, and that deals with, the Reuven's goat ate the prized tomatoes of Shimon, but then tripped on his porch and broke his leg. So how much does Reuven have to pay for the tomatoes, and Shimon has to pay for the broken leg, and what's the fence allowed the goat in? All these kinds of basically tort law, criminal law, that's dealt with in damages. The last two sections are deal primarily with the Talmudic, with the temple period, holy things, deal with sacrificial law, and purities that deal with ritual purity for the purposes largely of temple worship. Those two sections are studied less than the others. Now, what's interesting about the Mishnah, among many things, is that Rabbi Yehuda Nasi, he didn't write it, he compiled it. He collected sayings for teachings from all the rabbis of his generation, writing them all down, and then he sifted through them and tried to determine, okay, which teachings are the best, which teachings are the most accurate, the most comprehensive, the most concise, and so on, and those he boiled down into the Mishnah. However, all those other teachings that either were inaccurate or were fragmentary or were misleading, he did not throw away because Judaism is inherently conservative. We don't like to throw so many things away. That's what my wife says about my desk drawer, that I hang on to things too long. So those extra bits of text were preserved in two distinct documents, the so-called Baraita, which is an Aramaic phrase meaning outside. These are bits of Mishnaic teachings that didn't make the cut for the Mishnah itself, and also the Tosefta, or the middle text. These are all the teachings floating around in the time of the Mishnah. Did not quite make it to the Mishnah, but we didn't throw them away. The volume of the Talmud today, you'll see that the Tosefta is printed at the back of the Talmud in its entirety. Mixed into the Talmudic text itself. If you look at this diagram here, Talmud is made up of the following. It's made up of the Mishnah. It's a discussion of the Mishnah and the use of Tosefta and Baraita to clarify the meaning of the Mishnah. When all these things are mixed together with a whole bunch of miscellany texts dealing with the biographical stories, legends, recipes, folk stories, cures for diarrhea, and all kinds of amazing things, all buried into the document as kind of a glue, then you have the Talmud. I actually like that. Can I show you that again? Let's do it again, because the graphics are really fun. So you start out with the Mishnah, and then the rabbis, the Mishnah, by the way, is set to writing sometime around the year 200. So it's set to writing sometime around the year 200, and a lot of discussion is going on about it. And so those discussions have been recorded, and they are made up primarily of passages from the Tosefta and the Baraita, challenging understandings of the Mishnah, debates around the Mishnah, and a lot of other miscellaneous stuff that takes up, I don't know, off the top of my head, maybe 25% of the Talmud is miscellaneous category. That altogether is what we know as the Talmud today. And that's basically Rav Shmira Gaon's description of how we got to where we are today, intellectually, through the passage of the writing of the Mishnah, in addition to the Baraita, the Tosefta, miscellany, and that then we get to the central document, which was basically set to the writing that we have today, sometime around the end of the 5th century. There's a certain amount of debate; it could go even a century either way. There were two versions of it. One that was brought together northern Israel, called the Jerusalem misnomer, because it wasn't in Jerusalem, but nevertheless they also called it Palestinian Talmud, and the more authoritative later of the Babylonians, one more widely studied and lectured here today. So, why Babylon? This is getting to your question now. Here's a quick look at what happened to the Jews and why Babylon became the main center of the Jewish people during the centuries after the destruction of the Second Temple. Israel, of course, located here, and there was an exile in the 6th century BCE. So we're talking now about 600 years earlier. Not a very deep exile, didn't reach deep into the demographic pool of Jewish people. The exile primarily for leadership, but they were sent all the way up here to the Mesopotamian region. So-called Mesopotamia is from the between the rivers, Potomac rivers in Greek, the two very important rivers of the Euphrates and Tigris rivers that here take a lot of silt from the mountainous regions here, and the more rivers flow downward into the Persian Gulf, bringing some regular flows of nitrogen-rich soil that once the Babylonians, already the Assyrian period, learned how to create, the Sumerian period, learned how to create dams to control the flooding, this became like Silicon Valley of the ancient world, because they had all of this new soil coming down every year. It was amazing for agriculture, and it created a replenishable, renewable resource that was a tremendous economic engine. So this is really a very, very wealthy area historically. This is where Abraham came from originally, and he wandered all the way over here to the Middle East without any natural reserves of oil. And I even choose my belt joke. No one might know that. Thank you, I appreciate it. So the Jews during the first expulsion made their way over here, and there was no expulsion. It was less than a century that they were forced to live there. And again, most Jews didn't even leave. So in Israel at that time, leadership was over there. And then under Cyrus, they were allowed to return. Only a small minority returned to Israel. Most of them were very comfortable, thank you very much, in Babylon, and decided to stay. So that means you have a strong diaspora community that had been in existence for 600 years by the time you get to the destruction of the Second Temple. Again, if you think of our historical scope, right here, Jews have been in America for a little more than 300 years. And, you know, the idea of how cemented Jews are in this country, imagine that our exile was twice that, like 600 years in Babylon. And it's a very, very ancient period. So it stands to reason that when the Jews were exiled the second time, century, it was a natural destination. They knew that here in the lower Tigris Euphrates River Valley, there were going to be Jewish establishments, Jewish settlements, and so gradually Jews made their way over there. There was also a movement along the coast of North Africa, across the Mediterranean to Italy itself, and eventually up through Spain. We already had Jewish populations in Spain by the 5th and 6th century. But the largest center was certainly in the well-established region of Babylon. Throughout the Talmudic period, by that I mean the period between the Mishnah and, let's say, the closing of Talmud, let's say the outside about the year 600, there's a lot of description of Jews moving back and forth between these regions, and a certain amount of friendly rivalry between them. But there's no question that the Mesopotamian River Valley was like the New York of those days. It was the major center of Jewish people, demographically, intellectually, economically, not necessarily spiritually. Okay, so let's go on a little further. What can we say about these Jews in Babylon? As I mentioned, there's like kind of like an ongoing rivalry between them. When you read the Talmud, they speak about when he came over here, meaning like when there was a rabbi from Israel who came to Babylon, or vice versa. Jerusalem Talmud, when they came by us, you know, and they always have like slight disdain for each other depending on the context. But at the same time, a huge symbiosis. The fact that there is, you know, a traffic of scholars moving back and forth indicates that there's sufficient. And I mentioned how they both wrote Talmud, but the Jerusalem Talmud was eclipsed by the later Babylonian Talmud for many reasons. One of the most important is that the Babylonian Talmud was written later, so we're able to consult the opinions of the Jews. The Jews of Israel found themselves under very different kind of leadership from the outside world, the Roman Empire, than they had in Babylon. And in some ways, the Babylonians had it much easier. They did not have, for example, Christian interference with Jewish rituals and activities. The Jews of Babylon lived various periods under the Sasanians, for example, and the the influence of the Zoroastrian faith, which is seen in the Talmud occasionally, how Jews have to deal with it, but was minor compared to what the Jews had to deal with in Israel. They also had a much stronger political system. They had an institution called the Exilarch, or the Reish Shaluta, the head of the exile, which was occupied, who was descended from the Rothschild dynasty. And so they had a significant amount of self-rule, self-government in Babylon that they did not utilize in Israel. Up until the 5th century, that's when they really established a primacy with the creation of the Talmud, one of the greatest literary achievements of the Jews ever. And they maintained that for another 500 years, but it was going into a steep decline by the time you get to Shavira Mizgaon, which takes us back to our main topic. Yes. Oh, please go ahead. That's an excellent question. I'm glad you asked, because I could feel myself as I was saying it. I was kind of rushing through it. Basically, it's like this. The Mishnah itself is hard to understand. It doesn't have clear direction in a lot of ways. So rabbis would get together, and they would argue about the Mishnah and argue and argue. And these arguments, Geshmak arguments, really good arguments, they would kind of remember the key points of the arguments. And somehow, over the course of centuries, these arguments were down to the code words, or just little codified phrases. And then he said, to remember really what that all meant. And that was all these like memorized debates were then set to writing. And that set to writing debates is the Talmud. So there involves hundreds of rabbis, right? They're like, over the period of several centuries, there are lots of voices in the Talmud, hundreds of voices. And there's some debate as to exactly which rabbis would have closed the Talmud. The traditional view is Rabbi and Rabbi, but there's debate over where they give it that credit and it really happened later or really happened earlier. But basically, the story, as given by Rothschild, is they would memorize these debates, and then they finally said, let's set them back to writing, and that's the canonical text we have known as the Talmud. It's a long, extended debate on the meaning of the Mishnah, with lots of citations from the outside sources to try to bolster it. But it most importantly reminds me of a joke. So I'll tell you this joke very quickly. So I mentioned how the arguments were codified, right? People are like rolling their eyes, but it's almost over. So I have to say these jokes. Otherwise, I just go home and I feel very frustrated. So the joke goes like this. There are people in a prison who are living together for a long time, right? Of course, they're incarcerated. And they don't see other people. Until one day, a new prisoner is put into the jail. And he sits down in the mess hall with them, and they're sitting and eating. And then one of the prisoners says, 52. The other prisoners all break up laughing. And then another prisoner says, 37. And then they all fall on the floor laughing. And this goes on for a while. So the new prisoner says, what's going on? And they say, well, you see, the thing is, we've been in prison together for so many years. We all know each other's jokes so well that we just gave each joke numbers. And whenever we want to tell a joke, we just say the number, and we remember the joke, and we laugh. Right? That's what the joke. So he says, wow, that's great. Can I try it this year? Go ahead. So he's looking around at all the other prisoners at the table, and he says to them, 60. Stone face. He says, 22. No reaction. Finally, the guy leans over and says, you're telling them all wrong. Okay, so that's essentially like the Talmud is all these really tightly coded phrases where if you just read it without the oral tradition, without the Torah, without a rabbi, you would say, what could this possibly mean? Compounding this fact is the truism that the Talmud has no punctuation. So you don't even know with reliability when one phrase ends and the next one begins. It really takes a tremendous amount of highly specialized study, years of practice to be able to decode even a single page of the Talmud. Once you get it, once you can really do, let's say, I don't know off the top of my head, if if you can learn 50 pages on your own, then you're pretty much well set to do the entire Talmud. But learning those 50 pages, they take you 5-6 years to learn how to do it. It's a very difficult process. Anyways, Shamir Gaon. So he was a Gaon in one of the prime cities of Babylon, the city of Pumbedita. There were about half a dozen cities that were especially important. Pumbedita was one of the two most important. The other was Sura, a certain amount of rivalry between those two cities. He got into a certain amount of trouble because he was the chief judge of the Levitical court, and he did not agree that they should appoint Nehemiah to be the Gaon before him, and he refused to consent to the appointment of one Nehemiah. We don't know too much about the reasons for it, but based on his later activity, it appears that Nehemiah was perhaps responsible for not taking control of the situation and centralizing rule in Babylon, respect for Babylonian scholarship. So that got him into quite a bit of hot water in the year of 960, but 8 years later, when Sharira was already a man of 70, Nehemiah passed away, and so the mantle of leadership fell onto Sharira at this time. And then he devoted the next 3 decades of his life, he lived an entire century, and he devoted the next 3 decades of his life to specifically shoring up the reputation of Babylon, reaching out to far-flung communities throughout the Mediterranean basin, and making sure that they directed their questions to the yeshiva, the academy in Pumbedita. And it appears that many of the communities throughout the world felt that they were really lacking this leadership. They needed someone to stand up and say, yes, we have the answers. You can just send them to us, and we will respond. And we will respond with sensitivity and understanding for your local conditions. And so there was a huge surge of response and popularity under his rule. He also took the distant leaders to task, saying that, why are you disdaining this place where we built up so many hundreds of years of education? Why are you simply ignoring us? You should demo your allegiance intellectually to Babylon. And it made a tremendous difference for at least another century. His literary achievements are similar lasting. We've spent the better part of the hour talking about the so-called Igeret, or letter, which is just one of his teshuvot. And in fact, together with his son Igon, who also was an extremely powerful leader, they authored about half of all of the teshuvot that exist in the Yahweh, which means for about 400 years, half of all of these responses come from either Shira or his son Igon. A tremendous number of responses, if you can imagine. He's sitting at his desk getting these letters every day, writing out by hand his detailed analytical comments based on his knowledge of Talmud, sending them out. It was an incredibly important. It was like falling through a trite answer. We know that he wrote a biblical commentary. It's no longer extant, but it is referred to by other writers from the period. And we know we have some pieces of a massive Talmudic commentary that unfortunately has not survived as well. And finally, he wrote a book called Megillat Zikarin, which appears to be a commentary on the non-legal aspects of the Talmud. Unfortunately, that text is lost. The most famous of his texts is the Igeret, where we learn almost everything we know about Shirdan and some of his contemporaries. In his life, however, despite the tremendous burdens he took upon himself, it would not be tranquil. In the year 998, some of his rivals, perhaps we don't know the nature of the controversy. It's not recorded in historical accounts at that time, but apparently some of his rivals denounced him to the Caliph. And you get a sense of the tenuous situation of the Jewish leadership, because ultimately we were a minority within a country. And even though we would have significant self-rule and self-government, still we have the answer to the secular authorities. And so the Caliph of the time arrested Shir and his son, who was then the head of the court, and imprisoned him for almost a full year. He was eventually released, apparently acquitted of all charges, but by that point, again, he's a very elderly man at this point, his health was ruined, and he appointed his new son, Hagar, who was also an elderly man at this point as well. He's already in his 70s, if I'm not mistaken. So he stepped down from his position in favor of his son at that time. So to speak to his legacy, we can evaluate it in many different ways. One way to be sure is that he really consolidated for a millennium the centrality of the Talmud, explaining directly how it flowed from the Mishnah. He upheld the value of the Mishnah as a central text in the Pharisaic tradition that we have today, the rabbinic tradition, and was enshrined as the central activity of Jews intellectually for 1,000 years. As you can see in this picture here, which is from the last August, if I'm not mistaken, where they had 70,000 Jews in the MetLife auditorium alone, celebrating the completion of the Talmud, which is something that is unprecedented since Babylon, perhaps even before Babylonian times. It's rather amazing thing. And there were no fist fights or anything in the entire. Okay, thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Secondly, his activity in the composition of Teshuvah literature was extremely important in creating a body of legal documentation that became a corpus for future law, and his general adherence to the notion of the validity of the oral Torah and the divine nature it had upon Jews was something that reverberated throughout the centuries following his demise. So as always, I thank you for your patience and your indulgence. Thank you for your attention. Next week, we're going to stay in the Gaonate and we're going to look at Saadia Gaon, also an extremely important leader of one of the academies, an extremely important philosophical leader as well. So we'll look at some of his specific ideas. But the big difference will be under Saadia, we'll talk a lot more about the influence of Islam on Judaism and vice versa. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yo, when are you gonna join my Discord? I'm watching Jewish history lectures, but you can see me better from there. Oh, I wish. Thanks, sweetheart. That's okay. We all have to whore ourselves out one way or another. Why don't you come to my Discord? My Discord is discord.me/rabbi. Discord.me/rabbi. The link's there. Sure, absolutely. Just into a browser, type Discord, Discord. Yeah, you are. Me, like ME /. That's absolutely fine. So it's /rabbi. So it's discord.me / it's yeah, it's above the question mark or it's below the question mark. At least on mine. Okay, just it's slash. You know what slash is, right? Okay, so it's discord.me /rabbi. RABBI. Rabbi. It's in my profile. If you just go to my profile, there's a link. You just click the link. Yeah, I'm actually a woman defined by the state of California. It's on my ID. All right, come in the Discord. I can hear you better there. I can tell you all about my project. Okay, well, I can tell you what I do here, but you're not going to see it as well. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic. That's more than 3.5 years of content. I am live right now on 22 different YouTube streams. I have more data than any person in global history. And what does that mean for you? Data, according to Economist magazine, is Earth's #1 resource. And that may make me, I have more data archives than any person ever, and that may make me an influential person. And if that happens, I'm going to help you and help all your friends and family, actually independent if you're not already, to create generational wealth, don't already have it, and to be able to start charity philanthropic organizations of your own. I think so too. Yeah, I've been live for 3.5 years on the internet. I do it much. So I would say yes, but a lot of my content gets banned because that's against the terms. So a lot of times I'll just put that on a GoPro. No, I understand you won't say anything. I understand. You can hear me clearly. Oh, it'll come. Don't worry. And when I do it, I lift my leg like I'm some type of military weapon, and then just let it fire. I recognize that. Yeah. So come to my Discord. It's amazing. We got some other people here. We're watching Jewish history lectures. It's pretty amazing. Yeah, I recognize that. And perhaps someday you can. I've had fans visit me from as far away as 8 hours. So you can do the first. Yeah, I do whatever. Okay, cool. Excellent. Make sure to have your permission slip signed. What'd you say? You have to be 18 years old to be in my Discord. Please be 18 if you do. That's great. So, are you going to come to my Discord? I know I sound like the person with the white band. Okay, excellent. There's a link in my profile. Just click the link in my profile. I wish. Yeah, absolutely. Tell everybody you know about it. This is the biggest event in global history. The reason why it's the biggest event in global history is because data is Earth's number one resource. This is essentially a time capsule of human history. It goes back to the pandemic. We've seen in between the birth of AI, the nation of a king, and everything in between. Absolutely. You're live on 22 different YouTube streams right now. Yeah, I mean you're on a yeah, YouTube can hear you. YouTube's hello. Oh, tens of thousands perhaps. That's amazing. That's absolutely right. I'm a lesbian. Well, you're only watching it on one of my streams. I'm live. You're only watching me on one of my streams. I'm live on many different streams, and I have people. The place where most people watch me is on Discord. I have right now like 8 people in one Discord, another 3 people in another Discord, another 17 people in another Discord, another 3 people in another Discord. No, I have people who can talk to me in Discord. Come to my Discord. Okay, that's cool. Okay, what do you who uses Discord for work? It is weird. Yeah, where you work, they're really cheap. Everybody uses Teams or Zoom. Yes, yeah. I mean, I also I mean, when I have a career as a certified project management professional, and we use Teams. Yeah, and on Telegram and on Discord. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency. It's worth $100 million. It's called Trade Land. Oh, perhaps I'm doing it right now. I like you all. You guys were here earlier, and I ignored you. But now we're becoming friends, so I guess I can't ignore you. 100%. Yes, you are. No, I don't want to sell individuals. I just want to sell my data. Data is Earth's number one resource, according to the Economist magazine. In 2018, data overtook petroleum. So basically, I'm sitting on a gold mine, and it's just a matter of time until people see me. I blow up. Go ahead. You sound like a witch. Well, that very well may be. Word. It is. It's bigger than World War II. It's bigger than World War II and World War One combined. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is bigger than the founding of Israel. This is bigger than the Vietnam War. This is bigger than the War on Terror. This is essentially a time capsule of global history. Perhaps, yeah. This is bigger than the Bible. This is bigger than the Epic of Gilgamesh. Oh, I don't want to. I don't want to do either. No, I don't want to do either. I don't want to reinstate slavery, and I don't want to end this live stream. What about Burj Khalifa? I'm a fan of all people. I'm a world peace. Yeah. Oh, Nika, how you doing, girl? Oh, Nika, we love you. Oh, Nika, do you have any cryptocurrency that you want to give these friends? Oh, fuck yeah. Please do. Knock yourself out. Depending on the song. Yeah, I do. My name is Karaoke King 0000. Word. You got it. Yes. Yo, you want to sing? We can sing together. Okay, I've got my device. Okay, just one moment. We'll get something going. But I record these. I record these on Instagram. So just a moment. I have to pull it up on Instagram. What kind of music do you guys like? I do too. Do you know Wade in the Water? Hey, do you like Prince? Yo, I just asked you a question. Do you like? Do you know the song "Raspberry Beret" by Prince? You want to sing Beyonce? Fuck yeah, I know Beyonce. Word. I don't know if that's one of my big ones that I know. Do you know the Beatles? Do you know the Beatles? Okay, well then, if you don't know the Beatles, then we have to introduce you to the Beatles. So, no, I don't think they're gonna touch you. All right, so this is the Beatles, but when I sing, I also do like I like pretend like I'm playing a guitar. So here we go. This is live on Instagram as well. All right, and a one, and a two, and a one, two, three. Well, shake it up, baby. Now shake it up, baby. Twist and shout. Twist and shout. Come on, come on, come on, come on, baby. Now come on, baby. Come on and work it on out. Work it on out. Work it on out. Work it on out. You know you look so good. Look so good. Come on and get the ring going. Let me go. Just like I knew you would. Like I knew you would. Shake it up, baby. Shake it up, baby. Twist and shout. Twist and shout. Come on, come on, come on, come on, baby. Now come on, baby. Come on and work it on now. girl. Twist a little girl. You know you twist so fine. Twist so fine. Come on and twist a little closer. And I twist a little closer. And let me know that you're mine. Let me know you're mine. Here's my guitar solo. Shout out to everybody in the world. Shout out to my friends in Twitter Spaces. Shout out to the LGBTQ plus community. Shout out to everybody who loves peace. Uh, 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 Knock yourself out. You're up next. Sing WAP. Sing WAP. Yeah, I said yeah. There you go. I like that song. Beautiful. You're not alone. Yeah, you heard me. I'm extra, baby. All right, who's up next? Oh, we're ready. Yeah, I know. We're watching. I know we're watching Jewish history lectures. I'll be right back.
We'll start then. Okay. Well, hello everyone. A couple of announcements before we get to the actual material. First of all, I have an apology. We have no PowerPoint today. We're going to do an audio-visual presentation minus the video. I'm going to be the audio, and that's it. The reason for that is that my daughter Aliza is and daughter Danae Malka at the Shari Bina production, which is the big hoo-ha. And I usually keep a little adapter to connect my computer to the projector in the back of the car. They took. So not only, by the way, do we not have video, more seriously, we don't have Aliza because she's going to be dancing and singing on stage. So we're going to be missing her. Yeah, we could see anyway. So I'm going to, unfortunately, I'm just going to have to do this with Clay. How are you? Nice to see you again. I'm just going to do the audio myself and the visual. I have a great PowerPoint. Albert Einstein was perhaps one of the most photographed Jews, if not human beings, and lots of great photographs. I'll just have to show them to you when the Torah Cafe version comes out. They always integrate my PowerPoint into the presentation, so we'll have it there, and that's fine. Let me start with the joke then. And I'm a little hesitant to tell this joke. I'm not quite sure it's really appropriate, but I've already started. It goes like this. The timing, right? So it's 1930s Germany. A lot of the material that we'll discuss today deals with the pre-war period, and so it's relevant to our topic. And two Jews are walking down the street in interwar Berlin, and they are past an institution, and there's a big sign out front that says, 1,000 Deutschmarks for any Jew who converts to Christianity. And the two Jews look at the sign, and one of them says, you know what? 1,000 Deutschmarks sounds like a good deal. I'm going to go do it. He says, are you crazy? Look, 1,000 Deutschmarks, it's worthwhile. So he says, okay. So he goes in. His friend waits for him outside. He's outside for about half an hour, and then his friend returns from inside the building. And the guy says to him, so, no, did you do it? Did you get 1,000 Deutschmarks? And his friend looks at him and says, what is it with you people? Okay, all right. So I get the timing right there, Joe? A little better. I'm working out. Maybe by the third time I don't trouble. Anyways, tonight's topic is Albert Einstein, time, space, and the Jewish people. Fascinating life with tremendous implications not only for Jews and Jewish history, but really for world history. As another joke goes, which is definitely not appropriate, but once again, I'll start telling you anyways, there were 4 people who changed the modern world more than anyone else. First of all, Einstein, in the world of physics, in our understanding of the fact of the universe, phenomenal change in the world. Secondly, Freud, our internal workings of our personality, the development of the subconscious, the discovery of the subconscious, things like that, incredible, changed so much. Marx, our entire political system changed as a result. The development of socialism, communism, huge changes in the world as well. And finally, Darwin, who, creator of the theory of evolution, the ascent of man, origins of humanity, and so on. And the joke goes that 3 of them were Jewish, and one of them was wrong. Okay, there is some scattered laughter about it. Okay, so we're going to look at one of those 4 individuals, Einstein, today. Fascinating individual. He was, as I mentioned, he created some fundamental changes in our understanding of time and space, quite literally, associated with both the special and the general theories of relativity, which still have tremendous implications for our current technology today. Even our cell phones are based on his theories of relativity. He was an ardent believer in God, a very, very deep theist, and in fact, he frequently invoked the name of God. He called him Der Alter, the Old One, the Ancient One, and God really suffused everything that he did. However, his vision of God was not what we recognize as a typically Jewish God. He's more of a deist, as we shall indicate later. He was a passionate humanist with all people, but not necessarily for individuals in his own family and his own immediate circle, as we shall see. He was an anti-nationalist, believing that militarism and nationalism in general were very religious phenomenon, but at the same time he became a Zionist and was in fact asked to take the position of the presidency of the state of Israel. A man of tremendous contradictions. Finally, he was a pronounced pacifist, but at the same time, he was very intimately involved in the process that led to the creation of the world's most destructive weapon, the bomb. So he's a man of many contradictions that hopefully we'll explore over the next 50 minutes or so as we look at his life and his works. I have some great photographs. I wish I could show them to you. This, as you'll see it when you view the Torah Cafe version online. Oh, and by the way, the flyers that we've handed out, when we make changes to the schedule, like a different time for tonight, things like that, it's really helpful if you've signed up on the website. Just go to the website, it's in the flyer there, and you get free notices of when the classes start, if they're changing, and get, PowerPoints or whatever kinds of things that you find useful. So please do sign up. My disclaimer for today's talk is that I am basing virtually everything I'm going to say today on the work of Walter Isaacson, who wrote a phenomenal biography on Einstein entitled Einstein, His Life and Universe, published by Shannon & Son in 2007. It's a massive book, 675 odd pages plus notes, and I found it extremely entertaining. He's also famous for writing, among other things, the biography of Steve Jobs and Benjamin Franklin. So pretty much everything that I say here today is going to be based on this one big book. It's going to be a book review. If those of you who are watching on the internet are looking for something, strikingly new and original, this is not going to be the place to find it, but I'll try to provide a summary of what I think are most relevant for our purposes here in this form. Also, obviously, all errors of factive interpretation are my own. I don't want to put all of my mistakes onto Mr. Isaacson's distinguished work. So, to begin, his family came from Germany, grew in Germany in particular. His family were typical German Jews named Pauline Einstein. They came from a commercial background. The father had a pretty strong interest in engineering and got on very early with the electrification projects that were going on at the turn of the century, the few decades before the turn of the century as well. His mother came from a wealthier family. Einstein's grandfather was a grain merchant. Basically, Einstein, when he grew up, followed his parents around much of Europe as his father got various contracts to create electrification projects for various cities and suburbs and individual projects around Italy and Germany in particular. He was not hugely successful, and in fact, they had many serious business reversals, so much so that young Einstein often tried to persuade his father to quit his own small business and simply get a job earning a salary, because that would be much more stable for him. Ultimately, that's what ended up happening to his father, but it was a way in which young Einstein was able to get some glimpse of the mechanical workings of things like power, magnetism, and so on. Einstein himself was born in 1879. He had a single sibling named Maria, who was called Maya for short, and she was born in 1881. They were very close throughout their life. As you can tell from his sister's name, Maria, not a typical Jewish name, although quite often a lot of Jews use, diminutives. Even Mushka is a diminutive of Mary and Maria. But nevertheless, his family provided him with a very, very limited Jewish education. His early years were spent in a Munich suburb, and he received no formal Jewish education. His father felt that Jewish rituals were essentially ancient superstitions. They placed no trust with traditional Judaism whatsoever. He attended a Catholic primary school in which there were 70 students in his class, and he was the only Jewish child there. And so, because religious instruction was mandatory in Germany, he received traditional Catholic instruction in school. And in fact, he excelled in that subject. He ended up tutoring his peers in Catholicism. This went on until he moved up to a higher school, and at a higher level school, they had many more Jewish students, and so the state provided a Jewish instructor for those students specifically. And I'll tell you about that in a second. What's interesting to note from the Jewish perspective is that Einstein spoke about his early Jewish experiences, and he felt that the teachers were really quite fine. The teachers showed no animosity toward him whatsoever. However, from an early age, he found he had to fend off the violent advances of many anti-Semitic peers. And he remembers many a time walking home from school being accosted by bullies and thugs who gave him a hard time because he was Jewish. I myself find a certain amount of affinity for that because I also grew up in an environment where there were no other Jewish families. I was the only Jewish child in town, and I had my share of fisticuffs with some of my peers. At age 9, when he went to the old gymnasium, and there he received his first formal Jewish education, and he actually went overboard. To use the term that my students use, he flipped out for a brief period of time before his bar mitzvah. Much to his parents' dismay, he actually observed Shabbos, and he kept kosher, and he was even known for composing small prayers, hymns that he would make up on his way to school and back and forth. He was really intensely religious for a brief period of time in his early life. What ended up happening, though, is that, and this is ironically the way these things go, he read a popular science article that, in a very pious kind of way, tried to demonstrate that science and religion were compatible. And so he was so unconvinced by the arguments advanced by this well-meaning pious author that he decided to abandon religion altogether, and for the rest of his life, he had quite an allergy to any kind of organized religious activity of any stripe. Nevertheless, I have great pictures here of him as a young boy, but we'll have to skip that for now. There were no real strong indications that he was a genius when he was a child. In fact, there were more indications that he was somewhat slow. His parents actually took him to doctors to try to determine if there was anything wrong with their young child. He didn't speak until he was 2 years old, and he had a very strange form of echolalia, where he would rehearse whatever he wanted to say quietly to himself, as it were whispering to himself his tentative statements, and then he would repeat them for public consumption. And this was something that he retained, by the way, right until the end of his life, where he would tend to either rehearse or repeat things that he would hear, especially if they were phrases that he found appealing on a phonetic level. He would often repeat mantra-like certain phrases. And this persisted right through to his old age, which in a young child, many people thought that this was somehow an indication that he was perhaps mentally retarded or something like that, because he kept on, practicing what he was going to say before he actually said it. There was a turning point, when he was bedridden with a childhood illness at one point, and his father gave him a small gift to amuse him while he's lying in bed, a gift of a compass that absolutely fascinated young Einstein, and in fact, it influenced his thought, because he was completely fascinated with the idea that there was a magnetic field that could somehow invisibly interact with material objects, the needle, of course, and the compass, and fields became a very major aspect of his thought. It's very important in his general theory of relativity and in other areas. He also gained early on a very fine appreciation for music, in particular Mozart, and quite often later in life, when he was pressed upon to give scientific lectures, he would quite often simply skip a lecture and give a violin recital instead. He enjoyed all kinds of things like this. He had some significant early ability with mathematics that was recognizable, but he showed limited interest in subjects that were far outside his canon. Contrary to popular belief, he never failed mathematics. However, he was refused entry to a particular school the first year he applied because of very poor test scores in subjects like French. Ironically, one of his most important influences in science as a young man was came from a highly Jewish context. his parents practiced what was known in the yeshiva world as Essentag, which means eating days. And the way it used to work in Eastern Europe is that the poor yeshiva boys who had, they had no real wherewithal, and there was no cafeterias in most yeshivas. They had to kind of like beg local homes to take them in to feed them, 1 day a week. So Schleimer would eat at the Goldbergs on Monday, and he would eat at the Goldsteins on Tuesday, and the Goldfarms on Wednesday, and that's how they got by. So the Einsteins did not have a yeshiva student; they had a medical student, a Jewish man whose name, once again, ironically, was Max Talmud. When he came to America, he changed to Talmud, and in fact, they were reunited later. And Max Talmud, as a medical student, saw this precocious young boy, and he began to share with him popular science magazines, teaching him basic physics, basic chemistry, and so on. And Einstein responded with great interest and enthusiasm. And early on in his life, he tested about those years as having one of the first of what he would later call Gedankenexperimenten, which means thought experiments. And this is something that Einstein was really quite famous for. Compared to other professional theoretical physicists, he was rather weak in mathematics. I mean, obviously his computational skills, probably all of us all together would come up to half of his computational skills, but nevertheless, he was not considered a great mathematician. And in fact, he relied throughout his career on assistants to do the really hard number crunching and produce a lot of the formulae that he came up with. But what he was unsurpassed at were these so-called thought experiments, where he could transform complex ideas into visual images that people could imagine. The first one that he records having had was when he read about the speed of light, and a lot of the debate over light as a particle or light as a wave. He imagined to himself, what would it be like to ride a bicycle alongside a beam of light? What would that beam of light, look like if you were traveling at the same speed? This is to his special theory of relativity, which hopefully I will explain to you if I still remember how to do that in a few moments. But throughout his life, he was constantly thinking of these things. For example, explaining the general theory of relativity by describing blind beetle walking on a curved branch, and that the branches in fact curve. So do they feel the curve of the branch? For them, they're just walking straight forward. Or if you're in a box that is an elevator and it suddenly falls out from under you, you'll be suspended momentarily in the box, but it will have a lot of structural similarities that if you're not in an elevator, but you're in a box that's being spun around on the end of a rope. All kinds of images like this, very powerful, easy to grasp. Another one, again, with general theory of relativity, he described like a bowling ball rolling onto a trampoline and then having billiard balls rolling after it. And the way billiard balls are attracted to the bowling ball is really the effect of the bowling ball depressing the field in the trampoline. These Gedankenexperimenten were ways in which not only he could express these complex mathematical ideas, but he could communicate them to a wide audience, which helped him really make this leap into worldwide celebrity. If you recall, we had a long discussion about Sarah Bernhardt last year. This is the age in which celebrity is beginning to become a phenomenon. The connection with mass media and popular consumption of visual images, photographs, later movies, creates the beginning of superstars. And Einstein was one of those superstars who really went far beyond his relatively limited circle of theoretical physicists and became a worldwide celebrity. I might as well mention it now. This is, by the way, one of the main reasons he was criticized by his peers. One of the reasons why there was tremendous hesitation to give him the Nobel Prize is because his fellow physicists felt that he was far too undignified, that his willingness to mug for the camera, his willingness to speak with everyone about his research was considered beneath his stature as a scientist, and it was looked down upon. And by the way, he had no airs about him about who he spoke to. There's a famous story about how when he lived in Princeton, and he's already in his 60s and 70s. There was a little 8-year-old girl who lived next door, and she went over to his house and she asked the great Professor Einstein for help with her math homework, and she bribed him with a plate of fudge. And in fact, he would help her with his math homework, and he loved to do things like, there was he didn't give interviews when he got very old, but there was a local student that in a journalism school, and the instructor of the class said that anyone who can get an interview with Albert Einstein gets an A. So he went and said, "Hey, this is how I can get my A." So Einstein gave him an interview as well, published in a little school paper. Eventually, of course, the transit New Jersey News picked up. But I have a great picture here. I wish I showed you. This is the famous tongue picture of Albert Einstein sticking out his tongue. He was an incredible nonconformist, which got him in a lot of trouble. One of his many, many famous quotes is, "A foolish faith in authority is the worst enemy of truth." And this really encapsulates his Weltanschauung and his modus operandi. He was extremely skeptical of revealed truths of any type, whether they be religious or whether they be scientific. He refused to accept things simply because they were widely believed. And this is one of the strengths that, of course, allowed him to ultimately overturn Newtonian physics. This was not a characteristic, however, that garnered much favor from his teachers. His teachers found him extremely impudent, even offensive, and he was not necessarily a disruptive student, but one student, for example, in his student file noted that he should not advance because he sits at the back of the classroom and smirks. And the smirking completely ruins the entire class for me, writes his teacher. So, he had very little disdain for pompous individuals, and he had no patience for simply accepting things on authority. He was also a relatively poor experimenter, and in fact had a major explosion at one point that harmed his hand and sent him to the hospital for a while. So he tried to avoid applied physics and did most of his physical research simply walking and thinking with these Gedanken experimenting. He'd get these ideas, these images. He'd go to his assistant and say, "Listen, try a formula like this, work it like this, add in this constant," things like that, and they would come up with the formula. He also had strange habits of grooming and dress. Of course, his shock of white hair, which was extremely unfashionable for most of the 20th century, but it made him much more colorful, and once again, something that the press really enjoyed. Maybe more of he created really the image of the absent-minded professor through such things. He often simply neglected to wear socks, and he refused to dress in black tie if the event was black tie. He simply dressed however he felt, wherever he went, and so on. And this was not something that was associated only with his famous later years. This is the way he was even when he was a young man. One last story about his youth. As a child, growing up in Germany, he was exposed to a lot of the World War I related militarism, parades and so forth. And apparently the first time he saw a parade, he broke into tears. And he was viscerally offended by the idea of all these people enjoying the enforced harmony of military discipline. And when asked about it by his father, he said that they all have such big brains, and it's such a waste. They felt that it was by acting in lockstep like that, they were sacrificing all of their wonderful individuality. So he was a staunch pacifist, and especially during the 1920s, well, let's say really the 1910s, really, he participated in a lot of causes that advanced pacifism. He would ultimately change his, as I'll discuss shortly, but at age 17, he actually, his parents had one of their many business reversals. They had to leave Germany for a job in Italy. Einstein was supposed to stay behind and study, but instead he left Germany, renounced his citizenship, and moved to Italy with his parents. He actually refused to keep his German citizenship because of the military culture. He refused to ever be conscripted into the military army, which he was due to do at age age 18. He gave it up at age 17. Interestingly, on his application for renouncing citizenship, after religious affiliation, he indicated no religious denomination whatsoever. So he spent most of his early studies in the post high school period in Zurich, where he studied at a place which is called the Zurich Polytechnic. It has a much longer, complicated name, which I'm not going to use. I'm just going to use Walter Isaac's abbreviated version. Once again, he did well in math and science, did poorly in literature, politics, and so on. But after he was initially denied admission, he engaged in tutoring for a year, and he came into very close contact with a woman named Marie Winteler, who was his first girlfriend, first of many, and she was not Jewish. This was another recurring theme in Einstein's personal history that we'll talk about in a moment. Ultimately, though, when he got more serious in his studies, he broke it off with Marie Winteler, which broke her heart. She was very, very attached to him. And we know from the extensive correspondence that we have, the Einstein papers are really quite phenomenal. He was even in the habit of sending her his laundry to wash for him, sometimes without even an accompanying note, just sending the laundry. And all of a sudden, the laundry stopped coming. That was it. What are you going to do? At the Zurich Polytechnic, however, he met the woman who would later become his first wife, a woman named Rebbe Maric. She was a brilliant physics student, also studying there. Ultimately, because of her relationship with Einstein in part, she would not graduate from the Zurich Polytechnic, but she was the only woman in the class, which is really quite unusual for the beginning of the 20th century. She was a Serbian Orthodox Christian, again, not especially a pious Orthodox Christian, and they had a long-standing relationship before their marriage. His parents were very much opposed to the marriage, opposed to the relationship as a whole, not because of her religious background, but they were concerned about her suitability for a match for Einstein in other ways. She was 3 years his senior. She had a pronounced limp, and she had a somewhat dour personality that ultimately would descend into mental illness later on in her life, and also suffered from mental illness, was actually institutionalized for most of his life. Nevertheless, they maintained this relationship and produced a child whose existence was not known until 1986, because it's very, very rarely mentioned in Einstein's papers, and only came up with some papers discovered quite late. The name Lucero, Einstein never saw his first child. Mileva went back to Novi Sad to give birth to her. I don't know exactly what happened to this young child. Apparently, she was given up for adoption to a close friend, possibly, of the mother. And she most likely died of scarlet fever just 2 years after her birth. Although there are these things are not confirmed, it could be that she actually grew to adulthood, but most likely the trail ends with her death of scarlet fever. But shortly thereafter, she came out of her delicate condition, as they say. They were married, and they ended up having 2 other children. Hans Albert, who ultimately became a professor of engineering at Berkeley in California, and their younger son Edward, who also, as I mentioned, had some mental challenges. They had a very difficult relationship with their father, and ultimately Edward was institutionalized for schizophrenia in the early 1930s. And when Einstein traveled to America and ultimately decided to remain here, Edward would not be admitted into the country because of his mental illness. So he never saw his son again. Moving on to his career, Einstein was unable to get a doctorate. He several times theses for research, and each time they were rejected. Part of the reason for this is anti-Semitism. Another part is Einstein's own prickly personality that made it difficult for him to garner sufficient mentors who would help him through in their career. And found it very difficult in any kind of teaching position whatsoever. Isaacson even reproduced a small ad and placed in the local paper that said, math tutoring, first lesson free, Albert Einstein. And if you imagine seeing ads like this, Nobel Prize winner and so on. But it's reduced to extremely humiliating types of substitute teaching jobs, and they were few and far between as well. Finally, his friend was working in a patent office, examining applications for various scientific, and he felt that Einstein would be very good for that job. He was able to actually engineer a job description perfectly tailored to Einstein, who would be the only candidate who could possibly qualify. And so that's ultimately what ended up happening. Ironically, he made more money working for the patent office than he would as an assistant professor at any of the universities in Bern. Later, when he finally was offered a position, they actually had to pay him more just to keep him up with his salary at the patent office. But in many ways, it was a great job for him because it involved just a few hours a day of looking at applications for new devices to determine if they're worthy and if they do not transgress other patent applications. And then the rest of the day, he was free to explore his physics. And that's what he did, coming out in 1905 with what historians call the Anna Mirabilis, the year of miracles, the year in which he came up with so many amazing ideas that within the space of a few short months and a few short papers published in the Annalen der Physik, he really changed the world forever. Included in that period is his theory of special relativity, which he proposed in a short paper, completely new vision of space and time, adding a fourth dimension to the three dimensions we've been working with since Newton, the advancement of quantum theory of light, the existence of atoms, which up until that point were simply theoretical, and ultimately by working backwards from some of the research, he discovered that famous energy equals squared, which of course is related to the creation of the bomb some 50 years later. Now I actually have a diagram here explaining the special theory of relativity. I'll hold it up close to the camera. There you go. Okay, I can see that stuff. And I'll just try to explain it to you with words since we have no PowerPoint. Basically, what Einstein proved, his Gedanken experiment, his thought experiment, was that space and time are intimately related. And the amount of space one uses is related to how fast one is traveling. That material measurements are dependent on the speed of the one who's doing the observing. So here's a simple example of it. Let's say you have a train that's racing along these tracks, left to right. And there are two bolts of lightning, one in front of the train and one in the back of the train, that are observed by someone watching the train go past. So if I'm the observer watching the train go past, I will see these two bolts of lightning strike the tracks simultaneously. And if you ask me when they struck, I would say they struck at the same time. Obvious. However, if I was sitting in the train car, or better, if I was sitting on the top of the train car, and I'm traveling in this train at an extremely high speed, then because I can only perceive the lightning strike at the speed that that light travels to my eye, I will perceive the one that strikes in front of the train before I perceive the one that's behind me, because the speed and speed are equidistant, and I will be closer to that lightning strike just after it happens. And so therefore, I, sitting on the train, will perceive the lightning strikes as sequential, not as simultaneous. Also one in front and then the one in back. And you can You can ask say with the front one that struck first and the one that struck. Both observers are correct. The one, it all depends on how fast one is traveling when one observes it. And from here, the physics just gets so wild because it even has to do with things like measurement. How big is something? If you try to measure a meter of rod, say a rod that's exactly 1 meter in length, if I'm standing far away from it and I'm stationary, I will measure it the one way that I see it. However, if I am traveling alongside it, since I will see the part in front first, it will actually be compressed. It will be smaller. So the physical entirely depends on how we observe it. It's mind-boggling. And of course, it caught the physical world completely off guard. There was a stunned silence from the community of physicists who saw these papers and simply did not know what to do with it. But then over the space of several months and several years, there's growing recognition that his few papers that he published in 1905 were of unsurpassable genius that completely upturned all of Newton's physics. There was, and even as he was getting more and more recognition, however, he was still not able to get a job. For years and years after these path-breaking essays, which captured the world's attention, but even more so as we shall see once he proved that he was correct, he could not get a job. Some of the things written about his applications include Israelite scholars have all kinds of unpleasant peculiarities, intrusiveness, impudence, and this attitude that Jews aren't dignified enough to have professional positions like this. Ultimately, at age 30, he got first academic position at the University of Zurich, working as a, I think the phrase in German is Lektor Dozent or something, where he was literally paid by the number of students that he received. He was assigned like a 7 a.m. Saturday lecture slot, one of the most popular lecture slots. I get to school by 7 a.m. here lecture. And he had 3 students coming to his lectures. 2 of them were 2 of whom were his old friends. And even they left after the first semester. So he was not a success as an instructor. As a teacher, he frequently rambled, he frequently went off on tangents, and people were more interested in the entertainment value of being in his class. He was not necessarily a bold and striking instructor. Ultimately, he got a professorship at Prague, and he did, by the way, since he had to get the job, he admitted it in his application that he was Mosaic by persuasion. Things changed much more dramatically for him in 1919. In one of his papers, he wrote that, and he frequently does this, he wrote that you could test my theories with the following kind of experiment. And he would suggest ways in which his theories could be tested, often using mechanics that were not available at that time. Many of his tests, by the way, his experiments, for example, were proven only when we could leave the atmosphere. But one of the tests he suggested was something that would require a total solar eclipse, because he argued that based on his calculations, light would bend next to gravitational forces, and that the sun, being a large gravitational object, would actually bend beams of light. Our perception of light would cause it to bend. But it would be impossible to observe this because stars that are too close to are blocked out by its light. The only time you can actually see it is during a total solar eclipse, when the disk of the sun stars behind it. Someone suggested, let's try this in the next eclipse, which was in 1914, and it was going to be visible in the Crimea. If you're familiar with the dates of the 20th century, not a good year and not a good place, because it was right at the beginning of World War I. The scientists who were attempting to make this determination were arrested by the Russian government, suspected of being spies, and the whole thing was lost. The next solar eclipse was in 1919, and in fact, researchers went out to 2 distinct locations to map this, and they managed to take photographs of it. I have one here, the eclipse, which proved conclusively that light is bent by gravity. This physical world was not totally surprised because this is really what he had written. But the newspapers just went crazy over it. Because here was a very dramatic story with an eclipse proving that time and space are related, and Einstein was launched into the sphere in terms of his popularity. At this time, his marriage to Mileva had disintegrated. They were no longer living together, but they were very much tied economically, and Mileva was loath to grant a divorce to her husband, even as he gained more and more fame and security. He desperately wanted a divorce, and the final things that clinched it for Mileva was Einstein was absolutely convinced that he would win the Nobel Prize, which had a very significant prize award at the time. I think they won like $500,000. I don't know what it's exactly worth, but back then it was worth approximately 37 years of salary for a professor at the rank that he held at that time. And so he promised her the money from the Nobel Prize if she would give him a divorce. She was also convinced he would win the Nobel Prize, and so she agreed to the divorce. And in fact, later when he got the money, he turned it over to Mileva, and she bought up real estate with him. And this allowed him to ultimately marry his first cousin named Elsa Einstein. They had a long-time relationship while he was married to Mileva, but later she became, of course, his wife. And she ended up becoming essentially his manager. She gave him pocket money. She would frequently find him when he was lost, which was a not uncommon occurrence, either in the streets or sailing. He quite often would get into his sailboat. He did not know how to swim. He was just, the Coast Guard would literally have to bring him back because he would simply be found drifting off in some day somewhere. There's even a apocryphal story, which is probably not true, but still very illustrative, that when he was working at Princeton, a call came into the dean's office, and a caller says, "I need to speak to the dean." And the secretary said, "I'm sorry, he's not available." He said to him, "Well, could you please tell me Dr. Einstein's home address?" And the secretary says, "I'm sorry, I'm not allowed to give up information." And apparently the caller said, "Listen, don't tell anybody, but I'm Dr. Einstein, and I forgot how to get home." It's probably not true, but nevertheless, it's still within the category of deception. Einstein's wife, Elsa, would charge for autographs and for photographs of her famous husband, and she kept a very detailed list of that money and donated it to charity. But she was essentially, kind of like his bodyguard, keeping him from an increasingly fascinated press. Turning a little bit to his thoughts and connecting it to Jewish views of Einstein's life, he, as I mentioned earlier, he was fascinated with God. He believed deeply that there was a unifying force, like a magnetic field, that ran the universe, that it was fused everything whatsoever. He frequently talked to God, he frequently invoked God's name, and he felt that nature was an illustration of God's greatness. He's famous for saying things like, "God does not play dice. God may be subtle, but he is not malicious." At the same time, he did not believe in a personal God. He later explained that he believed in a God like the philosopher Baruch Spinoza had described, a God who was involved in creation, but essentially never involved in petty human affairs, never responsive to prayers, never involved in history. So at the same time that Einstein was fascinated with God, he also did not believe in the traditional Jewish personal God who listened to human beings, responded to their needs, and so on. Really quite different from that. This is more like deism as a philosophy than anything else. Anyways, I've described most of his career in Europe, but storm clouds were brewing in Germany. There was, as the Nazi movement gained quite a bit of strength in the 1920s, there were several elections held in in the very difficult times of Weimar Germany. That's the name of the interwar republic that was established in Germany between World War I and World War II. And there was increasing persecution of Jews, communists, and several types of dissenters. Einstein himself happened to be visiting California when Hitler finally came to power in January of 1933. And Hitler immediately chose Einstein as one of his exemplars of what the new Germany would not tolerate. They ransacked Einstein's summer home, stealing only a bread knife apparently, and Einstein said he would have invited them if they had just asked. But it was very clear that it would not be a comfortable place for Einstein, so therefore he chose prudently with his wife Elsa to remain in the United States. He had been offered a position at the Institute for Advanced Study at Princeton University and for the rest of his academic life. The attack on Einstein was part of a general attack on Jewish science that was very emblematic of the Nazis. Einstein's theories, just the relativity. Einstein, by the way, preferred a different term. I believe the term preferred was the inevitability concept, which gave it a very different kind of shading. But nevertheless, the idea of that things are relative, that the objective truth of what we observe is not necessarily correct. All these kinds of things were called degenerate science, Jewish science, because they perverted the ideal Germanic kind of goal of what is measurable and observable, empirically valid, and so on. Einstein once remarked, "If my theory of relativity is proven successful, Germany will claim me as a German, and France will declare that I am a citizen of the world. Should my theory prove untrue, France will say that I am a German, and Germany will declare that I am a Jew." So, kind of a tongue-in-cheek view of this, but nevertheless, Einstein felt he was really a lightning rod for much of the Nazi anger at his Jewish activity. It was at this time that he became very close with the ideals of Zionism, principally through his relationship with Chaim Weizmann, a very, very prominent British Zionist. This was, again, an unusual departure from Einstein's character because he disliked any kind of nationalism. He felt that nationalism was just one step away from militarism, and he disliked authority tremendously. Nevertheless, he responded to Weizmann's authority. Weizmann could tell him, "You must go to New York and you must, promote this cause," and he would do it. It appears that much of Einstein's motivation was based on the fact that while he had very little affinity for Judaism, he had a tremendous love for the Jewish people. And he recognized the level of persecution that the Jews were suffering in Germany and throughout Europe, and he felt duty-bound to stand by their side. And though he disagreed very much with the idea of creating a nation-state for Jews, he felt that this was an unavoidable reality based on the persecution that Jews were suffering, and therefore he stood behind this project 100%. He was especially active in the creation of the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. He had some significant disagreements with the administration, but nevertheless, he was very much involved in Zionist efforts. And as I mentioned, at one point, he was even asked to serve as the president of Israel, which he politely declined. So, in terms of his own personality, he moved from being an anti-nationalist to being a Zionist. He moved from being a pacifist to a proponent of self-defense because he felt that pacifism in the face of totalitarianism was in fact succumbing to the superior power of the state, and so therefore he believed very much that Jews and Western democracy should defend itself from fascism. And this also was something that happened in his scientific life because although he was an early proponent and pioneer, in fact, of quantum theory, the unnerving uncertainties associated with quantum theory plagued him throughout his later life because he wanted more of a unifying theory that would bring everything together. Quantum theory, which I don't understand very well at all, basically includes just way too much uncertainty to be able to create general theories. We can see quantum theory working, but we don't know how it works, is the bottom line that I get on this message. And he was very much troubled by it. Late in his life, and we're coming towards the last few slides here, he was approached in the 1930s by two Hungarian refugees who realized that his formula E equals mc squared allowed for the unleashing of the power of the atom, ultimately creating weapons of phenomenally destructive force. And at the time, in the 1930s, these Hungarian refugees felt that if Hitler were to get a hold of the uranium deposits in the Belgian Congo, then they would be able to take this uranium, enrich it, and create this master weapon out of it. They went and they found Einstein. They presented this theory to him. Einstein agreed that it was a severe threat, and they debated exactly what they were supposed to do with this information. Ultimately, Einstein drafted a historically very significant letter that got to President Roosevelt explaining that the Germans were able to, don't forget, Germany was the most advanced scientific nation in the world at the time. And shortly after Germany declared war, Einstein's letter arrived indicating that, if the Germans get this first, America would be at a huge, perhaps fatal disadvantage. Roosevelt believed him, and they created an institute called Manhattan Project, which was tasked with the discovery of the technology and ultimately the creation of this doomsday weapon. Ironically, that is pretty much the extent of Einstein's involvement in the creation of the atomic weapon. He was excluded because he could not pass Army security clearance. When he was admitted to this country in the face of Nazi persecution, there were a few anti-Semitic groups, including, if I remember correctly, something called the League of American Women Voters or something, who wrongly charged that Einstein was a communist. Although he did have some socialist leanings, he pointedly refused to ever speak in Russia because he felt that his presence there would condone that regime, and he refused to do so. But nevertheless, whatever anyone said about Einstein went into this file that was, kept on hand, even if it was not true at all, and ultimately he was denied Navy clearance. He did get, however, Army clearance, but that didn't matter. They would not give him the access to the finer workings of the project. They did at one point get stuck on a small technical issue, and through a roundabout way, they asked him for advice on a specific technical problem. He understood what he was working on, he solved the problem, indicated his willingness to work further with them, but that's the extent of his work with the bomb. He has been associated with, though, in the popular mind, primarily because of that crucial letter to Roosevelt indicating how important he was. Later, Einstein had phenomenal regrets over the deployment of the bomb. And he wrote, "Had I known that the Germans would not succeed in producing an atomic bomb, I never would have lifted a finger." Meaning his entire motivation for the bomb was the fear that the Germans would get one. If he was sure that the Germans would not get one, he would not want the Americans to get one either. In fact, much of the last years were devoted to a rather quixotic attempt to create a world's federation, to try and create some kind of super United Nations that would regulate weapons and regulate the hostilities between nations. And he had very little success at that attempt, but nevertheless, it was a noble kind of cause to engage in. So here I have a great picture. Here he is at a Jewish function, actually laughing, but getting a lot of his personality. His legacy is complex. And in many ways, there's all kinds of fascinating footnotes to his life. One footnote that's really quite amazing is that after he died, routine autopsy was performed, and the local coroner, a Quaker who had no authorization to do so from the family, examined and weighed all of his organs and decided to keep Einstein's brain. Yeah. And he kept his brain. He essentially soaked it in formaldehyde, and then after some years, he decided he would share the brain with anyone who had any interest in research. He cut it up into tiny little, microscopic slices and would give them away to anyone whose research suited his fancy. Nothing really significant has come from his brain since his demise, but there was one interesting possibility where one of his granddaughters by Hans Albert, who was adopted, secretly believed that in fact she was the daughter of Einstein himself. He was quite active until late in life, and she wanted to have her DNA tested for a paternity test. But the way in which the brain had been treated did not really produce the kind of results to determine whether or not she was actually Einstein's daughter. Nevertheless, taken as a whole, Einstein is absolutely fascinating man of many contradictions, pacifism, yet into self-defense, and creator of the bomb. An anti-nationalist who became an ardent Zionist, a person who really destroyed the physical foundations of our world and then late in his life trying to defend them. A person of tremendous contradictions and tremendous contributions to our life as human beings. Thank you very much for your attention. I apologize for no PowerPoint, but God willing, we'll have it up on the web for you soon. Thank you. I'm going to have to just go with the slightly weaker PowerPoint. I'm sorry. I did it proper, but I do have this one. So, starting over. Keep pressing it. So he was on his way to America, and it's the 1890s, and there's a lot of restrictions on how much wealth you can bring into the country or take out of the country. I'm not exactly sure if it makes sense. But anyway, he's a dentist, and so he converts all of his liquid assets into gold teeth. He told me, I'm sorry. Someone else told me. It's not a joke like this. It was funny when someone else told me, I'm sorry. So what happened was he gets 5 sets of gold teeth. And he gets to Ellis Island and declaring his property. And he says, I don't have very much in terms of liquid assets, but I do have these 5 sets of gold teeth. And the immigration officer says, well, 5 sets of gold teeth? Why do you need 5 sets of gold teeth? He says, well, see, I'm a very observant Jew. And this isn't really strictly speaking necessary, but I like to have 1 set for meat and 1 set for dairy. And the immigration officer says, oh, that's very good. So that explains 2 sets. What are the other 3 books as well? We have this holiday, Passover. We're very strict about what we consume. And so I have 1 set for Passover meat and 1 set for Passover dairy. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. You must be a very religious, pious man. That explains 40%. What's the 5th set? Well, the truth is, every now and then I like to eat a little bit of Chinese. Sorry, Joe. Is that the punchline to you? Okay, all right. I know what that is. Okay, so today's discussion tonight is about Stephen Samuel Wise, a very important figure in American Jewry, and in many ways, as we shall see, he's really a formative figure in defining what was he was from the Reform movement, Reform persuasion, and so we're looking at him primarily in a historical vein. Obviously, here we are standing in an Orthodox synagogue. There's a lot of issues we may have his religious orientation and his approach to Torah, but this is a history course, and we're using his biography to look at some of the major events in America during his activity. He was born in 1874, died in 1949, and so his life really went through the first half of the 20th perhaps the most influential American Jew alive. Very, very strong impact on the sensibility of what a rabbi should be for the wine of time. And I don't have a microphone on. Look at that. Okay, that joke was over there. Do we have a sound test, or we're okay with this? That's it. We're definitely canceling Mars. It doesn't give us enough time to set up. Okay. The kind of things that he stood for, he was, as I mentioned, a very prominent reform rabbi. He advanced the ideas of reform in a certain direction that we will discuss. In many ways, swimming against the tide of his movement, going in the totally opposite direction. He was a very important American Zionist, representing America in the World Zionist Congress, and in fact, he had a hand in drafting the crucial 1917 Balfour Declaration, in which the government of England proposed the idea of the state for the Jews in the region known as Palestine. He came under significant controversy, which I hope we will discuss towards the end of our hour together, during the period of the Holocaust, when his style of leadership came under fire because he was normally quite a firebrand and really very aggressive in pursuing causes that fit with his larger social agenda. And for reasons that perhaps we'll explore, if not evaluate, he soft-pedaled many of the crucial questions surrounding the American response to the Holocaust. And as a result, even to this day, the end of his life came under significant criticism, and his legacy is muted as a result. Yes? No. He was primarily practicing in New York City, as we shall see right now. So let's understand a little bit about his background. He was actually born in Hungary, and he immigrated to America as an infant. He took his parents with him. He came from a long line of Orthodox rabbis. Significantly, his grandfather, Joseph Rothschild, was of the variety that we could call Haredi. That term not yet been coined, but we would say ultra-Orthodox. And I will explain to you by going to the next slide a little bit of a sense of what that means in terms of the development of Jewish denominationalism in the 19th, early 20th century. His father out of that persuasion, ultra-Orthodox, but immigrating to America with his son, he slowly moved a little bit to the center of the spectrum. He's actually one of the founding members of the Theological Seminary, which is the premier institution of the conservative movement. And in fact, during those early years, was very close to, in many ways, philosophically, Yeshiva University. In fact, at one point, they actually discussed a potential merger. It never came about, but it gives you some sense of how close the movements were at that time, at the beginning of the 20th century. The son, if you say the father was Haredi and the son moved conservative, the grandson became Reform, and in fact, a very powerful Reform rabbi. He, among other things, was the founder of the Jewish Institute of Religion, which later emerged with the Hebrew Union College, which is the premier institution training Reform rabbis to this day. The term neologue, by the way, that's the Hungarian equivalent of what the Germans call the liberal movement, or what we in America call the Reform movement. It is a movement that believes that Judaism is malleable and that it should ideally adapt to modernity in such a way that practices which may be enshrined in an Orthodox way of thinking as being sacrosanct may be changed, modified, and so on to meet the social economic needs of the Jews at the time. Let me put this on this is such a drag. It's too bad the computer's not functioning right, because I had all this great animation set up. Like last week, I was playing with it, so I'll have to use my little red thing here to explain what's going on. So the denominational spectrum, I'll walk you through it. You have to imagine there are these great effects where the arrows drop in and there's exploding noises and things like that. The Jewish denominational spectrum is something that emerges in the 19th century. It especially is very profound, and the contrasts are sharp in Germany, which, if you'll recall, the lecture we had a few months ago on Moses Mendelssohn, that's really the birthplace of Jewish denominationalism. What do I mean by denominationalism? Jews have, for centuries, as long as there have been Jews, there have been disagreements among Jews as to how to worship God. But there have always been, up until really the 19th 19th century, there's always been basically a kind of an understanding of what's in the box and what's outside the box. What is considered, legitimate areas of dispute where family members can argue about what the right thing to do is, and areas where if you do something like this, you're outside the family, or to use the Hebrew Indian, chutz lamachane. The kind of movements that were chutz lamachane outside the camp include the Karaites, for example, who denied the validity of the oral Torah, things like that. And there are scattered movements like this, the Sabbateans, for example, scattered like this throughout time. But for the most part, the bulk of them followed in one broad path, while there were ethnic differences between Sephardim, Ashkenazim, and so on, and that could be translated into actual practical differences in terms of what you eat on Passover and so on. The broad area of Jewish practice was common to all Jews. This changed dramatically in the 19th century, really in the beginning of the 19th century, when there was a grassroots movement in Germany, a disaffected Jew felt that traditional, what we would call later Orthodox Judaism, to their spiritual, it also did not meet their ambitions for social acceptance among the non-Jews, especially in Germany. And so, in a rather rapid fashion, many halachot, many aspects of Jewish law were abandoned overnight in a kind of a slavish imitation in many cases to try and take non-Jewish sensibilities. There were actually two separate votes held to try and move Shabbos, for example, to Sunday. It would be much more convenient to have Shabbos on the same day as non-Jews. Those motions were defeated. But other things like importing an organ into the congregation to be played on Saturday, things like that were major wholesale changes. Well, not yet. Thank you. It will? Yeah, but I have to put my password in. The computer is just not working the way we want it to. It's 7 small dots. There we go. Okay, and will it kick in now? Yeah, it's searching. So am I. Searching. Okay. So what you have to imagine here is there's a line that goes left to right. That is, okay, there we go. See, your imaginations are very powerful. A line going left to right, which on the right wing you have insularity. You have Jews who believe in greater insularity, greater separation from the outside world. The outside world is dangerous, toxic, and so on. So we want to keep into our own culture, it being self-sufficient for everything that a person could want. On the other hand, on the left wing, you have openness, which is this notion that, no, there's a lot that we can gain from the outside world, and we should be willing to adapt ourselves to that outside world and so on. And Jews fell along this spectrum. In terms of movements, the so-called Haredi movement, which we would call ultra-Orthodox today, this is not a term that was used back then. These are modern terms used backwards, anachronistically to describe them. These were Jews, particularly in northern Hungary, very strong population there, also in parts of Eastern Europe, who said, no, modernity must be rejected. We must do everything as traditionally as possible, the way it was done in ancient Israel, the way it was done in medieval France. We have to keep to the same traditions, and we have to view the outside world with mistrust. On the other side here, you have the neo-logs, which is a term in Hungary for the reform, who says, no, we should be open. We should, attend universities. We should appreciate the opera. We should dress like non-Jews, learn the vernacular language, and so on. Rather than feeling like we have to, circle the wagons and stay within our own culture, we should explore the outside world and be active participants in the outside world. Later on, and here these actually moved, it was really cool in the animation, I have to use your brackets, you have the so-called neo-Orthodox here, who were Jews who said, wait a minute, change is inevitable, we have to deal with it, we have to adapt to very radical social changes with emancipation, but that does not mean that we should sacrifice the Torah. So the neo-Orthodox, also known as the modern Orthodox, in examining Judaism carefully and culling those practices which are not actually halakha, not actually Jewish law, but are customs that have accreted to Judaism over centuries, issues of styles of dress and things like that that can be jettisoned without too much difficulty, while keeping the essential halachot of Shabbat, kashrut, tarot, mishpachah, and so on. And those were very prominent here in Germany. And since they are more towards the openness end of the spectrum, I moved them to the left of the Haredim. And then over here on the left side, you have the conservative movement, then in Germany called the historical positivist movement, not very big in Hungary at the time, but they believed in similar values to the neo-Orthodox, but a little bit further to the left, more towards openness than towards insularity. There is, however, this bright red line, this is driving me crazy. This bright red line, and I marked out again. So I don't know if we should let you in. It's too high. I'll deal with it like this. But there's a bright red line, a line in the sand, however, that separates these groups. The neo or non-Orthodox and the Haredim to the ultimately, they believe that in the immutability of Torah, there are 613 commandments, Torah from Sinai, and it can't be changed. They may argue like you have to wear this kind of hat or that kind of hat, but they say, hey, you've got to wear, let's say, a head cover. That's not necessarily a good example to take because that's not one of the 613 commandments, but never, let's say, they will disagree, let's say, on what you can read on Shabbat. Can you read a secular newspaper on Shabbat? But everybody agrees you have to observe Shabbat with the traditional 39 halachot. Whereas on the left-hand side of the spectrum, there's this idea that, perhaps not all of those 613 commandments were actually given by God and are mandatory. And that certain elements may have, come into Judaism over time, they don't necessarily fit. So when we look at the spectrum today, we're now moving to the left end of our spectrum for our discussion, looking at the Reform movement, which is much more in the openness spectrum, but willing to sacrifice some of the things on the red line over there. Joe, I'm scared to call on you, but okay. Okay. Oh, major differences, because the Tzedukim, the old Sadducees, accepted the validity of the written Torah. Only, right? They didn't accept the oral Torah, at least in theory. But over here, there are a lot of commandments which may not be accepted, even by the Reform movement, saying, well, why do we have to stick with the written Torah? But it's in the same idea. Oh, yeah, it's in the same kind of idea, and it is. Oh, very good, let's go on. So he immigrated to the USA. It's kind of an interesting story how he got here. His father had a very strong kind of social welfare slant to his thinking, something which his son certainly inherited. And he criticized the way his father-in-law, that is Stephen Samuel Wise's maternal father, he criticized the way he ran his porcelain company. And in fact, he started to unionize his father-in-law's company, get the workers organized in his father-in-law's plant. So the father-in-law turned around and bought him and his family one-way tickets to New York City and got rid of the union maker by shipping him off to New York. And that's how he came, our subject came to New York as an infant. Just looking at, more broadly speaking, again, the history of immigration of Jews to America. I'm not going to spend much time on this because we have a question and other things, but we have basically three very significant waves of Jews to this country, increasing in numbers by the time we get to the middle of the 20th century. The first Jewish immigrants to these shores were Sephardic immigrants. In the 17th century already, Jews who had been wandering from country to country after the Spanish expulsion of 1492 and the Portuguese of 1497. Some of them went down to South America and then made their way up to North America, where they settled in various locales. We even have some locations here in Florida of these early Sephardic settlers. They were just a trickle, though, tiny numbers. In the 1840s, we begin to get a much larger wave of immigrants from Germany, Jewish immigrants from Germany, who were primarily fleeing for economic reasons and the oppressive nature of the anti-Semitic legislation in the German and Austro-Hungarian empires. There were, for example, as we discussed also in the Mendelssohn lecture, there were restrictions on marriage for Jews. Jewish grooms had to possess a certain amount of hard cash in order to get a permit to marry. And second and third sons in the family had to produce even larger amounts of cash. It was a very crude form of Jewish birth control, which today is only exercised, for example, through day school tuition and mechanisms like that. That's a joke. They're probably going to take that out of the Torah Cafe version of this. But that's the idea is that if you were a third son from a middle-class family in Germany, you had little chance of legally marrying a Jewish woman, and the only way to marry a non-Jewish woman would be to convert, which is also not an option. So you had a large number of primarily male German Jews coming to America starting in the 1840s. If they get to these shores, and they actually did fairly well, by the time we get to the 1880s, they're already well established, wealthier. They have built many synagogues in New York in particular, and this is the environment into which you have the largest wave of Jews, about 1.75 million Jews coming between 1881 and 1917. These are Jews primarily from Eastern Europe, eastern parts of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Russia, conquers Poland, places like that. And these Jews just overwhelm the existing Jewish communities of German Jews who have now become quite assimilated to American culture. Part of the big story of the last quarter of the 19th and the first let's say, first decade or so of the 20th century is the conflict between the old German Jewish establishment, which has really set down roots and has become wealthy and has done a lot to try and improve the image of Jews by Americanizing themselves, having to deal with this wave of the so-called Ostjuden, the East Jews, who are unkempt, Yiddish-speaking, tend to be much more religious in terms of their observance levels than the German Jews, and the German Jews kind of like, in somewhat of a patronizing way, care for their needs, but at the same time are really asking them to Americanize very quickly because you're an embarrassment. And there's a conflict between these German Jews and the Eastern Jews. Weiss, of course, came from, he just predated the major influx of Jews from Eastern Europe as a baby, but he was very early to adopt the English language and American disabilities, and he succeeded tremendously. He had ambitions from an early age to join his father and grandfather in a much longer tradition as a rabbi. As I mentioned, however, he pursued the much more liberal approach of Reform rabbis, and he was actually ordained by this man, Adolf Jelinek, very important rabbi scholar of the 19th century. And this is something that I hope to emphasize throughout this lecture, is that the image of a rabbi in America changed dramatically during this period of time, and the model that was perhaps longest, as evidenced by Weiss himself, was through his role models, which were these scholars, these rabbi doctors from Germany, who all had, advanced secular degrees from universities, along with rabbinic ordination. Their observance level, their piety, their charitableness, their counseling abilities were considered less important than their sheer brain power, how many books they had published, how erudite they were. It was kind of like a status symbol to have a rabbi who really, could lecture at the local university as well as minister into a congregation. There are very few of these nowadays, but this was kind of like the model, the gold standard of rabbis in the first half of the 20th century. I'm sorry? No, he was not. He was very important. Adolf Jelinek gave him a reform ordination. So he was not an Orthodox rabbi by any means. His teacher was not an Orthodox rabbi, but nevertheless a rabbi scholar. I mean, Jelinek and others, published a lot of really good scholarship, mainly in something called Wissenschaft des Judentums, which means the science of Judaism. There was this idea, very prominent in the 19th century, that Judaism was kind of like a static culture, like studying ancient Egypt. And if you wanted to be a scholar, you studied this dead culture that was not moving or going anywhere, and you translated things from Hebrew and Akkadian and Ugaritic and things like that, and that's how you demonstrated your largesse and your intellectual power. You know, the idea of a rabbi as a pious figure, as a spiritually enlightened figure, was not considered high status in Europe or in America even at this time. Absent, of course, the Eastern European model, where you have the Hasidic rabbi, very charismatic, very populist, you know, may not be deeply literate even, but that's an entirely different model of leadership that was accepted by Jews at that time. Mr. Rothschild. Oh, so now we're going to, not Jelinek, now we're going to Wise. Wise, you know, was educated here in America, and he did a PhD at a very young age. I think he was 24, so he finished it. Actually, that's right, he was 25 years old. He translated Shlomo Ibn Gibral's ethical treatise, I forget which one it was. He translated basically a medieval Spanish manuscript from the Arabic, you know, we're talking about real scholars here, and that was his PhD dissertation. He also translated much of the Bible for the Jewish Publication Society. You know, he was one of these early Hebraists here in America. He married an exceptional woman named Mary Louise Waterman in 1900 when he was about 26 years old. And she was an unusual woman. She was a disciple of Felix Adler, who was a very important thinker at the beginning of the 20th century in America and a little bit earlier. He did something called the ethical culture movement, which was basically Judaism without God, in my humble opinion. A lot of like secular versions of Jewish values, but palatable if you really do all the God things. And very profound, huge impact on a lot of secular thinkers, including Jews who lean towards the secular. She ended up becoming quite an intellectual force of her own. Perhaps in a later lecture series, we'll spend more time looking at her life in particular. She was a translator, a scholar herself, translating many Jewish works, especially modern Zionist works from several languages, wrote many of her own books, and was a social activist really functioning at the highest levels of American government. She passed these values along with her husband to their rather exceptional children, shown here in their youth. The son was also quite a prolific author. He was a family that wrote a lot of books. He even wrote a biography of his mother, which is probably the best thing a Jewish boy can do. I'm going to have to write one of those of my mother. That would be, I think, really nice. And he had a tremendous skills in the art world. He ended up moving to Europe, where he was an international art connoisseur and expert on various forms of art. His daughter, their daughter went on also to become an author and to become a judge at various levels of the circuit courts. She was especially important in child welfare issues. She advised Eleanor Roosevelt and served on many high-ranking national level committees working for the welfare of children. So really an exceptional, overachieving family all around. Now, going back to his life, they moved to Portland, Oregon. They spent some time out there where there were not so many Jews, but nevertheless, he was beginning to make a name for himself. In 1906, he was invited to Congregation Emmanuel, perhaps the leading German Jewish establishment synagogue, to try out for a position as their rabbi in a Reform temple. He's invited at a young age to give some trial sermons. Apparently, there's some dispute that actually went on in the press afterwards. It was a national issue, believe it or not. Apparently, he was offered the job, but he refused because the congregation refused to give him what he called a free pulpit. In other words, he wanted kind of like what the universities called tenure. He wanted to be able to say whatever he wanted from the pulpit without fear of losing his job. The board of the congregation was unwilling to grant this to him, and so he declined. There was quite a bit of a focus of controversy over these version of events. He ended up going back to Portland, but then he came back a year later and established a rival temple, which actually became even more famous, the so-called Free Synagogue. And we called it the Free Synagogue because it had, of course, a free pulpit, and he could say whatever he wanted and not get fired. But it also had free holiday seats. You could, everything was free. It was based on donations only, but there was no fixed price membership. Everything was designed to be totally open, very much in consonance with his social welfare values. Yes, Joe, I'm afraid. I don't know. I imagine he had some fairly wealthy individuals. He's a very powerful speaker, very charismatic. I didn't do research into where the money came from. But it reminds me of a joke. Did you hear the one? I'm telling you in the middle. We'll catch it. The one about Goldstein comes to the door to get in on Yom Kippur, and the Rabbi holds him back. So Goldstein goes to daven. He goes to the shul on Yom Kippur, and he goes to walk into the sanctuary, and the Rabbi says, "Where's your ticket?" He says, "I didn't buy a seat." He says, "I'm sorry, you can't come in." And he says, "But I have to get in. I have to talk to Goldfarb. It's crucial." He says, "Look, I'm sorry, if you don't have a ticket, you can't come in to be with the congregation." He says, "It's really important I talk to Goldfarb. It's a matter of life and death. Really, you have to let me in." So the Rabbi says to him, "Okay, fine, you can go in, but don't pray." Okay. I also like the iconography of Stephen Samuel Wise is pretty amazing. He always has this. I didn't find any pictures of him smiling. It's always strong, stern, kind of like steely-eyed, determined, fighting kind of images. Here he is with his son, working on a railroad project at the time. Yes. I do not know. Is there any New Yorkers here? Oh, so I don't know. Did the Free Synagogue become the Central Synagogue? I'm sorry. I'm a Canadian, and I try to avoid New York City as much as possible. But I know a lot of people like it. I find it so, you got to put on your New York face when you're walking on the street there, like something. It's like, you put on, you're like, don't mess with me. It's like if you're in a building and you hear people coming to get to the elevator, you push the closed door button, that kind of. Anyways, I don't mean to cast asparagus at New Yorkers. They are a lot of wonderful people. Yeah, I'll have to look it up. Now, also in terms of his, political orientation, his philosophical orientation, he's a huge liberal, and has made a big impact on the way Jews thought in the first half of the 20th century. He was the founder of all kinds of, civil liberties type movements, including being the co-founder of the NAACP, National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, very important institution for African Americans. He was also a very important founding member of the American Civil Liberties Union, the ACLU, very active today. Forthright defenders of very unpopular causes for the purpose of upholding the values of the Constitution. Again, quite often very unpopular, but nevertheless serving a valuable purpose as kind of a watchdog of government abuses that could be otherwise exploiting people. Very big, like his father, who tried to unionize his father-in-law's shop. That's a recipe for Shalom Bayis disaster if there was one. He was also very big at promoting labor causes, and he hunted out corruption wherever he could find it. In fact, one of his campaigns even brought down the mayor of New York, James Walker, who found himself under so much stress of corruption charges because of Stephen Samuel Wise ultimately resigned in 1942. On the Jewish side, he also founded the American Jewish Congress, which was a more liberal and at the same time more strident institution of American Jewry, an organization that was founded largely to distinguish itself from the earlier American Jewish Committee, which is a little bit more old school, play nice and trying to get along. The Congress was much more, active in exposing anti-Semitism and, work causes outside of the Jewish community as a whole. At the same time, Wise was very much a Zionist, and this put him at odds with the Reform movement at the time. The Reform movement had taken a position already in the 19th century opposing Zionism. You might think, well, what could be wrong with Zionism? Why would a movement, especially one of openness, argue that Zionism is incorrect? You have to put yourself in the mindset of 19th century Germany, when the Jews are trying desperately to demonstrate that they deserve to be emancipated. And one of the charges, sometimes with an anti-Semitic basis, sometimes I think a legitimate political argument, is saying, listen, where do you belong, Jews? Do you belong here in Germany as German citizens, or are you here as sojourners, as travelers, hoping ultimately return to Israel, perhaps under some messianic period? The specter of dual loyalty. If there ever would be a war between, let's say, Germany and France, which happens about every 30 years in the 19th century, and you have to fight against French Jews, which side will you fight on? Or even if there were to be some kind of Jewish state, would you go and join that Jewish state, or would you remain loyal to Germany? So the Reform movement took a very principled stand, saying no to Zionism. Our home is here in Germany. And you see that in a lot of different ways. Like, for example, the very use of the term temple to describe a house of worship, in Hebrew, that's a loaded term. We use the term synagogue, it's knesset, which means basically house of gathering, right? Big house, knesset, of in gathering. Same thing in Greek, sin means together, goga, which means to congregate.
Can you hear me?
But the term temple...
What's up, Kim? Yo, Spaz. How you living, dog? How are you? Good, dog. How'd you find out about me? Oh, from Kick? From Kick? That's tight, dude. No way. Are you a streamer? No way. Okay, send me the bot that just randomly clips people. And I got you here. Do you mind if I talk and tell you about what I do? Oh, tight. Okay. So, I have a spiel. Can I give you my spiel? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. Since the pandemic, we've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of the king, and everything in between. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? Well, that's what I do. So, you said you did some research on me. As you can tell, I have a lot of social media. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Instagram accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. That's amazing. Wow, thank you for your high praise. So I do it because I don't want war in the world anymore. And if you're like, well, how does life treat your life? It's not war. And it essentially shows the world that we're all not that different. And it gives me a platform to be able to discuss world peace and the world hunger and use of technology, such as agricultural growth, floating greenhouses. Go ahead, Victor. Who is that? Yeah, just because you said you have so much. Okay. Do you know why you got banned? That's cool. That's cool. We all deserve a second chance. All right. Bear with me. And let me find him. Ben Chan. How do you spell it? Are you sure he's banned? He's not banned. FENT? Yeah, but no, the only thing that I posted that name is I can't stop finessing somebody who I banned, but no one can. FENT, yeah, he's like, yeah, absolutely. And tell him if he's having trouble joining or something, let me know, and we'll figure it out. Okay, let's figure it out. All right, ready. Got it. Use one there. That's okay. No harm. No harm, no foul. He's back. Excellent. I look forward to the meeting. Fantastic. How you doing? Yeah. Sticking in. What's good in the hood? What up, Frank? How you looking, Tim? Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's on your agenda for tonight? Excellent. You're slinging dick like it's going up. Are you slanging dick like it's going out of style? Word, dog. I sense it. Absolutely. I love it. Thank you so much for doing so. Go ahead. Okay, excellent. First, is everybody 18? Okay, if you're not 18, you can't be. All right. All right. So just I everybody keep it PG. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 27 days a week, 365 days a year for One Piece. I'm doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data on the internet than any person in global history. If you've ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother, that's essentially what I do. I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams right now. I have more social media than any person. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, each of which are currently live right now. I have over 200 Instagram accounts. I have over 500 Twitch accounts. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 2,000 Twitter accounts. I have over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and I have over 10,000 Kick accounts. I stream my life because it gives me a platform to be able to discuss world peace, which is important to me. What is that? Data is Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, everything. In the economist magazine stated that data had overlap as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data than any person ever archived on the internet, which made me feel an influential person someday. And if that happens, I will help all of you and your friends and family become financially independent if you're not already. I want you to be able to have generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound? Excellent. Other things, yeah, you'll be able to buy all the exemptions you want to do real estate. I talk about ending world hunger, which is important to me. Things like by doing so uh, with technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like perhaps hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst, sponsored by cryptocurrency, it's worth about $100 billion to rebuild wells in developing nations. I want to keep those kind of projects going. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Livestock program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I talk about other things that aren't normally discussed in society, but I feel are important. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, space tourism, terraforming other planets. I talk about things. I talk about things like time travel. I talk about quantum computing. I talk about things like intelligence, artificial super intelligence. I talk about alien disclosure, things like I talk about de-extinction. No, artificial general intelligence. No, it's AGI, artificial general intelligence. And since we have a question of the person here who's maybe not 18, I don't want to talk about these things. Look, if you're going to talk about that, then I'm going to have to kick out the person who's something for eternity. I don't want to have sexual. I don't want to have sexual discussions. That's okay. I talk about things like de-extinction. If you weren't aware, the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Texas and London known as Colossal Bioscientific, they made it their goal that within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I think this is a mind-blowing goal. They recently made headlines with their introduction of the dire wolf. Their dire wolves are about a year old. Joe Rogan has met them. They want some things that is going to affect every person in here. Some things that are going to affect everyone in here. If you want this solved with your consent, you might be able to in the future utilize this type of technology known as life extension technology. When you were all born, the average life expectancy for everyone in here was about 80 years old. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, peptides, human growth hormones, stem cells, things like cryonics, things like ambrosia therapy, cold shock therapy, to get you to be 120 years old. But you may make it to that age and you may say, Rabbi, everything that you said came true. This has been wonderful. What's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent. If you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, which is with your consent, scanning your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But what I'm saying to you all is that you may be able to experience a future of digital immortality. What are your thoughts? I agree, man. 100%. Go ahead, Tim. No, I used to let people chat, but then I get people who put like really gory things in there, and okay, I don't know. Well, I just saw Happy Gilmore too. I thought it sucked ass. Um, I liked the first one a lot. The first one's classic. The second one just had too many cameos. I would have really liked it, even with all the cameos, if they would have just kept it to golf. But if you haven't had a chance to see it, basically the last hole, they like have like a how would I say it? A hole that they can adjust with a cell phone, which just doesn't make too much sense. I wasn't too big of a fan of that, but it was cool. I mean, I think it's made some really great movies. Happy Gilmore's an all-time great. Billy Madison, of course. Uh, he made Little Nicky, which was good, and 50 First Dates. Go for it. I am. Yeah, because I utilize artificial intelligence better than any other Jew or any other person on earth. So if there's ever a question that I don't know, we're going to get to the bottom of it as quickly as possible utilizing artificial intelligence. Sure. I'm very pro-Israel. Perhaps I'm the biggest pro-Israel person on earth when Israel is acting correctly. I'm pro-world peace. I don't want anyone to die. Um, yeah, so I'm definitely an advocate of Benjamin Netanyahu and have been for decades when he's doing right, but I don't like when he doesn't do right. Anything that veers us away from world peace, I do not endorse. I'm proud of advancements that we've made. I don't think that that's necessarily true, though. It's publicized. Um, Ideally, I don't want to work with nuclear weapons. world that utilizes nuclear power, that's very important to me. But nuclear weapons, I don't feel necessary. And then because I'm a pacifist, so generally I do not nuclear violence in our house. Yeah, I mean, it's in self-defense. You know, you do what you have to do. But I don't believe in aggressive violence. Dude, I'm a huge advocate of the young black community and the old black community. I love the black community. I love their creativity. If we're talking, are we just talking about like young black people? Yeah, just like black people. Yeah, I love their creativity. I love their views on the. I don't know what that is. Yeah. Like, if we're talking about just black youth, the major advocate of music, I love their sense of creativity. Who's my favorite rapper? Puff Daddy. Yeah, but I also love, yeah, I also love Tupac. I love Notorious. I love Snoop Dogg. I love, no, no, I've never had the opportunity to be. Great question. A man named Rabbi Kiva. He was a rabbi about 2,000 years ago, and I'd love to have a conversation with him. I am. I'm a huge advocate of it. I'm a major leader within my religion. And I have a job. Just under just my brain, maybe. Do I think that okay, that's cool. I, in many a shul, many a synagogue, never seen any gold under any hats. And even if there was gold under a hat, you wouldn't. Oh, that happened centuries. If you think that we Jews are taking over the diamond district now, you don't know your history. Oh, it's done. It's no 100 years, 140 years. So that was a movement to attempt to daven right, during the pandemic, where we weren't allowed to have group gatherings until year 770. I mean, I wasn't there, so I don't. Uh, I think a lot of the things that confused them. So if I may ask, to the person who found me on Kick, you just saw one of my clips. You were like, "What is this?" And then you went down the rabbit hole. That's false. So it was from a clip. It was from a clip. It was not from spam, correct? Wow. Excellent. Yeah, exactly. It says YouTube, Rabbi Rothschild, and then my Discord. It's brilliant. Got all of you guys in here. That's legit. That's legit. Okay. All right. Well, you were the leader of the pack. Good on you. He's a what? I can't hear what you're saying. Can you repeat it and no one else interrupt you? Yeah. Yeah. Don't talk about those things. You're good. Yeah. I'm good. No, I'm good right now. Israel knows that I'm good. So if I may ask you, you guys stream it yourself? Okay, that's cool. Okay, very cool. And very well. So you look to influencers. That's nice. Very cool. Who are your favorite streamers? I can't do it. Not that personally, but I've heard of them. What do you like? What do you like about them? Okay. You know, I'm the number one streamer all time in Eight Raj's Discord. You got it right. Very well. Well, you guys should know. Yeah, he's been in my dream. He was on my YouTube when he interviewed me once, and I'm the number one streamer all time. Um, yeah, yeah. If you want to, okay, I don't know if that was a good idea. Word, dog. Um, word. So if you want to be and if you want to connect with Adrian, the best person to connect with is Citrus, who is his like right hand man, and just drop him a message with your proposal, and if they like it, they'll connect with you. Ask ask Citrus, but perhaps that's not. I don't think it's. I don't think that's. No, I don't know who. All right, that's it. No, I don't think anybody should be canceled. They if they did something illegal, then you can press charges against them. All right. Well, I don't know enough about the situation. All day, every day. All day, every day, baby. Poor dog. 100%. Are you guys live on Kick right now? I asked if you're live on Kick. I understand. Hi, dog. What aisle? Oh, like by the checkout? By the handicap? They have handicap chairs? A wheelchair? All right. Are you sitting in a wheelchair? I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's nowhere else to sit. Maybe you are handicapped. All right. Well, she can sit next to you at the Walgreens. Go ahead, speak, Anna. Dude, everybody gets bullied on Discord. Everybody gets bullied on Discord. People are dicks. All right. Well, that's fine. She has a nice name. Yeah, sure. If she's 18. Oh, great. What's going on? I'm based out of Southern California. All right. No, but I would like to make new friends. Do you know how many girls want to date me? I got Africa on the list, dog. Word, dog. Every single day of my life I've been. Hey, what's up, Miss Aquarius? How are you? I'm well. We have some friends join us. Well, they're going to have to be patient because Miss Aquarius and I play a game. It won't take long, but we do it every night. And it's bowling on an app called Play-Doh. Doug, she's asked you a question 8 times. Are you January or February? They're all my girls. She's my friend. Miss Aquarius, you should have an invite. Take a look. Hit it, girl. Be respectful. Hey, if you're not going to be respectful, then I'll ask you to leave. Well, nice spirit. Just did. There we go. Nice, you matched me. Great job. Great strike. Ooh, got you back. I am. Thanks, baby. I appreciate it. Nice pair. Nice pair, Mr. You're welcome. Ooh, 3 in a row. That's a turkey. Did you know that it's 299 days since the Grand Theft Auto 6? There you go. Wow. 111. All right, Mr. Curtis. Mr. Aquarius, we need you to get your 100th win. Nice pair, Mr. Aquarius. Can you what? Can you talk about that? Please be respectful. Watch yourself. I do. Thank you. We're done. What other games do you guys like aside from Overwatch? Rainbow Six. Oh, oh, that was great. Yo, Pam. I'm good for now. I'm good for now. No. As I said previously, be respectful. All right, what did I just say that? What kind of business do you do? What kind of business do you do? Okay. Do you do sports betting? Nice job, Mr. Aquarius. You and I win. Let's hope so. God willing, we'll play, okay? Night, night. Take care. She's a very nice woman. All right, friends. I've answered a lot of questions. I want to say shout out to my man, Spaz. Spaz, thank you so much for bringing everybody in. I'm going to continue watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy.
There's only one temple in Jewish history, and that's the temple in Israel, in Jerusalem. Okay, it was destroyed and built, so there's really
My whole
two
life
temples.
is a feat.
But recall, for example, you're building a temple, Emmanuel.
My whole life is a feat.
Right here in Berlin. And so they took a principled stance opposing Zionism. Weiss, however, disagreed with that and promoted Zionism, even though it went against the opinions of classical reform. And by the way, most Reform rabbis later came to Weiss's position as well. So the Reform movement did shift along with Weiss. But even here in Miami, I understand that I think it was Temple Israel for a long time. They had classical reform where there were these kind of attitudes back in 50, 60 years ago. But I'm not sure. I probably shouldn't have said that. Please take that part out because I'm not sure about it. But I make lots of mistakes. There's a lot of things you can cut out there. At any rate, he founded the New York Federation of Zionist Societies in 1897. That's a really early date. The World Zionist Congress was founded that same year. So we're talking about quite early on in the Zionist movement. He worked hand in hand with Herzl. Herzl dies in 1904. And so the last very productive years of Herzl's life were conducted with Weiss at his side as his primary representative to the strong and growing American population. He represented American Jewry in the World Zionist Congress in Basel. That would be the year after it was founded. And as I mentioned earlier, he was also very much about the text that ultimately would be issued by the British government declaration. Now, let's just look here a little bit at how that sort of thinking was played out by American Jewry. And I want to jump ahead a little bit to say how Jews really were absorbing the kind of values that Weiss extolled. I'm not sure that he is the primary factor involved, but nevertheless we see his thinking quite prominent. And I know that this is pretty much, very well known to most of you in this room, but to all the undergraduates I have who are watching this on the web, who are younger than 25, this is going to be surprising, shocking even for them. And the first thing is that the vast majority of Jews historically voted Democrat. That's something that especially Orthodox Jews will say, what? All my friends are Republican. I only know Republicans. But it's something that's a little bit of a quirk for Orthodox Jews in the last, say, since Reagan, since 1980s. But overwhelmingly, Jews voted Democrat. If you look at this chart here, this shows the Jewish vote in presidential elections from 1916 to 2004. I have a little bit later statistics coming up. This shows if all Jews fill up the chart. So up to the top is 100% of Jews. In those elections, you can see that blue is by far the largest chunk. It goes up and down a little bit over the years, depending largely on which candidates are running. But overwhelmingly, with the exception of the 1920 elections, the overwhelming number of Jews, way more than 50%, voted Democrat. Well, we have polling. I'm sorry. Well, they were either answering the polls incorrectly, the exit polls, or it's an anti-Semitic plot. It's one or the other. But, yeah, exit polls, sure. Yeah, and they ask your religion too. Where do you live? You don't want to answer. You don't want to answer. But this is really good research from Ira Shevskin, a very important Jewish demographer, perhaps the world's greatest Jewish demographer alive, who's actually right here at the University of Miami. And his research is rock solid. And this has not been contested. The vast majority of Jews voted Democrat. However, let's look at this, for example. I'm sorry I didn't have 2012 election results to show you, but this is similar kind of material on the 2000 election. So if you look at how people voted by ethnicity, you can see that. And also, I tried to figure out how to make this blue and red, but I couldn't figure that out. I'm sorry. So if you look at Caucasians, whites, a little over 50%, let's say about 60% voted for McCain, Republican, and closer to about 35% voted for Obama. Among Hispanics, the number is reversed, where you have many more Hispanics voting for Obama than for McCain. Obviously, Romney experienced something similar in the last. The blacks, this is a huge surprise. 90% voted for McCain. Overwhelmingly, of course, they supported Obama. And look at Jews here. Jews are voting more like Hispanics than like Caucasians. This is what Norman Lawrence once said, that Jews make money like Presbyterians, but vote like Puerto Ricans. Meaning that Presbyterians, old-style Mayflower Americans, tend to be wealthier. Wealthier people tend to vote Republican. But the Puerto Ricans, relatively new additions to the American continent politically, with less wealth per capita, they tend to vote Democrat. So Jews, overwhelmingly, let's say 2/3 and higher, tend to vote Democrat, even when they're rising in the socioeconomic scale. And of course, the total population is pretty much 50-50 in the 2008 election, pretty much the same thing in the population in the 2012 election. And now let's look at how denomination makes a difference as well. This is different for Orthodox Jews. So if we break down, again, 2008, the numbers that I've seen anecdotally, I didn't look very hard, but the numbers for 2012 are pretty similar. If you look at Jews overall, you see that most Jews voted for Obama in 2008, but a significant minority, about 38%, maybe a little lower, voted for McCain. When you look at the Orthodox respondents, however, the numbers are reversed. About 75% of Orthodox Jews voted for McCain, and about a quarter, 25%, where's my, there it is, 25% voted for Obama. So for reasons that are too complicated for us to go into today, the Orthodox vote tends to be the reverse of the general Jewish vote. General Jewish vote is higher Democrat. The Orthodox vote is higher Republican. And obviously the reasons for this is too much for us today, but I want to emphasize the idea of the liberalism that's closer to democratic values. That's clearly the emphasis of the influence of people like whites. Yes, sir. The Orthodox voted not for there can be a lot of reasons. If you look at perceptions of his support of Israel, perceptions of his quote-unquote progressive social values, whereas the Republican candidates seem to want to represent more of a traditional family issue. There are a whole host of issues that we can use to unpack this vote here. Yeah, well, I think my guess is, and this is like, I'm in the history department, but not in the theoretical history department, but I would guess that the numbers might not be as extreme, but when you look at candidates before Obama, before 2008, this pattern was holding as well. Yeah, Orthodox Jews since Reagan were breaking away from the Democratic trend, and the Republican trend was increasing. I think it has mainly to do with the perception of what is the social agenda. Issues like abortion, gay marriage, things like that, tend to polarize Orthodox voters. And so a lot of those things fall into this. But anyway, so if we take the Orthodox out of the equation, this is all like Stephen Wise's kind of activity. Yeah. So I told Joe, and then, I could get one. Yeah. But we have a chart like this on Kennedy. So I don't know if I'll do it this. Maybe I can squeeze it into another lecture. But the point that I want to emphasize here is Wise's influence. Please. Sure, that's true. These are very rough numbers. I think you get a better idea if you look, for example, there's some really good studies done at the local level in New York City. And if you look at neighborhoods, zip codes that are overwhelmingly Orthodox, then Romney is like off the charts. There's like 3% Democratic voters, and it's all Romney. And then you cross over to another zip code where it's more African American, also Obama's off the charts. So you get a much like a scalpel precise view when you look at neighborhoods. These are kind of broad tendencies overall. Like, okay, let's go back to the early 20th century. He's big in international politics. He's the person who really stood on the world stage, and not only for Jewish causes. At the end of World War I, one of the major issues that had to be decided was, what do we do with the ruins of the three empires that previously occupied Europe? The Russian Empire, the Hungarian Empire, the German Empire, all of which did not exist in 1918 after the war. And so one of the biggest issues was, how do we divide up the territory? Which nationality gets a country, which nationalities do not get countries? And at the Paris peace conferences, the Rothschild one here, a lot of different groups had an opportunity to present their case for statehood. Weiss represented Zionism and the case for Israel there. He was also influential with President Woodrow Wilson, who established the 14 points, a system that was designed to try and create a for who would get statehood after World War I. So this is a figure. We have a person who was a religious leader, social activist, prominent Zionist, very leftist in many of his views, and he's also active on the world stage. Yes, Mr. Wax. Definitely a spokesman for Herzl. He's a strong ally of Herzl, absolutely. And at the same time, he's writing lots of books. I don't have too much time, so this is just one of about 7 books that he authored. Basically, his speeches, sermons, things like that, which are maybe into print. There was the old Austrian spelling that was his father's. They changed it to Wise and nickname here. Now, getting to the more controversial one is life during the Holocaust. I'm going to have to go a little past 9:30 just to finish this. I hope you don't mind. We have to start late. So you can leave and discuss if you like precisely at 9:30. But, well, yeah, my videographer is going to go at 9:30. But I'll go quickly. Okay. So the controversy is, okay, the Holocaust obviously was an existential threat to the Jews of Europe. America at this time was undeniably the world's strongest economic power and had the largest concentration of Jews outside of Europe. And so the question is, how should American leaders have responded to the ongoing news of impending doom for the Jews of Germany? Weiss started with a very powerful beginning in the 1930s, organizing anti-German boycotts with the rise of Hitler to power in 1933, and generally took a very strident voice against the anti-Semitic regime. At the same time, however, once World War II formally broke out, and America was engaged in the war, Weiss's rhetoric changed, and there was much more of a differential attitude towards the leadership of America, particularly, by the way, I should say, after 1941, because America did not enter the war until Pearl Harbor. But once American young men were in Europe fighting for the defeat of Hitler, Weiss's approach was, what more can we actually ask the Americans to do? After all, American men are dying. There are boots on the ground in Europe fighting for a cause which is exactly consonant with what we want, the end of the Holocaust. And so Weiss's approach was one of, let's trust the government to do this, let us move forward with their plans, respect their military decisions, and so on. Many Jews felt this was what happened to the old Rabbi Weiss, what happened to the strident critic who was stand up and would try to try and get things to change. They felt that his leadership was quite tepid. This is especially true after the issue of the Regner telegram. So Gerhard Regner was a consular official, at least consular official in Geneva, and he passed on this telegram that was addressed to Stephen Wise, who went through the State Department, and the State Department actually held it back from him, did not give it to Stephen Wise, but it did get to him anyways through a different route from the British Parliament. This telegram, which was dated August 1942, gave real, concrete, and fairly accurate details about the Holocaust. And when I say the Holocaust in this context, I mean the clear determination of the Nazis to massacre every single Jewish civilian in Europe, including the mechanisms for this destruction and so on. Now, this was actually not totally new to America. There has been reports leaking out, but this was the first verified true claim by legitimate channels that was sent directly to the State Department, but the State Department quashed it. They didn't let him know about it. So what was Wise to do with this text once he found it? Here is the actual text of the Regner telegram. This is the version that was sent through the World Jewish Congress, and it reads, have received through Foreign Office following message from Regner, Geneva, stop. Received alarming report that in Führer's headquarters plan discussed and under consideration of all Jews in countries occupied or controlled Germany, number 3.5 to 4 million, should after deportation and concentration east at one blow exterminated to resolve once and for all Jewish question in Europe. All true. The number is perhaps 3.5 to 4 million, but the actual plan was decided, we know, on January 22nd, 1942. We know the idea of deportation to the east. We know, of course, of the terrible death camps. Here's the version that actually came through the British Foreign Office, and it even indicates the use of prussic acid, which was cyclone A, the chemical that was used to kill the Jews. So here we have, it's the most prominent American Jewish leader getting a telegram that is 100% accurate and comes through a legitimate chain of transmission. What should he do with this? So ultimately, what he did was he had a meeting with President Rothschild. It was scheduled and held in 1943. The meeting lasted approximately 30 minutes. Began with a brief prayer. Stephen Wise presented this information, which of course Roosevelt already knew. It was well known from other sources already by this point. And the majority of the 30 minutes was by Roosevelt speaking about his position on this. And that was basically it. Many Jews felt that this was insufficient, was that he should have pushed, he should have screamed, he should have organized demonstrations. There were also some very controversial plans, which too much for us to go into today, but especially toward the end of the war, certain elements in the Nazi chaotic bureaucracy were willing to exchange Jews for materiel that they promised they would only use against the Russians, who were, of course, the allies of the Americans. But since the Germans were feeling a lot of pressure on the Eastern Front, they wanted, it was called the Jews for Trucks scheme. Epstein could have stayed, potentially, about 500,000 Jews in Hungary. So the very controversial thing is why this decision was controversial. The critics is also controversial, and the legacy of this entire period is yet to be determined. So let me just conclude with a few comments. I'll take some questions in a minute. Ultimately, though, with a recap of Weiss's life, we see that in many ways his career as a pulpit rabbi and as an American activist defined, in many ways, what American Jews, and I'm talking broadly about American Jews, not specific Orthodox Jews, viewed as the ideal rabbi, someone who is learned, erudite, leftist, activist, Zionist. These were the kinds of adjectives that were used to describe his life, and that was used to describe, the ideal rabbi for many. His legacy is one of tremendous influence on Jewish voting patterns, on Jewish thought. It's somewhat more mixed and controversial when it comes to the difficult period of the Holocaust, but nevertheless, Rabbi Weiss's approach to the problems of the day definitely made a major impact on the way Jews think, even in the 21st century. I'm going to take some questions, but first I want to thank you very much for your attendance and dismiss you because we're already out of time. So thank you very much for attending. Yes. Okay. Well, I hope we have enough room on the card. Well, we'll find out soon enough. Good evening, everyone. It's nice to see you again after a long Pesach break. I hope you had an enjoyable holiday. I think the highlight of our holiday was when my 8-year-old son picked up the roasted egg off the Seder plate and said, "How old is this egg?" We use it every year. Anyways, I want to wish a public mazel tov to Rabbi and Rabbi Grunstein, and specifically to their daughter, Gitty, who was just married a few moments ago. A very nice young man named Mr. Mandel. The traditional blessing is that they should have the merit to build a bias, Nehemah Yisrael, and eternal help in Israel. Mazel tov. Okay. And I'm very happy I managed to get to the chuppah, and with great personal sacrifice, I tore myself away from the Chinese food buffet to be here tonight. That's very kind. Thank you. But if I have to go home and make sure my kids are okay too. All right, let's go to Emmanuel. So tonight's topic is Emmanuel Ringelblum, a very, very important, heroic scholar of the Holocaust period. My goal tonight is to tell you a little bit about his life. And of course, since this is sort of a thinly disguised attempt to offer an undergraduate survey course in Jewish history, we're going to talk about the Holocaust, specifically up until the deportation of 1942. And we're going to focus on the ghettoization period, which is crucial to Emmanuel Ringelblum's work. For those of you who are with the college, see, a lot of the students are actually at the wedding, but we have a few of them here as well. I want to let you know, very importantly, we have this new amazing feature called an embedded librarian. If you visit my webpage, you'll find, actually it's on my YouTube page, find a little introduction where we have this great idea. We have a librarian, a professional research librarian. Let go, my brother said, let go of the microphone. Okay. A professional research librarian who is online in the course right there with you. And she's providing lots of information. It's like having a professional librarian sit right next to you in lectures and hand you little bits of information. Say, you should look at this article, check out this video, all kinds of things like that. So definitely make use of Ms. Fernandez. She is great and incredibly helpful. Definitely one of the best research librarians I've ever worked with. And I've had the pleasure of working with some really great ones. I'll just tell you one cool thing about her. She comes from Cuba, where she was a professional librarian there, and then she came to America, and she retrained. She received her MLS again here. When she was in Cuba, because they have very strict restrictions on who can access the internet, she was one of the few people in the university who was allowed to go out into the internet. Like professors would have to come to her and ask her what kind of books are out there, and she couldn't just give them the computer. She had to say, well, what kind of books are you looking for? And she would have to find the materials and filter them to give to the instructors. So she really knows how to get information. But let's get to our topic specifically. We're going to look at a great scholar who died in the prime of his career, cut down horribly by the Nazis. He was a young man born at the beginning of the last century, trained specifically in the history of the Jews, specializing in the Jews of Warsaw, proficient in multiple languages, as many scholars from Eastern Europe was, and earned his PhD in 1927 for a dissertation on the Jews of Warsaw, which was later published. But really the thing that makes him stand out head and shoulders above his peers was his activity during the Nazi occupation of Warsaw. Specifically, he created a clandestine group of volunteer scholars, demographers, sociologists, anthropologists. When necessary, he trained them in the basic school tools of the scholarship, and he sent them out with the simple goal of documenting as accurately and as objectively as possible what exactly is happening in the ghetto. An incredible, powerful record of every aspect of life in the ghetto was recorded by this group, which was called Oneg Shabbos, because they met on Saturdays, and that was the time they all came together to discuss what they were doing. And although he saw immediately after the rebellion, the Warsaw Uprising in 1943, that their work would be halted by the Nazi onslaught, not to mention the deportations that happened earlier, he arranged for the burial of this massive archive. I'll give you a sense of its size shortly, in 3 separate caches underground in Warsaw. 2 of them were discovered after the war. They scholars back because there were 3 survivors from the group, the archives, and they unearthed 2 of them. There's one that's still missing. We're hoping that one day we will discover it. And it gives us a glimpse into the 9th circle of hell that we would not otherwise be able to understand without the tremendous scholarship of Mendel and Local. So my goal for tonight is to tell you a little bit about his life in particular, and then to kind of ease back the focus of the lecture to talk about the unfolding of the beginning of World War II, specifically on the creation of the ghettos, and then talk about what his archive tells us about ghetto life, and then we'll speak about his legacy. We will not discuss tonight the second half of the Holocaust, specifically the evolution of the final solution, the Endlösung, that was saw the creation of Auschwitz death camps. I'm hoping that next week's lecture, when we talk about Canada and Israel, we'll use her life to talk a little bit about that aspect of the Holocaust. Okay, so why don't we get started here? Here he is as a younger man. He trained with 2 other remarkable historians whose work also were definitely in the top tier of Jewish scholarship of the early 20th century. Raphael Mahler, who did fantastic work on the evolution of the Haskalah and the Hasidic movement in 19th century Poland, and also Arthur Eisenbach, who did a lot of tremendous work also on the Jews of Poland. He was a non-observant Jew who affiliated the leftist Zionist, the Poale Zion, the Workers of Zion Party, which is most famous perhaps for their influential development of the kibbutz movement in Israel. Their leader, Rothschild, argued that Israel should be both a Zionist homeland for Jews, a refuge for Jews from all over the world, and at the same time, Rothschild argued that it would be inappropriate for Israel to be just another country. If they're going to start from the beginning, they should make it a socialist country. And so the Poale Zion, very influential in the beginning of the century in Israel, later developed into what we call today the Labour Party. Poale Zion is really the central of it. The Poale Zion, like many of the Jewish parties at the time, had a lot of internal conflict, and at one point it split into a left branch versus a right branch. The left branch was more closely affiliated with the more radical communist elements in Jewish society, and Henrico believed left as well. He definitely believed in a secular, socialist, messianic vision of society. He was also very common for the Poale Zion members of the time, an intense believer in Yiddish, the Mamaloshen, that was the vernacular of the Jews of the day. Although it was a declining language even before the Holocaust, when of course the demographic impact of 6 million deaths and the majority of them in Eastern Europe, virtually doomed Yiddish, although it is having an interesting renaissance, but I'll discuss another time. Um, many Jews were assimilating out of Yiddish at the time to other linguistic choices, such as the vernacular, be it Polish or German or Russian, in very small instances Ukrainian, or they were being tempted by Hebrew, which was, of course, the language of the Zionists. And Yiddish was regarded as, they actually called it the jargon. It was not considered a real language except for very serious scholars in Lithuania associated with the Yiddish Wissenschaftlicher Institute, or YIVO, which later would associate himself with. But as a Yiddishist, he believed that the language really encapsulated the core values of Jewish culture. That was a way to express certain things that could not be said in the ancestral tongue of Hebrew, and certainly not in the non-Jewish languages of Polish and Russian and so on. So he was really a believer in writing in Yiddish. He wrote a lot of his scholarship in the Yiddish language, in promoting the formal study of Yiddish through YIVO, which standardized the dialect, for example, and spelling, things like that. Sort of his philosophical orientation. He joined Warsaw University, and something which kind of pleased me in a way. At the same time, he also ended up teaching at a Jewish high school for girls. I know because when I got my PhD, and I thought, here I am, I'm a big scholar, I've made it, things like that. Then I discovered what some people say is the most effective form of Jewish birth control, which is day school tuition. That's a joke, thank you. But I'll probably edit that out of the version. But when I realized how much day school tuition was, then I ended up spending a lot of my time volunteering at local day schools to help offset the tuition of my kids. So it made me feel that I'm in the same family. If Emmanuel Wiggins can do it, well, he's got a PhD at the University of Warsaw, okay, I can also teach at day school. As I mentioned, he was very well published, a tremendous scholar, very prolific output. He also believed in promoting scholarship as well. He founded several journals, and he founded a circle of younger historians like Arthur Weizenbach and Rothschild, who discussed it, and he associated himself very heavily with this fascinating institution, which I myself am very pleased to have spent an honor to have spent a lot of time studying with them at YIVO, which was this premier institute of Yiddish language scholarship in Europe. After the war, it was moved to New York City, where it had a place on Fifth Avenue for a long time, right next to the Guggenheim. I had an office there one summer, which was one of the greatest research summers of my career. And now it's in the Center for Jewish History, a little bit further south of Manhattan. One of the most important institutions of Jewish research into Eastern Europe to this day. So now let's back up a little bit and understand what is happening in the larger world and how that affects the Jews specifically in the Holocaust. I'm sure that for many of you, this is very basic history, and for some of you, it may be very personal history as well. But for the interest of my undergraduate students who will be viewing this for who knows how long on the web, I'll just give a little bit of more basic information. So it's important to distinguish between the Holocaust and the Second World War. These were two interrelated phenomena, but they were also quite highly distinct. As one of the greatest biographers of Hitler wrote, Eberhard Jäger, he wrote that Hitler really had two main elements in his Weltanschauung. In fact, that's the title of his book, Hitler's Weltanschauung, Hitler's worldview. There were two things that Hitler wanted to achieve. One was he wanted Lebensraum, he wanted living space. He believed very deeply in the mission of the Germans to colonize all of Europe, specifically Eastern Europe, and he would stop at nothing to be able to conquer the entire continent. We'll see that even more clearly in today's lecture when I show you some maps. At the same time, his other main goal, it was not epiphenomenal, it was central to his personality, was anti-Semitism. He really believed in the total destruction of the Jewish people. There's a lot that we could say if we had more time with regards, maybe we'll discuss a little bit next week, with regards how he came to the idea of ultimately murdering all the Jews of Europe. That was not an automatic and immediate thought even earlier in the war, but nevertheless, he clearly wanted to get rid of the Jews. He wanted this Europe to be dominated by Germany and to be Judenrein, to be free of Jews. He formed an alliance ultimately with several other powers known as the revisionist states. They were so called because they wanted to revise the World War I peace treaties. World War II, as my teacher, Professor Makachi, used to say, World War II is really World War I Part 2. World War II was fought largely because the end of World War I was not sufficiently handled. The Allies went in at the end of World War I, and they assessed blame very one-sidedly on the Germans and the Austrians, and they imposed some really harsh treaties, some tremendous changes to the map, huge demographic inversions where, for example, you would have two-thirds of citizens of Austria-Hungary after 1918 are living outside of the boundaries of Austria-Hungary. Two-thirds of the people living in Poland are not Polish. The capital of Lithuania was located in another country. There were all kinds of crazy things that they decided at the time, which pleased a lot of the newer nations. But the loser nations of World War I were deeply dissatisfied, and when you couple that with the economic crises of the Great Depression, they wanted to fight again. They wanted to revise the peace treaties, hence they were called revisionists. Not, by the way, to be confused with people who call themselves revisionists today. Usually revisionist is a way of saying Holocaust denier. They call themselves revisionist historians. It's a different phenomenon. So anyways, Hitler joined with several disgruntled states, most notably Germany, and for other reasons, Japan. And he formed an alliance that ultimately resulted in a war, which broke out in 1939. But it didn't break out immediately. There were a couple of really important territorial changes that preceded it. First was, here's a map of Germany, and one of Hitler's first demands was Austria. Austria really deserved to be part of Germany, he said, because it's a common culture, they speak the same language, they share the same, broadly speaking, historical experience, and Austrians, seeing Hitler's tremendous rise to power and the way he restored pride to Germany, the 1936 Olympics were a huge success and so on. So Austrians wanted it as well. And so in a move called the Anschluss, Austria joined with Germany. This is memorialized, of course, in a very famous movie that we love at home, The Sound of Music. I often, when I'm in a good mood, try to think of myself as Julie Andrews, and, but I don't want to embarrass my daughters who are here listening to this lecture by talking about that. So, anyways, the Anschluss, Austria is joined to Germany in 1938, and then Germany made a lot of noise about the Sudetenland, which are these orange areas here that represent the edge of what became Czechoslovakia. It was heavily populated with Germans, ethnic Germans. And the people living in the Sudetenland, the Germans wanted to join Germany, and Germany wanted to take them back. It's also a significant mountain range, so controlling the heights was really important strategically. And Hitler threw a massive tantrum, saying, I'm going to take this back, or else there is going to be war. And of course, what happened was the Allies, afraid of another war, because they'd just gone through this devastating First World War, they followed a disastrously stupid policy of appeasement, in which they said, okay, Hitler, fine, but just this is it, really. We'll just give you Sudetenland, this is it, and then you promise, right? You're not going to make any more demands. So Hitler says, of course I promise, and it's a very famous, sad moment when the British Prime Minister, Neville Chamberlain, we have it actually on film. It's one of those things I don't want to have on film anymore, but maybe on YouTube. He lands at the tarmac in England, and he gets off the plane, and the journalists all around him, and he pulls up this piece of paper, which is completely worthless, saying, I have here in my hands a piece of paper signed by Hitler, and he promises there will be, quote-unquote, peace in our time, or peace for our time. Made a strong, bold statement, and of course, Hitler immediately had plans for war. War would bring up 1939. The way that the last step that Hitler put into place, and this is extremely important now for the Holocaust. Up until now, I've been talking primarily about the war, but the Holocaust is a related phenomenon, interrelated. This was a Molotov-Ribbentrop pact. Germany, since it's located in the center of Europe, has one huge strategic weakness, and that is that it cannot fight a two-front war. It can't fight actively at the same time in the West and in the East. And that's not necessarily because of the prowess of its soldiers or its advanced weaponry. It has to do with logistics. You can't get supplies easily from one place to another if the front lines are separated by entire countries. So in order to achieve his goal of conquering all of Europe, Hitler had to make sure that one of those front lines would be a threat, so he would concentrate on the other one. And that's exactly what he did with Stalin, his erstwhile enemy. Hitler was so fiercely opposed to communism, he essentially calls up Joseph Stalin and he says, listen, I want to make a deal. I will send my foreign minister, you pull out yours. The foreign minister at the time was a Jew named Zinoviev, so they had to replace him with a non-Jew named Mukosov. And said, let's just make a deal. Let's agree to not attack each other, a non-aggression pact. And Stalin says, well, what's in it for me? And Hitler says, listen, what about Poland? You want a big chunk of countries that were carved out of your territory after World War I. Why don't we split the territory by us? You get the eastern half, we'll get the western half, we'll be allies forever, and this will be wonderful. And Stalin says, great. So in August of 1939, they signed this secret pact, non-aggression between Germany and the Soviet Union, and that allows Hitler on September 1, 1939, to invade Poland. And so the Soviet Union invades at the same time from the east, and Poland is off the map within a matter of 3 weeks. Poland is a country at this time very weak compared to Germany. They actually pulled out the cavalry. I mean, mounted horseback soldiers trying to defeat German tanks, German air warfare. There was simply no challenge whatsoever, and Poland was simply erased from the map. Despite the heroic resistance that went on throughout the war, there was no way they could hold back the Nazis. The border was drawn, and I'll show you a map where they separated Poland to two. And at that point, once Hitler knew that his eastern border was secure, and of course France, being an ally of Poland, was upset about what was going on. So then Hitler turned west and he invaded France. And within the space of a year or so, he was able to conquer Western Europe, with the exception only really of England, and he had just about everything he wanted. France falls almost immediately. The Scandinavian countries go along with him, and so on. So, Britain, however, managed to hold out for the entire war, despite an absolutely punishing barrage of bombs known as the Blitz, which had children sleeping in the underground. Before they came to Florida, they actually had trains running underground in many other parts of the world. A big joke, okay, I should have joked. And that basically takes us up to the position of Poland. I should say one more thing. So this means that by 1940, that is really 9 months into the war, June 1940, France falls. Hitler has all of Western Europe completely to himself, and Eastern Europe is secured by a peace treaty, and he really could have stopped at that point, and he would have had a tremendous amount of time. However, his goal was specifically to the east. He wanted to colonize the east with Germans, and so what he did was, on June 22nd, 1941, in an act known as Operation Barbarossa, he double-crossed Hitler, and he attacked the Soviet Union. Sorry, he double-crossed Stalin, and Stalin was completely taken off guard. He really thought that Hitler was his best friend like this, and deep into Russia, nearly bringing it to its knees. This is especially important for the Holocaust, the first time that we see mass murder put into place by the Nazis on an organized bureaucratic scale. Again, this is quite late in the war, June 22nd, 1941. Prior, we had what are called Einzelaktionen, single use or single actions from time to time. Perhaps the largest of them was Kristallnacht, which less than 300 Jews were killed. It's a terrible thing, but we're still relatively small numbers. With Barbarossa, Hitler sent behind the Rabbi, behind the German army 4 police battalions who were specifically tasked to round up Jews living in the Rothschild villages throughout Eastern Europe, take them out to ravines, such as shown here in this photograph, and then machine gun them to death. Estimates between 1.5 and even 2.5 million Jews exist, or there are estimates of as many as 2.5 million Jews killed by these so-called Einsatzgruppen, or mobile killing squads, including my own family in Lithuania, Rothschild, this way in Elwood, 1941. Ultimately, however, the battle would turn against Hitler, as we know, but that was not until 1943. This map here shows you the extent of the Nazi advance in Barbarossa. You'll recall Western Europe was all under Hitler's control. So Eastern Europe, this is the boundary that was drawn by Hitler and Stalin. Then once he double-crossed him, he went all the way out here to this shaded here. He actually, you can't see it on this map here, but this Leningrad, he came within striking distance of Moscow, you can see up here. And it was only after a really telling battle here at Stalingrad that the Red Army finally managed to turn the tide of the war and eventually press the Germans back to Berlin. Okay, so much to say about this here. I guess I'm going to talk for 2 more slides and I'll take questions. I apologize for being on hold. What happened to the Jews with this advance? So I mentioned the Operation Barbarossa, where the Einsatzgruppen would go through and round up Jews, communists, homeless, other undesirables, take them out and shoot them. There was a significant movement of Jews to evacuate. Many Jews, once the Germans attacked Eastern Europe, attacked the Soviet Union, many Jews managed to get on trains, cars, and so on, and moved out to Central Asia, where they lived in places like Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and they stayed there really until the end of the war. Perhaps as many as 600,000 Jews avoided the Nazi onslaught by heading all the way out there. So here's a map that kind of summarizes what it looked like, let's say, by the spring of 1942. The green areas here are all under German control, and you can see it goes all the way here from the Atlantic Ocean straight through to the Stalingrad area where they turned around. Also controls a chunk of North Africa. It controls the Balkans. Italy was an ally. So really, all of Europe was Hitler's at this point. That's the high tide of his expansion throughout the region. Okay, let me pause now. When we go back to Warsaw specifically and the ghettos, let me pause and see if there's any questions about this basic history. Yes. So I think that's very true in terms of Stalin's personal approach to industrialization. He was really big into massive public works, the dams at Dnipropetrovsk, Sakhanov, and the miners and miners, things like that. So Stalin loved to make all kinds of big things for the public. Most historians nowadays, though, believe that this is just part of Stalin's regular trend to big public works construction. It was not, however, in anticipation of an attack by Hitler. We have lots of records, Comrade Stalin, the Nazis are doing some kind of funny troop movements on the border. Do you think we should be worried about it? He said, don't worry, they're just working. So I just completely caught off guard. It was disastrous for the Nazis. Eventually, they were able to turn them back, and the industrial capacity, particularly in Siberia, the Soviets was really important to turning that point. That's also, by the way, the way that America won the war too, because we outproduced them. The sheer amount of munitions that could be made in this country and shipped overseas, was, there was no way to match up with it.
That's the reason is from both sides of the plastics. But the reason they need life changing that the Russian God was there. But the Russian had that we get that we know we cannot come. So the way it was, the internet plastic different age tracks. We had to come and defeating that the Indian general that was that is and they have to unite the States and then they sending thousands of days. And we make here in the 1,000 days.
That's amazing. Okay, let me take this back.
But they need that time.
That's possible interpretation as well. Let's go back to Warsaw then. No, it's a very useful observation. So what's going on in Warsaw at this point? One of the most significant organizations active in Poland at the time is the American Joint Distribution Committee, which is taking a lot of the wealth that's still present, even in the 1930s, in America, and aiding impoverished communities of Jews throughout Europe. Ringo Bloom joined the so-called Joint. It was called simply the Joint, and he was working on a whole slew of projects of calculating the number of Jews living in particular places and how much matzah relief they would need during Pesach. A very big project was always providing lots of matzah for the holidays. And so he was well placed, both in terms of his inclination, his training, his experience, and contacts. That when war broke out in 1939 in Warsaw, he was naturally placed to be kind of a central figure for the distribution effort. This would turn out to be especially important for his organizational skills. Now, let's understand what happened in Warsaw at the time. This is what Poland looked like immediately after the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact and the invasion of the region. Poland is this entire colored region here. The pink area was simply taken by the USSR. They had these kind of false elections, and they annexed it, meaning this is now part of the USSR permanently for their declaration. This region here, the Poznan region, or Posen, had a high concentration of ethnic Germans, or so-called Volksdeutsche. So the Nazis simply annexed this and evacuated all Jews here to this green area, which is kind of a mystery for many historians. They use the term general government to describe this territory, which is called Central Poland. They actually used a French term, General Gouvernement, to refer it. And it seemed to be some kind of a cipher government. It was not annexed to Germany. It was not called a military district like a Reichskommissariat. And even the leaders of the general government, like Hans Vater, weren't sure what they were supposed to do. But one thing was happening, Hitler kept Jews into the general government. And then leaving essentially the German administration there to figure something out, do something with them. Contrary to popular opinion, and contrary also in many ways to the military organization, Hitler's leadership was very chaotic. He did not like having formal minutes. He did like having formal meetings. He would simply kind of like rule by charisma and sort of influence people and say, I like you. Go ahead and do this project. And just give tremendous reins. So we don't have a lot of real documentation and insight as to how he works out these ideas, specifically these to be the Jews, but the general pattern is clear. It seems that this was to be a huge holding ground for Jews from all over Europe, and ultimately, when the death camps were constructed, as you can see in this map, Auschwitz, for example, here, Majdanek, they were often in very close proximity to this general gouvernement, which would facilitate the murder of the Jews. So at the beginning of the war, you already have large concentrations of Jews living in the large cities. Most of these cities, Warsaw, for example, about 30% of the population is Jewish to begin with. And then you have Jews living in the outlying villages, where, again, because of the agrarian nature of the societies, the villages are also predominantly Jewish. Sometimes over 50% of the population in a village would be Jewish, but quite often they would have between 20 and 50% population-wise. So there's lots of Jews concentrated in urban and in semi-urban areas. Jews, unfortunately, ironically, in the smaller centers, worried about what was happening in the war, began to gravitate to the large cities, thinking that they would be safer in large cities, which was ultimately not to prove correct, and it was really in line with what Hitler was thinking of these cities. It took several months, it took really until November of 1939, before the Nazis actually worked out a policy of ghettoization. They had not really, they didn't go into Poland knowing exactly what they were going to be doing with the Jews. There were actually, we have records of the arguments among top Nazis about what to do with the Jews. Some argued that ghettoization was a great idea because it would allow the concentration of Jews. They could be accessed for their wealth, for their manpower, and the insurrection could be quelled much more easily. But there were others who said no. The degree of concentration required would result in a tremendous spread of typhus and other epidemics, which of course was also true. Nevertheless, the voices that argued for the creation of formal ghettos won out, and one by one.
How'd you find out about my future? Okay. Yeah, absolutely. So, did you start doing that? You know, it's 299 days until Grand Theft Auto out. How's that been? All day, every day. All day, every day, sideline to sideline. Where, dog? No, dog, if anything, I'll help motivate you. Word, my friend. Yeah, absolutely. 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 What's your name? It's a girl named Elijah. Shayla, is she DTF? Well, yeah, that's dog. Is she a smoke show? No. Is she hot? All right, well, get her on your stream. Yo, what's going on? Kicking and sticking in. About to go to bed. What's going on about this one? Future. So 299 days into Grand Theft Auto. You have your equipment? All right, that's cool. Uh, yeah, absolutely. How do you get banned? Because I create so many accounts, nobody wants to make me an affiliate. I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, and I have income from that. Yeah. Grand Theft Auto 5, Fortnite, those are the big ones. CSGO. Dude, no, that's not cool. And I don't have your stuff. That's fine. I don't want to do that. Okay, do what you want to do in here, but I'm going to get some shit. I see you guys can watch me sleep. Enjoy.
One, in the major cities of Eastern Europe, ghettos were declared. Quite often they were, you can see in this picture here, this is a street scene from the Warsaw ghetto, where most of our photographs will come because we're talking about Raven. And they resulted in incredible overcrowding, like unbelievable overcrowding. At one point, Ringo Bloom calculated that in the average domicile in Warsaw, there were approximately 14 people for every square meter. It's hard to imagine how that could possibly be. A square meter is about a square yard. So how can you squeeze 14 people into that space? It meant obviously a lot of people were living in the streets. You would have stacked up bunk beds with all kinds of things where people were in tremendous privation, particularly through 1941. Some of the headaches associated with the ghettos were, well, where exactly do you put them? The fact is that Jews, very old residents of many of these places, tended to live in the downtown areas because they have communities that go back to literally 800-900 years. They tend to live by the rivers, by the central station, things like that. And that means that in Jewish neighborhoods, you tend to have a lot of important infrastructure. Hospitals, train stations, churches, cathedrals. So how do you simply declare an area totally for Jews when you're going to have all of the other infrastructure that makes you non-Jews? This doesn't show up very well, I think, in the projection, but this is the map of the Warsaw Ghetto. If you just follow my finger, you see that it jogs backwards and forwards. Sometimes over here, it actually dip in the center, represents the Nazis' attempt to create a of the ghetto that would be acceptable to administrative needs to contain the Jews, appease the non-Jews who were very unhappy, and included in the ghetto or not. You had that went through the ghetto, that were not part of the ghetto, streetcars that were sealed whenever they went through the ghetto, things like that. And ironically, most of the ghettos were not even walled. Most of the ghettos remained totally open. And what kept Jews in them was the fear of betrayal by the called Shalsotniki, or the greasy ones. These were holes who would hang around outside the ghetto walls, or the ghetto area, and they would wait until Jews tried to escape by going underground. That was the phrase used. And if you had what was called a good appearance, that you could pass as a non-Jew, you would just try to slip out of the poorly guarded walls. You shouldn't have in your mind a picture of like a prison camp. The ghettos were not prison camps. Some of them for sure had walls, but most of them had none. It was just like neighborhoods, which were highly concentrated. But if you a Jew who tried to slip out on one of the streets into the broader area, and one of these Shmamsovsky would cross you, they would demand a bribe on the spot, and if you could not provide it, they would simply turn you over to a Nazi. They would have a citizen's arrest kind of thing, and the penalties were incredibly harsh. We're talking about summary execution right there on the street. It was a very, very brutal time, not at all comparable to the ghettos in Western Europe. So really, these Shmamsovsky were extremely effective in keeping the ghettos closed, even when they did not have walls. Well, I'll give you another lecture. We'll talk about that. I'll talk about smuggling. But the ghetto in Warsaw was sealed in November of 1940. Another extremely important element of the ghetto. By the way, all of the research that I'm sharing with you now is based heavily on Ringgold's work. All of the details about how the ghetto was built, about how it was sealed, who was in charge, how life went on despite the Nazis. That's all Ringgold's work in the Ornei Shabbos archives. The ghetto administration is extremely important to understanding how the Holocaust unfolded, and it's one of the more painful elements, really, of the Holocaust history. They do it. One of the colossal and horrible truths of the Holocaust is that the Nazis would never have been able to achieve their nefarious goals if they did not have widespread Jewish compliance. So if they didn't have a significant number of Jews who just thought they could keep their head down and stay out of trouble, the Nazis did not have the manpower to dominate, let's say, a city of rebels. In fact, when they did finally have the rebellion in Warsaw, it took the Nazis 6 weeks with their entire military might to rout out, really a full sum of soldiers, of poorly equipped Jewish soldiers. So essential to the unfolding of the Holocaust is the fact that Jews figured we'll just go along with this, and then it'll be all over. Just keep quiet until the war ends. Eventually, it'll be okay. And that was a disastrous policy. So in the ghettos, it worked like this. The Nazis would use the existing Jewish leadership and communal structure. They would go to the head of the Jewish community, because there was an organization, a Kahila leadership. We spoke about it in previous classes. Something like the Federation today, but typically much stronger than Federation, because the Kahila leadership would know all of the names of all the Jews and their addresses, more or less, and things like that. So the Nazis would go into the Kahila leadership. They would say, we'd like to speak to whoever's in charge. The president, the Parnas, would step forward, and they would say, okay, we want you to, for example, turn over the membership list of all the senators in town. We want the addresses of all the Jews in town. Typically, the Parnas would refuse, and he would be shot on the spot. And then the Nazis would then say, okay, who's the vice Parnas? And the vice president would get up, and this would be repeated sometimes 2, 3, 4 times in a Kahila leadership, until eventually they settled on someone, some secretary or deputy treasurer, who would say, all right, I'll go along with it. In rare cases, you actually have these Jewish councils. They were called the Judenrat in singular, Judenrat in plural, that were actively trying to, promote the resistance against the Nazis, but more often than not, the Judenrat were trying to keep the Jewish population alive while complying with the Nazis to the minimum extent possible. Warsaw, the person who ended up becoming the Judenrat there is shown here. His name is Adam Cherniakou, and he left behind a diary that survived the war. And we know a lot about what he thought every single day. Very methodical diary keeper. Every day he would record the temperature, and then he would describe what he had to do that day, with the need for assistance, trying to figure out, should I complete this command, should I not, how do I get the Nazis to stop? And he went through the entire ghetto period until when they were all in vain, and the Nazis were intending to murder all the Jews of Warsaw. He killed them with a cyanide capsule. But we know a lot about him because we happen to have his diary. In other cases, we have youth leaders who are virtually war criminals. There's a lot of controversy over one Chaim Kutsky of Lodz, who took a different attitude. We'll talk about them in a second. But basically, he lorded over the population of Lodz like he was a messiah figure. He had his face printed on ghetto money. He had himself literally carried about in a bier, meaning when people carried him about town, and he treated his position as some kind of king. They called him King Chaim because of the way he held himself. In Israel, immediately after the war, there was a lot of discussion as to if any of these youth leaders or officials were to survive, should they be tried as war criminals along with the Nazis. Very difficult emotional period. Also important to note, the Judenrat was in charge of recruiting, equipping, and training and maintaining the Jewish police. These were Jews who, like the taskmasters in Egypt, would implement Nazi demands to round up other Jews, take them to the Umschlagplatz, steal their valuables, enforce the rules against smuggling, and so on. Very, very difficult and complex thing. Yes, that's right. Kappel is a complicated term. That was usually associated with the camps rather than with the ghettos, but they're in the same kind of category. Two main ghetto philosophies are evident from the historical record. It appears, again, the Nazis did not really spell out what they wanted to happen in the ghettos. So some ghettos, like Warsaw, the Nazi leadership seemed to feel, local leadership, that the purpose of the ghetto was to simply hold the Jews and let them die as efficiently as possible, economically as possible. So there were, for example, actual rations allotted to Jews. The amount of rations were 150 calories per day, which is an incredibly small amount. That, the adult male needs something like 2,000 to 3,000 calories a day. To live on 150 is impossible. And in fact, that would be played up in ghetto as well. These are called the so-called by historians later the attritionist ghettos, because it seemed the model was to have the Jews simply die of attrition. Other ghettos, like the one in Woods I mentioned earlier, it seemed that the leadership felt, well, have the Jews all locked up here, let's do something useful with them. These are so-called protectionist ghettos, where the secret to survival, it was believed, turned out ultimately not to be so, was a cherished work permit. That as long as you had an official permit to work in one of the factories, for example, in which they produced textiles, so they're working on all kinds of clothing for the German army. As long as you were productive, then you would live. However, as we get to the deportations, even the most productive members of which were to die. In Warsaw, specifically looking at that region, the overwhelming experience was one of starvation, of near constant hunger, incredible malnutrition, again related to the tremendously low rations provided by the Nazis, and no normal influx of food into the ghetto other than what the Nazis provided or through smuggling, which we'll talk about in a minute. Malnutrition meant that many Jews succumbed to typhus, a disease borne by fleas, which spread to the ghetto at alarming rates. And there's so many photographs we have. And I've chosen a lot from a place called the Lochanei Gadol. It's a kibbutz in Israel, the ghetto fighters' house, where they have one of the largest archives of these. Also different from Yad Vashem. And people would simply get tired, lie down in the street, and die there. And there were so many bodies that, according to Ringelblum's research, at one point they were collecting. The public sanitation workers were collecting 150 bodies every single morning from the streets of Warsaw for burial in open pits. So one of the most frightening studies that you have in Ringelblum's work is the study of the activity of the Hebrew Kedusha, the burial society, which at the beginning of the war is struggling to keep up with people who were killed in the initial bombings, and then they slowly become overwhelmed, and they simply stop digging individual graves. They're digging large trenches, not filling them up every night because it's pointless. It's going to be more in the morning. A lot of terrible, terrible things associated specifically with starvation. The other end of the starvation was smuggling. In fact, Ringelblum, in a very, very powerful passage in one of his books, which he wrote in the ghetto, says that if he ever had the opportunity to create a memorial for the ghetto, it would be a statue of a little child, because much of the ghetto was sustained by the work of children smugglers who were able to fit through cracks and crannies and eventually a gate, Schwarzovniki jumps around them and so on to bring back rations from outside the ghetto. Here's a picture of the Jewish police arresting a child who would then later be hung. The child had to be older than 6 or 7 years old. How did the smuggling work? The ghetto had an incredibly ingenious industry of recycling. Typically, people would sell their valuables first, their jewels, their cash, their fur, whatever they could get rid of, they would sell it first. And it would be taken out to the outside world because the ghetto walls were extremely permeable. To give you an example, quite often the architecture in Warsaw has these duplexes where you have like a large apartment building with apartments that face one street and on the other side facing the other street, separate homes. And so one set of houses might be on the Jewish side of the ghetto, and the other side would be on the non-Jewish side. So a simple matter, since we shared a central wall, they can simply break through the wall inside the building between the Jewish and non-Jewish side, put a big closet in front of it. You know, in Europe it's much more common not to have built-in closets like in Europe and America, but they have like boxes that they move. And by night, that would simply be an open transit route for smugglers. Children would take whatever valuables they had. Sometimes they would take, the Jews would actually have little factories going on where they're making special things like brushes and brooms and recycling, and they would take it outside of the ghetto, trade for foodstuffs, whatever they can, and then bring it into the ghetto, unless they were caught, as shown here, by the Jewish police. Real records an incredible diversity of Jewish life in the ghetto. In some places, it is incredibly heroic, understanding what the Jews did under these incredible circumstances. Real Bloom would include in his archives examples of about a dozen different newspapers written in Hebrew, Yiddish, and in Polish, published in the ghetto. There was apparently a functioning underground Jewish medical school in the ghetto. There was a theater. There was a circulating library. It was an incredible amount of activity. Jews were actually attempting to maintain some kind of normalcy despite the overwhelming tremendous of the Holocaust as a whole. Marriages went on. Here's a photograph of a wedding that happened in the Rothschild ghetto during this horrible time. And perhaps the most powerful story is the attempt to maintain religious life in the ghetto. We actually know a fair bit about that from one scholar in particular. His name is Shimon Buberbrad. He was one of the observant members of the Oneg Shabbos collective, and he was tasked specifically by Rabbi Bloom to record all aspects of Jewish religious life in the ghetto at the time. And so we have a huge amount of documents from Buberbrad describing, going to the Hasidic table of Rabbi Shalom Kamish Piaseczna, Shalom Kamish Shapiro, known as the Eish Kodesh for the writings that he produced that also survived the war. Purim celebrations, the maintenance of mikvaot, and many of these things, by the way, took place in complete defiance of Nazi bans. The Nazis banned the assembly of Jews in the ghetto, and people were going to shul, they gathered together. The kind of questions they asked, we have records of them because of Huberman and Rima Bloom's work. We also know quite a bit about the resistance. Maybe I should take just a moment to talk about it, although it's really a very large topic. Resistance was a complex and hotly debated topic in the ghetto, in fact, through much of the Holocaust. It seems like there was, to make it very simplistic, there's a huge generational gap with regards to the question of resistance against Nazis. The older generation, particularly the rabbinic leadership, the established Parnassa, the established communal leadership, believed in the strategy that has worked for 2,000 years, which was basically feed or flee. You pay your bribes, and the Nazis will leave us alone, or we run away. We find another place to live. In the case of the Holocaust, neither of these strategies were effective. Hitler was not at all interested in bribes, and of course, the Jews had less and less places to run. But nevertheless, the established leadership felt that the best thing we could do is to just try and stay out of trouble. We have to also compound this with the fact that the Nazis were very big into collective punishment. It was one of their strategies to quell the incipient rebellion among the Jews. For example, early in the war, I think it was already November 1940, there was an incident where someone fired shots at a Nazi soldier in a particular street, and then the culprit ran into one of these courtyards that had multiple apartments surrounding it. The Nazis surrounded this, but he was long gone. But they went into this building and they arrested them. It was 60 men who were living there and took them away. And they said that they wanted wanted to find out who the culprit was. Everyone in the building said, we have no idea. The courtyard is open. Everyone can run in. They probably ran out the back way. We had nothing to do with it. And in fact, they did it. They were just at home at the time. And the Nazis demanded a large bribe to release them, something like 100,000 zloty. It was on a Friday, and on Shabbat, the community, of course, overrode Shabbat in order to collect the money. But by the time they delivered it Saturday night, the Nazis had decided to murder all of the men. And by the way, there were young boys in that group as well, as young as 12. Simply murder them all, despite the problem. So this, struck tremendous fear into the population. And the older generation was saying, we cannot stick our heads up. We can't revolt because the Nazis will come down hard on all of us. This ultimately proved to not be a successful strategy either, as the resistance was left to the young and the rebellious who disagreed with the establishment. And ironically, because of the resistance that we know, the famous Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, it happened very, very late in the war, after the ghetto was demolished by the Nazis. It was just the remaining few Jews who were living there who said, if we had done this a year ago, maybe we would have had a chance. Now it's purely symbolic, but nevertheless, they did make a huge impact on world history. Oh, the last one, thank you, Rabbi. And again, Radio Rome doesn't provide with a kind of like a fairy tale version of these heroic Jews who are trying to make the best of life. There was also a very active functioning Jewish mafia in the ghetto. There was a very lively trade in prostitution, of alcohol, and nightclubs in the ghetto for people who were able to somehow amass a huge amount of money through these ill-gotten gains. And so there was also a dark, underbelly to the ghetto at the same time. Obviously, highly hated individuals, but nevertheless they profited off the misery of fellow Jews in the ghetto. And these are the details that we get from Nicholas' pretty nuanced studies of the ghetto. To turn back to a wider focus again, the ghettos essentially existed from 1939, fall of 1939, until the spring and summer of 1942. And that's primarily because they needed to work on a different strategy for eliminating the Jewish population that we have clearly articulated in January 1942 at an event called the Wednesday Conference. Up until this point, if you'll recall, the Jews were being murdered by mobile killing squads in the east, the Einsatzgruppen, and slowly in the attritionist environment of ghettos like Warsaw, but this was insufficiently rapid for Hitler. And so he directed his henchmen to devise more efficient means of killing the Jews of Europe. An experimental camp called Treblinka set up in the fall of 1941 to see if gas poisonings would be more effective. And in a report that was presented to Hitler at the end of that year, they see that was going to be the options he chose. So several high-level Nazis got together at a resort north of Berlin called Rothschild in January of 1942 to sit down and say, all right, what are we going to do to solve the Jewish problem, so to speak? And this is the first clear documentation we have of Hitler's plans to murder all the Jews of Europe. This is a page from the minutes of that meeting, which includes Hitler's plans to round up to 200 Jews in Albania. There are probably more than 200 Jews on this block right now. You can imagine Hitler's focus was so minute that he would find even those Jews. And also included the 330,000 Jews in England that Hitler had not yet conquered. But he, in total, planned at least to murder is actually cut off here. It's 11 million Jews of Europe in totality. And the way that they would do it was through deporting the Jews from the ghettos to 6 specially constructed camps known in the German lexicon as Vernichtungswege, or destruction camps, sometimes translated with the term death camps. These include, of course, the notorious Auschwitz, Treblinka already mentioned, Majdanek, Belzec, Sobibor, horrible places. And many of the other camps, which were originally not designed this way, were later retrofitted, like Dachau, Belgium, Belzec, to have similar functions. But this represents the end of the ghettos, because what happens at this time is Hitler orders the massive removal of Jews from the ghettos by train to the death camps. It begins in January, in the spring of 1942, and it extends throughout the summer. The beginning of the decree of the expulsion of Jews from Warsaw occurred on Tisha B'Av in the late summer of 1942. And that represents the eventual destruction of the entire camp. So Oneg Shabbos is active through this entire period. Oneg Shabbos also has reports on the uprising that occurred. Actually, no, it doesn't. Some of the Shabbat was a little bit longer, but the archive was closed in February 1943, several months before the uprising. As I mentioned, it was buried underground. It was buried in these tin containers. These were like, equal-sized milk containers. Would be used then to fill up smaller jugs or people's homes. And in several metal boxes that were unearthed that cover perhaps, maybe 10 or 12 of these tables with a tremendous amount of materials. Lots of not only analyses, like monographs, things like that, but also diaries, artwork, children's drawings, the newspapers, incredible amounts of data, raw data that tells about the actual functioning of this highly abnormal society. And many of them are available online for your perusal. I strongly urge you to look at them. Ringo Bloom's end, he was taken for forced labor to a camp called Travniki, not one of the death camps, but a labor camp or so. He managed to escape after 4 months in August of 1943. This is already after the resistance has mounted that huge uprising. He realized that anyone living in the ghetto is doomed. So he took his son, Uri, shown here, and his wife, Yehudis, and they got together with 34 other people and moved into an underground bunker that had been constructed secretly. They lived in incredibly close circumstances for several months, but under these extremely difficult circumstances, he also managed to finish his last monograph, which was on Polish-Jewish relations during the war. It's now available in English translation as well. He was, however, betrayed, we're not sure exactly who he betrayed, to the Nazis, and the bunker was discovered. He and his wife and his young son were killed. After the war, 3 members of the Oneg Shabbos collective survived. They reported that there was this incredible organization, and they were able to identify 2 of the caches. Here you can see the unearthing of one of the huge treasure trove of documents. So to conclude, there's Ringo Bloom with his young son, martyrs to the Holocaust. Ringo Bloom's activity represents a kind of spiritual resistance. It represents what Yehuda Bauer, the great scholar of the Holocaust, calls I'm not sure what phrase he used, but it's a kind of spiritual heroism. It's a resistance, it's a refusal to die at the hands of the cruel Nazi oppressors. Ringo Bloom wanted to describe what actually happened in the ghetto for future generations, and ultimately he was successful in that very important scholarly endeavor. As a result of his work, they know more about what it must have been like to live in that horrible time. I thank you very much for your attention and your indulgence, and I look forward to talking to you next week. We're good to go? Okay, so this is the last class for the Passover break. We'll take a few weeks off until I think April 10th, the next meeting. We're going to be picking up with Emmanuel Ringelblum. We're going to be just touching on the Holocaust a little bit today, but we're going to concentrate on it more after we return from the Pesach break. But in today's text, the joke goes like this. There's this mobster in New York City, and one of his employees steals $250,000 and flees to Colombia. And the mob sends a few enforcers to Colombia to try and catch up with this person who stole the money. And they also have this Jewish bookkeeper and speaks Spanish, so they send a Jewish bookkeeper down with them. This is another widely anti-Semitic joke. I really probably shouldn't say it, but maybe the context is acceptable. I don't know. Maybe I'll edit it out. I never edited it anyway. So anyways, joke of it. They go down to Colombia. They find the guy who stole the money, and they take him to a wooded area. And the mobsters from New York say to the Spanish-speaking guy, tell him that we need to know where the money is. And so he translates, and the guy says, I'm not telling you where he is. So the Jewish guy translates it back. The mobsters shoot him in one of his kneecaps. So the mobsters say, tell him now, he should tell us where he hid the money. And he translates, and the guy says, I'm not going to tell you where I hid the money. And the Jewish bookkeeper translates, and so they shoot him in the other kneecap. Then they take a gun and they point it at the guy's head, and they tell the Jewish guy, tell him that he should reveal where he hid the money, or we're going to kill him right now and bury him in the woods. And so the Jewish guy says that to him, and the thief says, okay, I'll tell you where I hid it. It's under the spare tire in the back of my car. And so the monk says, what did he say? And the Jewish guy says, he says he's not afraid to die. Probably. I don't know if I should say those jokes. I mean, but anyways, it's too late. We're going to have a break. So here we go. Tonight we're going to have another problem. We should always have this problem, but it happens that I know a lot about the topic that we'll be discussing because my dissertation was really on the first years of this period, and I spent studying in the Soviet Union and working outside there. So I know a lot more than I possibly cram into 60 minutes. Normally, I know about 15 minutes worth, and I just sort of speak slowly and add in filler, and so it makes up to 60 minutes. But tonight, I could actually probably speak for 3 or 4 hours without stopping, and I've got to condense it. So it's going to be one of those classes where a lot of background on the social movements, the major political events of the period 1917 through 1948, with a little bit of material specifically on Shlomo Michoels and his life. It'll be containing a useful lecture for you when we start right away. So, his years 1890, famous as the director of the Moscow Jewish Art venue for Jewish cultural expression in the Soviet period. Specifically, he happened to have the combination of good talent and good fortune in that his particular expertise in drama was so well suited to the moment of that particular period. During the years 1918 until 1930, there was a remarkable renaissance of Jewish culture in the Soviet Union, so much so that many Americans actually immigrated to Russia during that first decade of this very, what looked like a great promising state, in order to more fully actualize Jewish culture. And Shlomo Michoels was like one of the greatest exemplars of the heights that Jewish culture could take during this period. This period was, and the policy was known as kolonizatsiya, which we will explore in greater detail. But for now, it basically means, it's hard to translate, indigenization. The word koren in Russian means root. So rootification, going back to the roots of Jewish culture. Later, when this was shut down by Stalin in the 1930s, Michoels didn't do too much because he was under kind of close scrutiny during the Stalinist period. But in the context of World War II, he had another major heyday because once Hitler double-crossed Stalin and invaded the Soviet Union, all of a sudden Stalin felt it appropriate to get the aid and assistance of these various nationalities living in the Soviet Union, as well as their diaspora communities. So he allowed for more expansive nationalist expression in the period after 1941, meaning Ukrainians could be free to express their Ukrainian identity a little more, Jews were free to express their Jewish identity a little more, and he hoped to use people like Shlomo Michoels to enlist the support of Jews around the world. And as a world-famous figure, he did in fact create a lot of this kind of movement for the Soviet Union, but that was short-lived. After World War II, Stalin's paranoia returned, And he survived the notorious doctor's plot that we hope to discuss towards the end of the hour, only to be murdered later by Stalin and then run over by a car trying to make him look like an accident. He died a martyr, literally, for Jewish art and activism during this period. So we'll look at his life, and we're going to spend a lot of time talking about this Soviet policy in general. First of all, let's get to the revolutionary period. So you'll recall last week we talked about the end of the the end of the Tsarist Empire, when the corrupt, corpulent, bureaucratic, top-heavy Tsarist Empire fell in the context of a riot on International Women's Day in 1917. Shortly after that period, when the Tsar fell, a new provisional government was put in place, led by a man named Alexander Kerensky. You don't want to miss that. It's very important. And Kerensky had this idealistic image of how to create a new political entity out of the rubble of the Tsarist Empire. He felt that it should be really democratic, everyone should have a say, and nothing radical should be changed until everyone can come into agreement on it. And he spent a ridiculous amount of time preparing for a democratically elected constituent assembly. And the problem was, this fledgling provisional government was faced with some tremendous challenges, such as the fact that, they had widespread starvation, a very, very dissatisfied population who were looking to movements to overthrow even the provisional government. They had a reactionary wing that wanted to return its soul to power, and they're in the middle of fighting World War I. I mean, it was 1917, World War I was still going on. So Kerensky's very liberal attitude at the time to wait until they can decide if it was actually the downfall of the provisional, because he kept on putting off major leadership decisions, while his opponents, and in particular the Soviet movement under Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, could gather force and eventually take over the country. This happened in October or November by the Western calendar of 1917. You'll recall that the Russians were literally, I think it was 11 days behind the rest of the world because they were still using the Julian calendar. So in the Soviet Union, they called it the October Revolution, even though it occurred in November. And Lenin managed to amass a lot of support, particularly in the urban centers, working with the proletariat, the factory workers, and Soviet soldiers, or Bolshevik soldiers as they were known then, marched to the Constituent Assembly when it was first finally convened, and they, with arms, disbanded it and proclaimed all the power to the Soviets, meaning they would create a new entity, the first communist society in the world, in the leftover remains of the provisional government. They were never able to recover. This is a propaganda poster from the period. This is kind of cool. I can use this here. Here you have a capitalist, with the traditional top hat and the tails, and on his stomach is written "Capital," overweight, indicating that he's, really engorging himself on excess income. And he's standing on top of a worker here, and essentially says that, this is, if all power is given to the capitalists and death to the workers and the peasants. But over here you have the opposite, which is the heroic Soviet peasant, very muscular, tall, and he's got it says in his sign, "Long live the workers, peasants, and Soviet power," and this is with the death of capitalism. A huge inversion of the political order, with now, theoretically at least, the working masses, both urban proletariat and peasants, joined together to create this ideal new society. He came of age during this tumultuous period. You'll recall he was born in 1890, so he was 17 and 18 during the years of the revolution. He was born in Dvinsk, originally in Latvia, and his family name was actually Vovsi. He changed it later to Mikhails, which is just a little bit more Yiddish sounding. Vovsi is kind of a strange name even for Jews. He dropped out of law school in order to join the theater. That was his dream, and he rapidly advanced through theater at St. Petersburg to Moscow, and then a few years later was appointed the director of that theater. Note that this was a Yiddish language theater. You have to recall that in 1897, when the Russians took their last census, fully 97% of Jews in the Russian Empire spoke Yiddish as their mother tongue. That was the language that everyone used first. There was a huge shift towards Russian in the 20th century, as well as a small but significant movement towards Hebrew. But in reality, the Mother Russian, Yiddish, was overwhelmingly popular. And the idea of creating literature in Yiddish was, just hitting its stride because figures such as Shalom Aleichem, Mendel Sforim, and others had already been publishing for about 20 years. And so people will really get enthusiastic about using the Jewish vernacular in Hebrew. Yiddish happens to be, in my humble opinion, an extremely funny language. I mean, it has a remarkable range of expression, particularly in shades of humor. As Billy Crystal likes to say, Yiddish is basically German with phlegm, but it is a language that has a tremendous ability of borrowing from many other languages to create a unique level of expression. There's so many special words in Yiddish that you just can't say in any other language. I was telling you, there are two people in this tequila that I teach Yiddish to. Not that I'm such an amazing Yiddish, but I know a little bit. One is a person who's undergoing conversion to Judaism, and therefore he has no Yiddish skills. And the other one is a very, very highly educated scribe, but he's from Yemen. So he also knows no Yiddish. And between the two of them, we have this hilarious class. Both the class. We stand in the hallway for 10 minutes. And one of the words I gave him last week was, this is a beautiful Yiddish word, Sitzfleisch. So what does Sitzfleisch mean? Literally, it is the flesh upon which you sit. And it means patience, right? You have to have a lot of padding to be able to sit in a chair for a very long time. So to be studious means to have, a well-proportioned with the Yiddish expression. Sitzfleisch means patience, diligence, and so on. So that's the kind of nature of Yiddish, and it's a shameless borrower. It will take words from any language. If it's a cool word, it will borrow it. I have a dictionary that was published in 1905 in New York City that has the Yiddish word in it, sonofagot. Sonofagot. That son of a gun. But it was a good word. Sonofagot. Right. Okay. Married twice with two daughters by, I can't recall which marriage. First he was married to a Jewish woman, later he married a Russian woman. Now, back to the general history of the period. It was not at all a smooth transition to the Soviet period. There was a very, very brutal period of civil war that lasted really until 1922. That had a very negative effect on the Jews living in the former Pale of Settlement of the Tsarist Empire. There are many, many different forces which were active in Russian territory during this time. There were, just to give them by colors, the notorious Whites. These are also known as the White Russians, not to be confused with White Russia or Belarus, which is a territory. The Whites wanted to bring back the Tsar, or the Tsarevich. They wanted the young son, not knowing that he had been assassinated at this point, but they wanted to bring him back to the throne and fighting against the communists. They put out posters like this, really nasty picture. It was in Polish because they fought in Polish territory as well. And it's Bolshevik freedom. Like, what is freedom by the Bolsheviks? And their very common thing was here's Trotsky, the famous Jewish leader of the Soviet Red Army. And here he is, incongruously, but frequently in these propaganda posters, portrayed in the nude and red skin, like some kind of devil. And he's got like a gun and a knife here, and sitting on a pile of skulls, and the angel of death is whispering in his ear while his minions murder who were presumably Polish pro-Russian soldiers. So these are the Whites, and I have propaganda from all of the various forces, but we're not running this is only for example. You also have the Reds, that is the Soviet army, although as we shall see, they perpetrated only a tiny minority of the atrocities against the Jews. Which was very significant for Jewish attitudes to them after the war. The Greens, perhaps the most awful, the anarchists, people like Nestor Makhno and others, who terrorized Jews, but they especially attacked the Mennonites. There's a large Mennonite community living. I'm just going to take a photo, right? it's a Mennonite community living in the Dnipro River region, and they've been living there for a couple hundred years, and they were avowed pacifists. They had taken special oaths never to commit acts of violence. And so the anarchists, like Mark Noah is, and Fegodi and others, they literally moved into the homes of these Mennonite families, raping the wives, abusing the children, taking whatever they wanted, and no one would fight against this. And those Mennonites that decided to break their vows and try to defend themselves were later, met with opprobrium from their co-religionists because they had abandoned their cherished beliefs. So it's a very, very difficult time. And finally, the yellows, these are the Ukrainian forces, and as we discussed last week, one of the great ironies of the period is that 40% of the reported pogroms were perpetrated by the same armies or the same troops that technically were loyal to the government that had granted autonomy to the Jews, which indicates, as Zabelson indicated last week, a huge divide between the dark masses, the peasantry, and the enlightened leadership, perhaps in Kiev. By the end of it, Jews figured out how dangerous it was during this period. A lot of towns were attacked multiple times, literally 16, 17, 18 times over 2-3 years, especially those towns near railroad lines. And they understood that the troops that were most likely to impose order and not abuse civilian populations were the Soviets. The Soviets were the most disciplined, and they could be trusted to a much higher degree than the other troops. And so, not surprisingly, there was a huge groundswell of popular support among Jews for the Soviet Red Army, led by a Jew itself, Leon Trotsky. Many Jews said, well, that's it, we're going to join the Soviet Army. So much so that the great scholar of this period, Steve Gietelman, a senior colleague of mine, describes how they actually had to set up a special division of the Soviet Army to train yeshiva boys. Because these guys will come straight out of yeshivas, earlocks flying, never held with a pistol in their life, and they wanted to simply get in there and wreak revenge for what had happened to their families and communities. So just a few moments to try to understand more about this groundswell of support for communism along in the Jewish street, to use the word of the day. We should not forget that there's a big difference between Jews in socialism and Jewish socialism. Although Jews were remarkably prominent in the leadership of the Soviet movement, particularly in the first decade of its existence, comprising at some point even 30 or 50% of the Central Committee, nevertheless, they represented only a tiny minority of Jews overall in the period. And as we discussed briefly last week, when they did have elections in Ukraine, the most popular political position was Zionism, with about 40%, and then the religious parties with about another 13%, and only after that you have splinter groups of Soviet or pro-communist or pro-socialist parties. So the vast majority of Jews were not communists, but those Jews who were drawn to communism were doing so at a number disproportionate to the population of Jews in the overall Soviet Empire, and also reaching leadership positions with great rapidity. In fact, so much so that the Central Committee was called at the time, I think it was Sila Siski Centralny Komitet, which the abbreviation in Russian was Vitsik, and the Jews used to joke that Vitsik actually stood for not all Russian Central Committee, but where 10 Jews are in charge. We said even coming here. That was a joke because there were so many Jews at top levels. Why was it? Well, communism had a tremendous utopian appeal. Marx's ideas put into practice promised that this would be the beginning of a secular messianism with the end of all national hatreds. Once economic inegalities were addressed, then everyone would be free to pursue their aspirations, to each according to their needs, from each according to their abilities. The concept of družba narodov, the friendship of peoples, the end of anti-Semitism, the end of sexism, the end of all kinds of discriminations would come about through this new communist movement. And Jews in large numbers bought it for flying sinker. very, very prominent numbers in favor of the new Soviet movement. This is especially true in the early Red Army, for reasons that we discussed. For reasons that are difficult, though, many Jews also were attracted to the notorious Cheka, the secret police, that would later become known as the NKVD and the KGB, and now, in fact, there's a new incarnation. I forget what the letters are, but it's the dreaded, essentially, the Gestapo of the Soviet Union. Now, we don't have really good numbers as to how many Jews actually joined the Cheka, but anecdotal evidence indicates, for example, that there may be as many as 75% of the Cheka in Kiev in 1920 were Jews. That's an amazing number. That would mean that if you got a knock on the door at 4:30 in the morning and someone got taken away and never seen again, chances are it was a Jew knocking at the door during those years. Now, in the mid-20s, there was the first of many purges where the Soviet leadership tried to get rid of a lot of different people that were undesirable, and the Jewish participation not only in the Cheka, but also in the overall leadership declined precipitously, but the image in the popular... Okay, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get started? I have a brand new opening. So this is one that I heard on a video. Say a tape, but I don't think that's what do you call it? I guess it's a digital recording. I heard this on a digital recording. The tape sounds better, but my daughter brought it back from Israel. There's a very, very intelligent, humorous rabbi named Rabbi Rothschild, who gives a really amazing presentation. So he tells this joke. It goes like this. Young couple just got married. They're not quite used to the rules of married life yet. They don't know exactly how to relate to each other. And, one of the things they're just starting out and they don't have a lot of money. So Friday morning, the wife says to the husband, listen, I think we're a little bit, our budget's a little bit split this week. So whatever you do when you go to shul this Friday night, don't bring anyone home because, we just have enough for the two of us tonight. You shouldn't bring anyone home. So Shlomi goes to shul. He says, yeah, of course, actually. He goes to shul. And of course, he brings back his Chavrusa Yaakov. He brings up there and he says, Shlomi, I told you, we don't have enough for everyone tonight. You brought that. This is all you're right. I forgot to tell her. She says, okay, don't worry about it. Nothing sorted. We have to give, some hospitality. I'll cut up the food very fine. But just please, one thing for sure. Don't offer seconds, okay? Because we don't have enough to go around. So they sit down, and she brings out the gefilte fish, and they're just not quite the right size servings. But, they serve them. Then after the gefilte fish, so Shlomi says to Yaakov, what do you think about my wife's gefilte fish? And Yaakov says, it was absolutely fantastic. And Shlomi says, would you like another piece? And Shlomi says, so Yaakov says, no. I said, okay, all right. So they go, and she brings out the soup, and the bowl's not quite half full, because the three of them, they taste it, and Shlomi says, that's kishmat. Yaakov, what do you think of the soup? Was excellent, really superb. And he says, would you like some more? And Yaakov says, no. So Shlomi says, fine, sure. And they go through a meal like this, and, finally, Esty says, Shlomi, can I see you in the kitchen for a minute? They go into the kitchen, and she says, what are you doing? I told you, we don't have enough for seconds. We only need enough for the two of us. How come you keep offering seconds? Oh, I'm so sorry. I keep forgetting. Why didn't you signal me that I shouldn't offer seconds? And she says, well, I kept kicking you under the table. I didn't feel anything. I told that wrong. Okay, I told that. Okay, I was enjoying it, though. But I told her. Rabbi Rothschild says it's very nice. Yeah, okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, this one, they're going to cut this one out of the 12 cafe version for sure. So let's go straight to our topic tonight, which is, unlike most weeks, this is actually something I really know a lot about. Because I wrote a book on this topic, not on Shimon Dobi's personally, but on the general period that we'll be talking about, specifically, I wrote a book on the Jews of Ukraine during the revolution of 1917 through 1920. If you're curious, you can go to the website or you can look on Amazon, look up my name and that book there. It got some pretty good reviews, and I'm kind of proud of it. Now, who was Shimon Dubno in a word? He was an extremely important man, very influential thinker, specifically in the area of Jewish politics. During his lifetime, his own particular vision of Jewish national survival, multinational context was not especially popular, although several states did try to implement some version of it. However, long after his death, his ideology of how Jews could exist in a non-Jewish environment ultimately was the principal ideological foundation of the Federation movement that we, of course, benefit from today. So even though during his lifetime his political ideology was not especially successful, it's a very brutal and difficult era, the interwar during the 20th century, but long afterwards, the legacy of his thought continues to live. So at the same time as he was a historian, this historical research was inextricably intertwined with his activism and his promotion of a particular secular ideal for Jewish communal existence. And that's basically how he is remembered. In terms of his sort of like the great arc of his life, he was a Maskil. He was one of the adherents of the Haskalah. He came originally, as do many of the Maskilim, he came from a very traditional background. His grandfather was the rabbi, and the young man, Shimon, was himself regarded as something of a hero, meaning a genius at Talmudic study. But at the age of 14, he ended up becoming exposed to the thought in a clown school that begged his father to expose him to a larger world of ideas, and in many ways he simply left traditional Judaism with a certain amount of vengeance and maybe even spite, only to come back to a more moderate position later on in his life. So let's explore his life, and specifically, we're going to spend a lot of time talking about the general political events of this era, because it is an extremely complex and important era and cover a fair bit of time. The region we're looking at is known as the Pale of Settlement. This, use the clicker. There we go. There we go. See? So that way, if I want to point to Minsk like this, you can see I'm pointing because I can use this. There we go. Okay. So this is the Pale of Settlement. What is the Pale of Settlement? Well, in a word, Russia was unionized since 1479. That is, Jews were forbidden to live in Russia, right? This area over here. There's Moscow, and here's Ringwood up here. And they remained that way for a good 300 years until the country known as Poland, which was primarily this big chunk here and a good chunk of this southern region here, which is also related to Ukraine, was swallowed up in three partitions by its neighbors. We talked about this briefly a few weeks ago. Prussia took some of it, Austria-Hungary took some of it, and Russia took a very large chunk of Poland, which meant that under the reign of Catherine II, known as Catherine the Great, Russia all of a sudden became home to the world's largest community of Jews anywhere in the world. And so Catherine had to make a decision. What am I going to do with all these Jews? Because we had forbidden them to live in Russia for so long, and what do I do with them at this point? Many of her advisors urged her to take on some kind of anti-Semitic approach to drive them out of the Pale of Settlement, or that's what she would ultimately call it, or to, in some way, kind of discourage them strongly from continuing to live in this region, expelling them to the west. But at the same time, there were merchants who wanted the Jews to live in the region because they were effective at spurring the economy and facilitating trade and so on. So Catherine the Great created a compromise position, very beneficial for the Jews, where she would not allow the Jews to live in Russia proper. They could not extend past the boundaries of what was originally the Russian frontier with Poland, but she did give them the residents in the region which was known in English as the Pale of Settlement. It's a strange term. I don't know why we use this term Pale. It may come from Scottish usage. Pale meaning like kind of a borderland. In Russian, it simply is region of settlement. It doesn't mean anything else. So the Jews were allowed to live in this quite large area from the Baltic Sea down to the Black Sea. It was expanded a couple of times. And although they were subject to a lot of restrictions, especially economic restrictions, they nevertheless had the right to live there. It was not a residency right that went along with citizenship. They still had the negative status in their passports that indicated that they were inozemnik or foreigners living there for however many years, but they nevertheless had some security, and they had the right, for example, to manage their own affairs. They could be elected as municipal authorities, mayors even, and since the Jews were concentrated in villages, Städte, quite often they were the majority, and they essentially ran the town, basically according to the way they saw fit. It was not so bad for much of the early 19th century, but it begins to go downhill under Nicholas I, as we shall see in a second. There were a couple of islands in the region, like the city of Kiev, for example, which was officially not part of the Pale of Settlement, but by 1917 there were 60,000 Jews living there illegally anyways, because the Russian government was simply not able to really enforce the boundaries so effectively. Lots more to say about this, but I'm going to go on here. So, looking at the 19th century, we're going to zip through the first, say, 3/4 before we get up to our talk today. Looking at the concentrations of population here, you can see that Central and Western Europe between 1650 up to this larger circle, which is 1880, grows significantly, but Eastern Europe grows even much larger. And the great mass of the Jewish people in the world live in the Pale of Settlement and in surrounding regions like Romania and Hungary. We have distinguished professor from Greece who's here with us today. And you better watch out because you know how those Hungarian Jews are. Pretty soon they're going to cover all the furniture with plastic. You've got to make sure, lower the chandeliers. Right? Anyway, I'm just joking. No, you don't mind. That sounds like an ethnic slur. I have to be careful about these things. Down here, you see that the Jews Near East and North Africa are much smaller by size. So looking at the Jews in Eastern Europe, perhaps the most significant thing to bear in mind as kind of the precursor to the life of human Dumno is the horrible period that the Jews experienced. How's our sound check? Do we still have the mic going now? So rugged microphone given to us by the coralcafe.com. And he sent me an email, by the way. They said the Jaguar, they would if they could. So I'm hoping that that'll come through eventually. Let's sponsor the video. Right. So under Tsar Nicholas I, who reigned from 1825 to 1855, the Jews experienced a rather intense and prolonged period of official state persecution, which was aimed explicitly at assimilating them to a Russian way of life. Nicholas I was a very military individual, fascinated with parades and soldiers and so on. He was traumatized by the fact that his own father was killed in an abortive coup in December of 1825, and he felt that in order to be an effective member of the Russian political unit of the Russian state, you had to belong to three things. You had to belong to Russian Orthodoxy, meaning you had to be Christian of the Orthodox variety. You had to believe in autocracy, meaning that the Tsar has absolute authority. And thirdly, you had to participate in the narod, which means the people. Narodnost means like peopleness. And for Nicholas, that meant, for example, speaking Russian. It meant valuing Russian culture. It meant, feeling completely at ease in everything that was Russian. And the Jews didn't fit. They were Orthodox, but the wrong kind of Orthodox for sure. They had very little to say about Russian autocracy. As you know, the bracha that Tevye says for the Tsar, the rabbi says, may God bless and keep the Tsar far away from us, right? And then finally, the Rothschild study, here's a group of people who speak Yiddish, more about that later, don't speak Russian very well, dress differently, hold themselves differently, regard themselves as a foreign indigestible mass within Russia. It didn't fit. So he put in place two nefarious policies which dramatically altered the experience of Jews in Russia as it had been under his predecessor, not immediate predecessor, but Catherine II, who had a much more liberal view. First of all, he established the notorious cantonist system. Under the Russian government, as many governments in Europe at that time, service in the army was something that was elected. You could volunteer to serve in the army. Conscription was not a really large part of the way in which they would muster troops under regular service. However, it was really a career decision because to join the Tsar's army meant you served for 25 years. It was really a lifetime decision. And typically, Russian peasants would only choose to join the army if they were, let's say, third sons. The first son would get land. The second son, might go into small trades or something like that. But the third son really would not have that kind of inheritance. So they would typically choose either the priesthood or the army, things like that. Jews, as they did for centuries in most European countries, simply paid a double tax and were exempted from conscription. And that was fine by the government because Jews did not make especially good soldiers in this, part of the world. They were not familiar with the language of command. They were not invested in the same patriotic ideals, etc., etc. So what Nicholas I did is said, okay, that's it. Jews must serve in the army like everyone else, right? Because he viewed it as an assimilationist tool. Once a person is in the army, he has to learn a language for sure. He develops a kind of bond with the people he faces death with, things like that. It all makes sense. And then because he realized that by the time Jews reached the age of 18, which was the age of conscription, they're really committed to Judaism and Jewish lifestyle. They're probably married. They may have children already. It's quite likely they've tasted Chinese food. They're not going back. So therefore, he lowered the age of conscription to 12 and said that 12-year-old boys would be conscripted, would serve 6 years in these reform schools, military schools called cantons, referring to the region from which they were taken, and then they would serve their 25-year sentence in the Tsar's army. And that basically meant that when a Jewish child was taken into the army, they never came back again. Although there are some really fascinating stories about Jews who retained their Jewish identity throughout the entire period, and when they were finally demobilized from the army, since they were veterans, they had special privileges, and they often moved to places like Estonia, which was outside of the Pale of Settlement, and they established some really interesting Jewish communities there based on veterans. At any rate, the Tsar imposed this on the Jewish community specifically to try and accelerate assimilation, and he coupled this stick with what appeared to be a carrot, so-called crown schools. These were Russian government schools that were put in place. I think it's going to be locked out unless you... Okay, well, Russian government schools, which were openly conversionist. They had priests working there specifically with the purpose of getting Jewish children to convert to Russian Orthodoxy. And so parents, but, I forgot to mention, if a parent enrolled a child in a crown school, they were exempt from conscription. They were exempt from conscription. These crown schools, these are like Russian government schools, not unofficial schools, but so you basically, if you were a parent, you had a choice. You could either put your child in the Jewish cheder and teach him the traditional curriculum, but then, you might be sent to the army. Or you could put your kid in a Russian government school where he's certainly going to be exposed to Christian missionary influences, and he'll learn the Russian language, things like that. But you risk his spiritual life thereby. It's a very, very difficult time. This especially had a very corrosive impact on the leadership because the Tsar, with its typically weak bureaucracy, said, okay, I can't figure out exactly how many Jews live in each shtetl, so I want the leadership of the Kahal, the leadership of each Jewish municipality, to choose who's going to the army when we come through next October. And so he put the Jews themselves in charge of selecting the candidates, which was absolutely horrible because, as you can imagine, it's such a terrible decree to lose your child for like 6 odd years. The children of the wealthy and the connected and the powerful typically did not get selected, but the children of orphans, the children who were orphans, the children of the poor, they typically were pushed forward to go into the Calvinism. And in a few really notorious cases, the Kahal even employed professional killers called choppers, from the Yiddish verb to chop, right, to take, that would literally take children, often much younger than 12, from their beds and deliver them the next morning to the Tsar's office. This led to a wide-scale rebellion and disgust with the Jewish leadership that essentially began to crumble the whole structure from within. And it's not surprising that when you look at, one generation later, the 1880s, you have a massive, widespread dissatisfaction with traditional Jewish leadership, and we'll talk about the implications in a moment. Yes, Ms. Abramson. They did not pay the double tax. There are plenty other taxes, but the double tax was removed, correct. This was his plan to assimilate the Jews into Russian society. Yes, you're right, and it is a violation of the Abramson rule, so I'll have to think about it a little deeper to see if it's actually true. But, yes, one more question, then we have so much I have to go after. Choppers were professional kidnappers. The Kehila, if you're a rich guy and you've got an only son, and the last thing you want is your son to be set up, so you might, God forbid, you might pay some, slimy to go and get the child of the widow and make sure he gets off to the army. It's always a tremendous shotgun. And there are Yiddish folk songs that speak about the lament of the widows when they lose their children in this manner. It was a very dark period of Jewish history. But meanwhile, Jews are for complex reasons, they're having a population boom. So it's like working against Nicholas I's plans. Jews are multiplying at a dramatic rate. Everyone is having a population boom in the 19th century. Partially, for example, as a result of wide-scale inoculation against smallpox, which Catherine II really pushed forward in Russia. And so all of a sudden, infant mortality goes down. Infant mortality among Jews goes even more because of some sociological connections. So even more Jews are crowding the Pale of Settlement. By the time you get to the late 18th, 19th century, Jews begin to view the Pale of Settlement not as kind of like a haven that they were allowed to live. They view it as a large jail where they're constricted, not allowed to live on rivers or borders and all kinds of crazy things like that. And they're frustrated by the Pale of Settlement, which is clearly an anachronism compared to the rest of Europe. Okay, things come to a head in 1881, a pogrom wave that lasts for 3 years. And it begins when Tsar Alexander II is assassinated by a bomb thrown by a small socialist group called the People's Will. One member of whom is actually a pregnant Jewish woman who was later hung for her participation. Maybe I should get the phone with them. The camera's going along with him. No, everyone knows when people online say, where is he? What did he do? Where did he go? I can hear him. I can't see him. Oh, there he is. Okay. All right, back to this. I'm tired. So what happens is this rumor circulated to Russia after the assassination of Alexander II that the new Tsar, Alexander III, had given the people permission to beat the Jews for 3 days. And this rumor just went widespread throughout the entire Pale of Settlement. And there's a huge number of pogroms throughout the region. As you can see here, these are just the larger ones. There are a lot of, 1881 through 1884. There's a lot of other factors. If I had more time, I would speak about them. There's a lot of relationship to industrialization. We know a lot more about who the pogromists were. how they used the rail lines to communicate, but we're just going to leave this for now. The main thing I want to toss out there, though, is that for a long time, partially as a result of films like Tevye's, Fiddler on the Roof, it was believed that the new Tsar was complicit in the violence, that somehow organized the violence. Historical research has shown conclusively that they weren't. They were certainly anti-Semitic, and they may have committed acts of omission, but the government was simply too weak to effectively control the violence. And in fact, the violence was bad for the government because anarchy meant the collapse of the traditional police bureaucracy and could lead to revolution, which in fact it would happen a few decades later. So the official anti-Semitism during this period, though, really, by the way, there are exceptions to that rule. There are certain pogroms that would see clear government influence, but during the 1880s, no. At this time, the Russian government is kind of like, especially under Nicholas II, the last Tsar, they're kind of like not sure what to do about all the various directions that society is moving in, the new political movements, revolutionary insurgency movements, and one of the intellectual refuges they look for is anti-Semitism. And this is perhaps the nadir of anti-Semitism in the pre-Nazi era is the notorious Baylis affair, in which a Jewish handyman named Mendel Baylis was accused of murdering a small boy and drinking his blood in connection with supposed Jewish ritual. And we've talked about this in previous classes, but to say that in the 20th century, even during my own grandmother, Shalom's lifetime, there could be something like this is completely absurd. And moreover, what makes it even weirder is that the Russian government prosecuted Mendel Baylis on those grounds, hiring crazy experts to try to prove that it was true, that Jews drank those blood and things like that. And they were the laughingstock of Europe, that the Russian government would actually promote this. It was kind of a huge conspiracy theory. And in the end, after 2 years of trial, they could not even convince a jury of 12 Ukrainian peasants that Baylis was guilty, and he was allowed to, he was let go. Yes. Oh, yeah. The rest of the world complained, but no one was really ready to do anything significant about it. There are much worse things. I hope next year to speak about terrible cases of Edward Montara and others, but for tonight we're going to stick with Russia. And in this connection, you have this nasty book, the so-called Protocols of the Elders of Zion, which was a forgery written by this man, a Russian monk named Sergei Milos. He claimed to have found the secret document that proves that the Jews were locked in a world conspiracy to spread Chinese food all over the world, dominate the economy, and so on. I don't want to think of Chinese food. It was a complete forgery. He made it up. He cribbed sources from different places, but it became incredibly popular since its first publication in a serial form in a Russian journal at the end of the century. I'm just going to show you a few slides to give you a sense of its popularity. This is an early Russian language one published in exile in Paris in the 1920s. There's a Mexican version, 1930, the Invisible World Government Jewish Program to subjugate the world. Right, you get the theme here. It's not too subtle. There's a couple of Nazi examples. This is you see the spider, like encompassing the globe and things like that. And here's a Polish version, also published by the Nazis, of the Jews sitting on the pile of corpses. I mean, the imagery tends to get a little tedious. There's a 1977 English language version published in London, and a 1994 Russian edition as well. So it's a book with tremendous popularity. It's been published in 2 separate Japanese translations. I mean, can you imagine? The Japanese need 2 examples of it, and there are precisely 14 Jews living in Japan anyways, so you have to, a little more than 2, okay. Now, as a result of the 1881 pogroms, Jews turned to 5 new narratives of Jewish history, 5 new strategies to try to cope with what it meant to have the collapse of Russia as a Rothschild, to try and understand how are we supposed to deal with this new reality. Please recall that already in the 1840s, they had a lot less confidence in their traditional rabbinic leadership, and by the 1880s, you have a lot of revolutionary moments, and a lot of Jews are saying, what future is there for us under this current status quo? So the 5 strategies, which we'll look at very quickly, and the last one is going to be Shimmer Dugno, so don't worry, we're coming back to that. Let's look at them quickly. The first strategy is, you know what? We're just going to leave. And so a massive number of Jews simply leave the Pale of Settlement, which is shown in this map here. You can see the red area is the Pale of Settlement. And between 1881 and 1917, you have, which is the date of the revolution, you have 1.750 million Jews coming to the United States, over 100,000 coming to South America. You have 250,000 to England, 70,000 going for national health insurance, 45,000 in South America, South Africa, and 5,000 in Australia. Note that there were 45,000 going to Israel as well. But this is a very traditionalist response. It's too difficult for us to live in Russia. We simply have to leave and go to America. The second strategy was, no. We can't repeat this pattern over and over again. It's bad for us now in Russia, so we'll go to America, and then what? How long will it be good for us in America? It should be good for centuries and centuries, but there's no sense that there'll be an end to this. So many Jews said, let us finish this cycle, let us end it formally by moving for the last time to Zion, to Israel. And that's a topic that we will explore in much greater detail in later classes in this series, but that's one of the big plans. This is, by the way, a Jewish farmer from the early Hebrew movements from the 1880s moved to Israel. Thirdly, socialism. There are many Jews who say, you know what? Why should we move? Why should we be going from place to place? And what difference is it with Zionism, especially if you were an atheist Jew, which was very common at this time? So many Jews said, instead of moving to a different place, let us change this place. Let us fundamentally alter the political, social, and economic foundations of this country, and then it will be egalitarian, and it will be, free of racism, free of anti-Semitism. How does it go? To each according to their needs, from each according to their ability. That was like kind of utopian idea. This is a picture of Leon Trotsky after his arrest in the 1905 revolution. It's not widely known, but one of the widespread satisfaction with the early or the late Tsarist Empire was that it was virtually impossible to get a good haircut anywhere in the Pale of Settlement. I think it's too long to tell that joke, but okay. You can't tell because I'm wearing the microphone. There's a huge wave of laughter as I tell these jokes. For renewed traditionalism, and this is an interesting strategy that's present today. All of these are all still present in one way or another. This was kind of like a back to religion sort of movement that gained tremendous strength, particularly in the first 2 decades of the 20th century, saying that no, we were wrong. We should never have strayed. We played with foreign ideals like socialism and Zionism, which is like, Zionism is also considered as a foreign ideal, kind of a nationalism. Let us get back to the Torah and so on, and let's go back to our Gedolim. And certain movements like the Agudat Israel were formed specifically to try and defend the traditional understanding of the meaning of Jewish history. What was unique, though, about these new movements is that organizations like Agudat Israel used the modern political platform to advance that agenda. So they participated in elections. There were many Agudat Israel members, for example, in the Polish Sejm, in the Hungarian government as well. I believe you had the Agudat Israel represented. So this was like very traditionalist rabbis using very modern mass politics to achieve their ends. So even if this was somewhat different. And finally, autonomism. And this is Shimon Dukhnow's movement. That brings us back to our main topic. Autonomism was this idea, also known as diaspora nationalism, saying, wait a second. We Jews have gone through so much in our history. We have had a state, we have lost the state, we've regained the state, then we've lived for 2,000 years as minorities and maintain our national identity, maintain the integrity of our peoplehood. Perhaps this is a greater evolution of our identity, and to create a state would mean going backwards. We have learned, say the autonomists under Dugno, to exist as a minority, as a cultural kind of like conglomerate that exists freely within a democratic state. Why show back? Why don't we learn to establish our credentials as participating members in the various societies that we live, and at the same time pursue our specifically Jewish goals as a people? So to give you one example of it, and we will talk more about it shortly, this is from the brief-lived Ukrainian state that existed between the fall of the Tsar and the rise of the Soviet Union. And here on the front side of the bill, it's a Hunter Kompromising bill. It's all in Ukrainian. It says the Ukrainian National Republic. Here on the obverse, it has the three official languages of Ukraine. Besides four, sorry, Ukrainian is of course the main language, and then three other recognized languages are Russian, which is slightly different from Ukrainian, Polish, and under here you can see Under Karbomances. Yiddish was also an official language of Ukraine. It was very difficult to place a correct call in Yiddish because of shortage of operators, but otherwise it was actually an official language, and we'll discuss that in Shidno's context. Okay, pausing for questions. Does anyone have any questions? Yes, please. Well, it's Ukrainian, Russian, Polish, and Yiddish. Okay, nobody can wait. We got to go straight to it. Okay, so as we mentioned, Yumno was born in 1860 in Mstislavo. That as soon as the Soviets took over, they changed the spelling to Frank. It was much easier than Mstislavo. I thought that was funny, but no one apparently got that, so we'll just go straight on. As I mentioned, he excelled in Talmudic studies. At the age of 14, he begged his parents, after his bar mitzvah, he wanted to go to the Crown School, which had its benefits, as we discussed earlier, primarily because he wanted to learn more secular studies. He wanted to learn the Russian language, and he was immediately exposed to the intellectual currents of the day. Very, very quick study and a lifelong autodidact. He read very widely, very impressed with a lot of the same literature, by the way, that really impressed guys like Rabbi. For example, he was fascinated with Chernyshevsky, who wrote a very influential, very bizarre book called Shtodielakt, or What Is to Be Done, which talked about this character who learned to toughen himself in every way through putting himself through all kinds of ascetic regimen, like for example, to toughen his digestive tract. He regularly ate ground glass. To learn not to enjoy physical comforts, he slept on nails. I mean, all kinds of crazy things like that. It's really hard to read this book. But it had an amazing influence on a lot of thinkers at the end of the 19th century. Lenin wrote his major political tract and titled it after this particular book. So young people were thinking, my gosh, we can change the entire world. We can change the way we live in every way, if only we will be disciplined about it. He married and he became a free thinker at this point, meaning he abandoned his Judaism, and when he came back to Mstislavo, he gained quite a reputation as being the grandfather, the grandson of the rabbi who would stay home and smoke cigarettes on Yom Kippur and work in his office rather than go to shul. I mean, he was notorious for completely abandoning all Jewish practice. This was a short-lived element of his youth, but he nevertheless would remain secular for the rest of his life. During the pogroms of 1881, he's already a young man. He's living illegally in St. Petersburg and working there as a journalist. And when he saw the horrible violence of that period and the fact that the Russian government was powerless to actually bring it to a conclusion, he advocated some really wide-scale reforms of Judaism. He said the problem is all with the rabbis, and we have to get rid of the traditional Talmudic approach. We have to read a lot more of the Western thinkers. We have to adapt ourselves to modernity. He advocated a very radical and rigorous way of changing Judaism. But his ideas, although not out of sync with what was being said in Western Europe, did not find much of an audience beyond the very narrow population of Jews who read these Russian Jewish literary journals. And he ended up feeling extreme despair at the end of the 19th century. He didn't think that any of his ideas would turn out to work at all. It was at this time that he began to kind of shift his own personal pendulum back to center. And rather than seeing religion as the enemy of the Jewish people, as some kind of artificial power that was holding the Jewish people back and preventing them from succeeding outside the world, began to see Judaism as a natural expression of the Jewish psyche with tremendous value. And although he himself could not participate in the belief structure, thought, you know what, there is still a lot of value to the religion as it is inextricably connected with culture. And he wrote a very significant series of essays that were later published under the title Essays on Old and New Jewry, where he articulated a model for the future that would later be expressed as autonomism. Basically, he looked at the Council of Four Lands, which we spoke about a couple of weeks ago, and he said, you know, why can't we just go back to that? Why can't we just go back to Jews organizing themselves in their municipalities, and then those municipalities connecting with one another, so we have an umbrella group that represents all Jews within the secular state. Literally a state within a state, not as an insurrectionist model, but rather a kind of a parallel government that represents specifically Jewish interests. Now, he viewed this idea as something that would be connected with the state government. So imagine this, for example, in America, it would be like, let's say, all the Jewish communities of Florida would get together and we would elect a representative to a state Jewish government in Florida. And then that state Jewish government of Florida would elect a representative to go to Washington to join with all the other state representatives of Jewish communities in all their states. And they would elect, and they would have like a parliament there, sort of like a Congress of Jewish representatives. And then the head of that, let's call it a federation, why not? The head of that federation would be a cabinet minister in the president's cabinet, a minister in charge of Jewish affairs. And that would be our formal, integral, close liaison with the actual top of the American government. And in turn, they would represent the Jewish people. They would be the official voice of the unified voice of the Jewish people. The benefits of it were huge. The Jews could use this organization, for example, to negotiate, let's say, vouchers for day school education. They could get subsidies for specific Jewish needs, like the construction of mikvahot or the maintenance of Jewish cemeteries or whatever. Jews, however, all over would pay a special Jewish tax to their Jewish government, and that's basically how we would do it. Now, the big difference between his model and what we actually do is significant. For example, obviously, when you're familiar with the Federation movement, we have this kind of structure, except the head of Federation, although he may have close connections with many senators and congresspeople, he doesn't necessarily have the ability to sit in on cabinet meetings with the president all the time. Furthermore, the idea of a mandatory Jewish tax placed on every Jew to pay the Federation, it's unlikely. The Federation is a voluntaristic organization, whereas Dibdo mentioned it as mandatory. It is true that if you get on the Federation mailing list, the only way to get off is through the FBI Witness Protection Program, but otherwise it remains a voluntary organization. Yes, Judith.
Well, in the United States,
England and France has difference. Right.
so that like where I don't go back to France, I do
Right. A chief rabbi, that kind of thing. Right. And so this is, he basically did no thought. Did no imagine this. Yes. Moscow, yeah.
Mainline village, tremendous iron spearheads in Ukraine, particularly That's basic. Right. And there is a tremendous growth rate for sometimes 70%. That part of the
20th century.
so there's a tremendous industrial
Push. They're trying to catch up to what we're like.
and how much of that is influenced by Putin, and how much of it is taken forward by
That's an excellent question. I don't have a really good answer for it. Right. Because
they don't have hundreds of millions of dollars.
Jewish participation in the great industrialization of Russia really it spikes in the 1920s. There is some participation, particularly in the oil fields, in the Galician region, and things like that. But that's also not necessarily in the Russian Empire. That's in the Galician, in the Austro-Hungarian Empire. So I have a good answer for it. It's a sophisticated question. We'll have to save it for the PhD course afterwards. But let's go back to Dubno, because I only have like 12 minutes left, so I don't want to do that. He begins a period of feverish writing where he completes a tremendous amount of work, a path-breaking study of Hasidism, and what would eventually be, as Jonathan Frankel put it, is the last of a dying breed, maybe already dead. The great monolithic Jewish historians who write the history of everything. The historians like Heinrich Goetz in Germany in the 1880s, Salazar here in America, professor of Columbia, wrote a massive 16-volume social and religious history of the Jews. And Dubno wrote this huge 10-volume history of the Jews that is still being cited today. It's a very important work. It eventually appeared in European languages from I believe it was a Russian manuscript first translated to German, but it eventually appeared in the 1950s in English translation as well. Very, very path-breaking, sociologically oriented historical research. Now, the last really big chapter that we should explore in Dubno's life is in the context of the fall of the Russian Empire, because that's when his ideas are first put into actual practice, and although they were a failure initially, they would find existence in other contexts on a more significant level. The Romanov dynasty, the last Tsar Nicholas II, falls in February of 1917. That's February by the Russian calendar, which they had insisted on remaining on the Julian calendar when the rest of Europe switched to the Gregorian about 1,000 years earlier. So quite literally, Russia was 11 days behind the rest of the world because they used an older calendar. This is very confusing when you refer to the February Revolution, the March Revolution, but let's say it was early 1917, the Tsar falls, and a new provisional government is put in place. The reasons for his fall are complex. Basically, a lot of war weariness, right? This is the third year of the World War I. There's a lot of hunger. The soldiers are going unfed. They're told that they can only have one bullet for each of their guns, so they should use their bayonets first. And it's actually in the context of an International Women's Day march in St. Petersburg when a woman takes a brick and throws it through the window of a bakery, and a small food riot starts because people are starving, and that expands. Eventually, it takes over the entire city, and people are kind of surprised when this massive, huge empire collapses within a very short period of time. The provisional government that's put in place is very liberal. The very first decree they put in place, they demolished the Pale of Settlement, and they say that any Jew can live anywhere they want in the Russian Empire, but they are plagued by indecision, and they make a couple of key strategic mistakes that eventually allow them to be outflanked by one group led by Lenin, the so-called Bolsheviks, later called communists, who ultimately take over the provisional government when it first brings together its constituent assembly in late 1917. And then the whole region falls into tremendous chaos with a period of civil war between those who want to bring back the Tsar, those who want to bring back the provisional government, those who want to establish the Soviet Union, and a whole host of other forces intent on creating anarchy in this large region. And unfortunately, anarchy is the worst enemy of the Jews. Even worse, perhaps, than organized anti-Semitism, although it's hard to say that, looking back in the 20th century. But as the line in Perpiamo says, having Mispano, Bishlema Shel Malchut Shil Mole Morona Ish Ebreo Haim Balae, that pray for the welfare of the government, because if it were not for the fear thereof, everyone would swallow his fellow alive. That is, by the way, the title of my exceptionally interesting book, Prayer for the Government, Ukrainians and Jews in the Revolution, 1997-1920, out of University Press. So the point of it is that available on Amazon right now. So the point of it is, though, that when the Russian government is gone, provisional government is gone, who knows what warlord is controlling your territory, pogroms happen. And the pogroms of 1917 to 1921 dwarf the 1881-84 pogroms. They made them look like small potatoes. There were an estimated 50,000 Jews killed, roughly the same number as the Khmelnytsky pogroms we talked about a few weeks ago. Absolutely horrible. One of the interesting political experiments, I get discussed in my book, is what happened in Ukraine. So Ukraine was a very large territory in the southwest of Russia. In terms of its agriculture, very, very wealthy. They had the black soil that was really productive, and it was also the hard land in the Russian country as well. But the Ukrainians, and the vast majority of the population, were not well disposed to continued Russian domination, and they wanted to establish their own state. However, they were very, very weakly represented in the cities because they were an overwhelmingly agrarian population. Their literacy rates were extremely low, and they had no real foothold in the cities, which were crucial to trying to establish a modern government. So they reached out to the minorities, the Russians and the Poles and the Jews, and they found very little support among Russians and Poles, but the Jews actually looked at the Ukrainian offer of some kind of liaison with favor. Specifically, what the Jews could offer the Ukrainians is that urbanized, intellectual, literary cadre of workers that could begin to organize a new government. And what the Ukrainians could offer in return was German autonomous. The Ukrainians would say to them, hey, you know what, you're a minority. If you join with us, we'll make Yiddish a state language. We will allow you to create a Jewish parliament, and you will have a minister of Jewish affairs. We will devote a certain amount of tax dollars to Jewish causes, and basically you'll have the right to run your own affairs, like Shimon Tugno said. And the Jews said, great. And for a very brief period of time, primarily late 1917, early 1918, it looked like it was actually going to fire. It looked like this newfound relationship, especially since such old antagonisms had existed between Jews and Ukrainians, it was like a brief-lived flourishing of a newfound rapprochement. Hang on one second. On this, I want to say a little bit more about this. Well, I'm going to have to go through this really fast. So I'll take your question, please, Ms. Abramson. Excellent question. Excellent question. That was a brilliant question. You can come to my call anytime. Well, you have to get a diploma first. But the thing is, and this is a problem for the Ukrainians as well as the Jews, who's representing who? There's no elections yet. This is just a bunch of intellectuals in Kiev sitting around a table saying, hey, I'd like to be prime minister. And the say, no, I want to be prime minister. And then they come out and vote with whatever, 100 people. So do they represent the broad mass of society? And the same thing with the Jews. You have Jews organized in political parties. They were illegal political parties since the 1905 revolution, but nevertheless, you have some leadership organizations. And so they basically pick the top guys from every party, and they're all guys, no women involved really, maybe a handful of women. And they just, they said, okay, we'll talk to you guys. You represent the entire Jewish people, right? And they said, yeah, sure we do. But there's no way to prove it. What is fascinating about the period is they did manage, despite the chaos, to run a Ukraine-wide Jewish election where Jews cast votes for this potential parliament that never came to pass. And it's fascinating to see what Jews voted for because they don't really know otherwise. The results were that the Zionist movement, incidentally, was the most popular, with about 40% of Jewish votes. Another 20%, more or less, went to the religious parties, and then the remaining 40% were divided among the various Jewish socialist parties. They were fragmented. So the bloc between the Zionists and the religious parties formed the largest segment of organized Jewish activity at the time. Okay, let's jump ahead. I have a lot more material here, but I'll probably have to come back to this next week. One of the big issues is language politics. Which language will we speak? So let's skip past this for now. Now, what ended up happening to this wonderful sounding experiment is it ended as a colossal failure, primarily because the small group of intellectual and political activists in Kiev, primarily, they were beset with problems and strategic military problems right away. They essentially declared statehood in 1918, and then they were in war with the much larger and more better armed Red Army from the north. And at one point, the whole government was reduced to existing on a set of railroad cars. And they kept on moving these railroad cars in a small triangle of three little cities in western Ukraine, trying to get away from the various military forces that are back. And the pogroms were absolutely horrific, perpetrated by the White Army. These are the Russians who wanted to bring back the Tsar, essentially, or at least the provisional government. The Greens, these are like the various anarchist parties, and Mr. Makhno and others. A very small number by the Red Army, almost negligible by the Soviets, which is one reason why so many Jews flocked to the Soviet Union and supported the Red Armies, because they were much more disciplined and much less likely to attack Jews. And unfortunately, the largest single chunk, I believe about 40%, were perpetrated by the Ukrainians themselves, under the leadership of this man, Simon Petlura, who was the brief-lived head of the government. Now, to be fair to Petlura, it's most likely he did not order his troops to make these pogroms. He was simply incapable of controlling it, and during a brief period of time in the spring of 1919, when he could have at least said something, at least made a proclamation, he failed to do so. Later on, in 1926, he would be shot dead in a Paris street by a Jewish assassin named Sholem Schwarzbard, who would claim that he had killed Petlura out of revenge for these pogroms of that era. But that's another story. At any rate, with the pogroms, Jewish support for this Ukrainian experiment completely fell apart. We don't know exactly how much Ukrainian support there was from the beginning anyways, and even though it had these beautiful ideas, the Minister of Jewish Affairs in the government, they actually had 3 ministers of Jewish Affairs over time, it all fell apart. Dubno's idea and the country itself fell apart when the Soviet Union finally took over the entire region in 1920 and 1921. Still, Dubno's ideas were also tried out in the same way in the Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and even to some degree in Poland, where they looked at Dubno's ideas as a workable model for dealing with this large minority in these multinational states. And as we've discussed, the Federation essentially operates on Dubno's model, with the major difference in that it's a voluntary organization. Dubno understood that Federation membership would be mandatory for all Jews, and they would have a much greater connection to the government, but it simply would not work that way for reasons like the Constitution, as Drew has mentioned. So after the war, Dubno moved to Western Europe briefly, and then headed back to Riga. He did a lot more research and so on. I'm going to skip over much of the events of that time, not only because we are out of time, but also because I want to cover it more next week with the early Soviet Union. But his legacy, in conclusion, was the creation of this model of political Jewish identity that actually functioned in the 20th century and continues to function in America. He was never wealthy as a scholar. He always ran from job to job, but his dedication to his discipline was incredible, and his output was phenomenal. His days ended in the Riga ghetto when he was shot by the Nazis, and as he was, people went to his side, he managed, his last words were, Schreib und Fahrschreib, write and record, which has become the unofficial motto of Jewish historians of the second half of the 20th century, remembering Goodno's legacy. So with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention. I hope you have a fantastic week, and look forward to seeing you next Wednesday. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get started? The bad news is I don't have an opening joke for tonight. The good news is I don't have an opening joke for tonight. So, but I did think of something. I'm not sure it's so funny, but I always say that. So, this is today we're going to be speaking about Eastern Europe, specifically Ukraine in the 17th century. So I have kind of like a late Tsarist period, late 19th century joke. It goes like this: there's a Jew who gets on a train, he's traveling from Minsk to Pinsk, and sitting in these compartments with these wooden chairs and so on. And he has his lunch packed with him, and he's sitting and he's eating some herring, and bursts into the room a kind of a rowdy peasant with obviously been drinking quite a bit, and sees the opportunity to sit and talk to a Jew. So he sits down and says, "Hey, Jew, what is it that makes you people so smart?" It's very difficult for this small peddler to avoid the attentions of this peasant in the room with him. So he doesn't know quite what to say. He says, "Well, we have a special diet, and it's what we eat that contributes to our intelligence." So the peasant seems satisfied with that answer for a few minutes, and he says, "So, Jew, what exactly do you eat that makes you so smart?" And the Jew doesn't know what to say, so he says, "Well, for example, we have this herring that we eat, and the herring, it really contributes to our overall intelligence." So the peasant thinks for a minute and says, "Jew, how much would you accept for a piece of that herring you're eating? This is the herring you're eating right now. How much you accept?" And the Jew says, "No, I can't. It's my lunch." So I'll give you a ruble. I'll give you 5 rubles. I'll give you 10 rubles for a piece of herring. Finally, the Jew says, "Okay, fine." So he gives him the herring for 10 rubles, and the peasant, immediately begins eating it. He's eating it, and he says, "Wait a second. This isn't special herring. This tastes just like regular herring. It's not going to make me smarter." And the Jew says, "You see, it's working already." Okay. It's not such a funny joke, but I appreciate it. I know. That's a joke that's easily to tell with an ethnic slur, so I'm trying very hard to de-emphasize it. The peasant in this story, for example, is Jewish as well, but no, they can't say that. But we'll edit this out of the final version, I'm sure. Okay, today's discussion is not it's not a very happy topic. We're going to look specifically at the horrible massacres of the mid-17th century. The Khmelnytsky rebellion and the horrific pogroms that occurred in that context of the Ukrainian revolution against their Polish overlords. So we're going to have a lot of discussion about the nature of this kind of communal violence that has its roots in the kind of antipathy that I outlined in a small humorous episode. And it's not necessarily a happy story, but nevertheless, I'm not a rabbi, this is not a sermon, so I'm just discussing some of the aspects of Jewish history, whether it is positive or not. I would like to mention to you that I'm trying a little bit of an experiment with how I communicate with my students. As many of you know, there are several thousand people who watch this class every week around the world, which is kind of a strange feeling because we have a small intimate group here, but there's a huge internet audience out there. And I'm going to discontinue for the time being my direct emails because I'm not sure they really do what I need to. If you would like to receive word classes and just stay on top of what's happening, find out when the classes get posted to the web, please go to my website, jewishhistorylectures.org. You can also Google my name, and you'll probably find me that way. And then on the top right of the screen, there's a little box that says, follow this blog via email. Put your email address in there. It'll send you a little confirmation note. You click yes. And you'll get 1 or 2 emails a week that are mildly irritating. You can forward them to your former friends, and they'll just let you know what's happening with class. If you prefer, I'm also using Twitter and Facebook as ways to broadcast the class. So if you prefer those means of staying in touch, they're also available on the homepage. And it's easy to unsubscribe as well. No commitments. If you feel that there's too much spam and you just want to get off, then just go straight to it. If you don't have a computer, then we post the lecture dates on a flyer. We have some flyers in the back of the room. Where's my assistant, Ms. Abramson? Could you please bring up a few flyers? Thank you, Ms. Abramson. I appreciate that. So there is the flyers. I don't know. I don't have the means to do it in another way, like with cassettes or something. Well, I hope to publish a book on last week's lecture, but that will be several months from now, by the way. Also, as many of you know, my father's health is kind of precarious, and last semester I had to cancel a class. Thank you. I had to cancel a class the last minute, and email is only one of the only ways I can really, broadcast a message out there to let you know there is not going to be a class, and so on. Okay, enough preliminaries. Let's go to the topic at hand. We're going to look at the life briefly of Nathan of Hanover, a rabbi who, as the name implies, has origins in Germany, but his most significant contribution to Jewish history is a book he wrote in the context of the 17th century upheaval in Eastern Europe. In reality, this class is about that upheaval and less about Nathan of Hanover, but since it is the approach of this class to have a biographical kind of book to the story, so therefore we're going to look at Nathan of Hanover specifically. As we mentioned last class, a surname that is geographic in origin is often misleading. And I wonder if one of my undergraduates would know why that is true. How about Ms. Edry? Do you know why a surname with a geographic location is misleading? That's a tough question. Don't make eye contact then, because it's always a killer. Okay, all right. Anyone else want to have a shot? Yes, Ms. Abramson, not an undergraduate, but nevertheless quite a scintillating intellect. My parents are from Canada, correct? Now I moved to Surfside. Right. Brilliant and absolutely precise. Thank you, Ms. Abramson, for that contribution. So let me repeat that again. Basically, you only get a surname with a place among the Jews at any rate. It's common among other non-Jews as well. But you only get a surname that's a place long after you've left there, because people will refer to you by your origin only if it's unusual. No one would call you Moshe, Surfside if you live in Surfside. They would call you Moshe Canada if you came from Canada to Surfside. So Nathan of Hanover lived in Ukraine. That's where most of his activity was. And he was most likely born in Austria or Austria, Ukraine. But he was called Hanover. Just as a small kind of note, my grandmother, she used to tell me all kinds of stories about the bizarre nicknames that Jews and her shtetl would have. And my favorite nickname, it was a culture to give everybody a nickname. My favorite was a guy whose name was Moshe Chayes. Moshe Chayes. That was Moshe, the one who belonged to Chaya. And there were so many Moshes in town that there was Moshe their Schuster, Moshe their Handler. Moshe Chayes means Moshe the one married to Chaya. So Moshe he was of higher. Okay. So anyway, he was born in Ostry, Ukraine. Ukraine, as you can see in this map here, let's just locate this. It's in southwestern Russian Empire. The Ukrainians are a distinct nationality. They're Slavic. They have a language which is very closely related to Russian. It's written in Cyrillic, but with a different Cyrillic alphabet. There are several letters that are distinct between Russian and Ukrainian. And there's been a fairly long history of Russians wanting to try and assimilate Ukrainians to a larger Russian ethnicity. The Russians call themselves the big Russians, and they are the Malorossiani, the small Russians, like the younger brothers, so to speak. Ukrainians, not surprisingly, tend to resist this and want to maintain their identity as separate from the Russians as a whole. So another major difference that's going to be relevant to our discussion today is that Russia is Eastern Orthodox in its Christian orientation. That means that they do not recognize the Pope. They recognize the Patriarchate of Moscow, and they have a lot of very big differences from Catholics. The most significant might include a married clergy, for example. Russian Orthodox priests can marry, and then there are a whole bunch of other doctrinal differences. Poles, on the other hand, are Catholics, recognizing the papacy in Rome and all of the rituals and beliefs associated with that. Ukraine, located between Poland and Russia, is split. The eastern half, a little bit more than the eastern half, is Orthodox. The western half is Catholic. And it's a fissure in Ukrainian society that contributes to a lot of the internal dynamic of displeasure that occasionally results in weakened statehood. Because the more Russified Ukrainians to the east want to join in some sense with Russia, the more Polonized Ukrainians to the west see Poland as their kind of center of orbit. And so it's a fractured country along the Dnipro River right over here, or Dnipro River in English. So that's where it is. It's also an exceptionally fertile area. It's known as the breadbasket of Europe because it has the Chernozem, the black soil that's extremely productive, and so it's fought over by many of the surrounding countries. We'll talk a little bit about Jews who come in there, but to return to our topic of Nathan Hanover, although he was rather prolific, his most significant contribution to Jewish literature and our reason for speaking about it today is a very moving and sophisticated chronicle called Yevon Metsuba, which means it's translated fairly well to English as the Abyss of Despair. And it's a very powerful historical account of the Khmelnytsky Rebellion and the pogroms. It's written with a remarkably high degree of sophistication for the 17th century. And although obviously it is a martyrology that describes the tremendous suffering the Jews went through, it does not spare the Jews in its assessment of their culpability for creating the scenario that would ultimately result in violence. So it's a rather even-handed account, surprisingly so, of the upheavals of that time. Okay, so why don't we take a step back here and understand how the Jews came to Ukraine. It was a very, very large population. If you look at the 20th century, it is looking at ethno-linguistic Ukraine, because Ukraine was not a country with its own state until really the Soviets took it over, and even then it was kind of a puppet state of Moscow. Ukraine had basically the second largest concentration of Jews in the world. There's a massive population of Jews living there. Most Jews who call themselves Russian Jews, if you probe a little further, they're really Ukrainian Jews. They come from the region of Kiev or Western Ukraine, the Zhytomyr, places like that. Although they may identify themselves as Russian, typically they are actually Ukrainian. So there are two reasons why Jews moved to Ukraine in large numbers from the 12th until the 17th centuries. And they're moving primarily from the Rhineland, from traditional Ashkenaz, and you've got significant populations moving from the south as well, from Austria and Hungary. And so you have this massive concentration of Jews. Here's the Dnipro River that I showed you earlier that bisects Ukraine, and what was called right bank Ukraine, because when you're facing the right-hand side, right flank Ukraine is heavily Jewish. It's again, this is the Polish side and has huge populations here. To the left side, left bank Ukraine, this had very, very few Jews living there because the Russian government had banned Jews from settling in those regions from 1479. It's an unusual episode worth mentioning as a kind of a footnote. Jews were allowed to live in Russia up until the 15th century when there was a scandal in the Russian imperial court involving a surprise conversion of a princess to Judaism. There was a Jewish doctor in the court whose name was Raphael, ironically, because Raphael means one who heals. This was known in Russia as a shanta for the hidden, I guess. So what they did was the emperor said, that's it, no more Jews from Russia. The Russian Empire was declared officially Unified, free of Jews, banned to Jews, until Catherine the Great in the 18th century ended up conquering militarily this territory and suddenly inheriting the world's largest Jewish population, even though up until the 18th century no Jews were allowed there. So she gradually allowed, her successors gradually allowed Jews to settle to the west here, the east, places like Kharkov, also known as Kharkiv, or Yekaterinoslav, known as Dnipropetrovsk. People found that Yekaterinoslav was too hard to pronounce, so they switched it to Dnipropetrovsk. So, and now you have significant populations of Jews out there as well, but that's for another lecture when we get to the 20th century. Just relax. So, just avoid those body motions. Go ahead, please. White Russia, it's a confusing term because, White Russia is known in Russian as Belarus. Biela means like white. And it is to the north of Ukraine and to the east of Poland. It's even less well-defined political entity than Ukraine. And the Belarusians have difficulty as a people defining where they live, who they are, how they're distinct from Poles, Ukrainians, and Russians. And so they tend to have the weakest kind of national identity. Their nationalism developed later than most of the other peoples in the region. So it's to the north of Ukraine and to the east of Poland. Yes, Mark. Correct. That's going to be our period today. Well, there was a time going back to the very early medieval period, like the 8th, 9th, 10th centuries, where Kiev was the center of a medieval polity, which is called Kiev and Rus. But to call that a state in modern terms would really be anachronistic. But they definitely had. Kiev was developed centuries before Moscow. It's called, the Russians regard Kiev as the heartland of their state. But until the 20th century, really until the 19th century, no one's really thinking where Ukraine is distinct as separate from all the other peoples, we're related and so on. But let's go on. So I mentioned there are two reasons why Jews came to Ukraine. The first is because there's a dramatic rise in anti-Semitism in Western Europe. This is a picture that we discussed in the lecture on peppercorn, the infamous Judenzahl picture. This happens to be an 18th century rendition, but the image goes back to the 15th century, with Jews suckling from pigs, associated with the devil, torturing children, and so on. Jews were finding it harder and harder to just exercise normal commerce and live in Western European regions from the 11th century on. The Crusades, the blood libel, ritual murder charges, frequent expulsions, increased competition, even in areas that have been reserved to them through the law of Gratia, such as money lending, and it's getting harder and harder for them to maintain a consistent existence in Western Europe from the 11th century onward. And so in France, for example, they're actually expelled, I think I mentioned last week, 3 times in 1 century. You know, the debts owed to Jewish moneylenders become too onerous, and so the local authorities simply find it expedient to expel them and wipe out the debts. But when they expel the Jews, then they totally lose their economic system and the whole institution of credit. So they have to invite the Jews back again. They invite the Jews 20 years later. There's too much of a debt load, and therefore they simply expel the Jews again, and the cycle repeated itself 3 times in France, just to give one example. So Jews are finding it far less hospitable to be in Western Europe, and as that door is closing, they're looking for an open door, which happens to fall in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. So this is a rather interesting country. Oh, you say, look, question. I interrupt right away as soon as I see your hand. Well, the question, why would the Jews go back if they were expelled beforehand? You know, well, I think it's a good question. Why not? I mean, you're expelled once, you could be expelled again. I guess it's kind of like it's like a bad marital relationship. You know, why does she keep going back to him? You know, it's going to do the same thing over and over again. Not a very good answer, I guess, but I'm going to skip over next time you ask a question. We're going to so.
They never like to live in Ukraine. They were always German to have a chance to go back.
Okay, we'll see what's going on here. So the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth is a rather unusual territory. It's so called because of a dynastic linkage between the royal homes of Poland and Lithuania. And through this marriage, it created literally the largest country in Europe. This massive country extending from the Baltic Sea almost down to the Black Sea here, encompassing all of what we would call today Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Belarus, and most of the right bank Ukraine under this massive country that was nominally Catholic, with Polish as the dominant language. It had an incredibly weak, primitive economy with tremendous freedoms for anyone who would come in and could start the economy moving. And so Jews were attracted to the potential of being there and working in that context. They were working as vintners and giving tremendous freedom to active there. And they also had a strange kind of political system that allowed for high levels of diversity in society. I don't have time to go into it in great detail. It was ironically the great tolerance of diversity that led to the destruction of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, because their tolerance of dissent was to such a high level that they were literally paralyzed with hate when faced with very serious threats. And when you get to the 8th century, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth is simply removed from the map by its far more powerful and autocratic neighbors. It becomes, however, a haven for Jews from the 13th century onward, with an especially large wave of Jews moving in from Germany in the 16th and 17th centuries. And they like to refer to Poland at this time by the Hebrew acronym POLIN, which means here we will rest. Poland was considered the place where, finally the Jews can breathe a little bit. The levels of anti-Semitism that they experienced in Western Europe were nothing like this in Poland, and they had remarkable rights and freedoms and privileges. There were no ghettos in Poland. There were no restricted areas. Jews had tremendous power and ability to organize their lives according to Talmudic principles and so on. I'll mention just one small example of this. A rather amazing thing. We'll come back to this when we talk about Shimon Dukov, a 20th century historian later on in this course, was the so-called Vad Arba Aratzot, the Council of Four Lands. Jews would typically set up these little municipalities called kehilot. We use this word today too. As a kehillah means a congregation. And they would set up their own judiciary, the Beit Din. They would set up their own executive branch, the Parnasim. They would have their own board of the city, the Tuvei here. And they earned the right from the Polish-Lithuanian kings to judge themselves by Talmudic law exclusively. And in many cases, even when they were in disputes with non-Jews, they earned the right to have their disputes adjudicated by Talmudic law. Now that in itself is not so exceptional because that's happened many times in Jewish history. What was unusual about the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth is that all of the municipalities in this massive region, about 5 times the size of France, simply decided that they would all agree and work together and create literally a state within a state, a Jewish government that ruled over all the Jews living in the entire Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. They met 2 times a year in Madrid, and they adjudicated all kinds of disputes. They worked to take care of adults, like women who were trapped in marriages after being abandoned by their husbands. They worked to effectively create copyright law, all kinds of fascinating things in the point of Jewish civilization up until the 8th century. The collapse of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, however, also meant the collapse of the Council of Four Lands, and it came down in a rather dramatic way. So why were the Jews invited there in the first place? So primarily, they were invited because of the stratified nature of Polish society. The southern regions, which would be Ukraine, right bank Ukraine, had these massive farms called latifundia, and they were owned by the Polish noblemen who had won them through conquest, a long time earlier. And the Polish noblemen were living in the larger cities of Warsaw, places like that, and they were not especially inclined to take care of these huge land holdings. And so the Jews were invited to act as leaseholders. The Jews were invited to come and manage these massive tracts of land, which would include, as we discussed with Rabbi, tax farming, where the nobleman would say, okay, here's my tract of land, you Jewish community leaders, bring your people in and bring me X amount of zloty every year. And whatever the Jews were able to collect on top of that figure was theirs to keep in the community. In order to attract the Jews, they often gave them something that was called in medieval times Magdeburg. Magdeburg is the name of a town in Germany, but that, of course, is law. And these were charters that defined for the Jews what their rights and privileges were in a given town. And the Jews would, literally, as an entire community, let's say living in Hanover, they would get an invitation to settle in West Street, let's say, and the leaders of the community would negotiate. And they would say, okay, if you want us to live in Oak Street, we're prepared to pick up and move. But one thing for sure, we want to have the right, for example, to say who is allowed to practice as a shoemaker in our town. And they could win that right. They would have the right to regulate commerce. They could say, we want to have the right, for example, to be judged only by Talmudic law. We want the right, for example, to build a wall around our town, which, the walls were usually built not to keep the Jews in, but to keep attackers out. And they arranged all kinds of privileges to Magdeburg, and the Poles were only too happy to give it to them because they wanted the Jews to move in and help out this nascent economy get started. So with these two things happening, the push of anti-Semitism from Western Europe driving the Jews out, and the economy vacuum in Poland sucking the Jews in, it was like really a beautiful thing for Jews. And for 300 years, they made a series of ladder migrations deep into Ukrainian territory. And this is, for example, by the way, this is an early 16th century Christian manuscript that has a little drawing of a wooden synagogue in the background. Oh, I should show you some wooden synagogues. I'll show you another time. But okay, yes.
You mentioned one of the relatives of the very, very important what we invited the Jews, we established all around all the industry, from textile to the iron, everything. They lift up unbelievable value for that.
So I'm going to get specific to that now.
Now they confess it.
I'm going to try and move along because I have to get to now next year. That's it. I want to go to the last question. We better move on right away. Yes. Casimir, also Boleslav, we have repeated the question of Jews. There's all kinds of interesting legends about their association with Jews. Yeah. Now, the backbone of the Jewish economy was something called the Arenda, and this will be very significant for understanding the upheaval of the 18th century. The Arenda is the name for the system of leaseholding of these large landed properties, where you have a the ethnicities are important here. You have a Polish nobleman who is the owner, and he literally owns everything. He owns the streets, he owns the orchards, he owns the mills, like the mills for grain, he owns the water wheels, he owns the fields, he owns the ponds for fishing, the hunting grounds. It all belongs to him, and he can do whatever he wants with it. He has peasants who he also owns. The institution of serfdom was well entrenched. The serfdom is not exactly like slavery, because serfs are technically free. The only thing is that freedom is seriously compromised. They may not leave. They may not marry without the owner's permission. And they are required to do a certain amount of work for the Lord, which can either be something called corvée, which is a certain amount of forced labor. So, for example, if you have a 6-day work week, they may be required to go to the farms belonging to the Lord, and they'll have to work 2 days a week on the Lord's farms, and they'll rotate that out. The other 4 days will be theirs to work on their own field. Or later, they switched to something called Rothschild, where they would actually pay a fixed rent for the privilege of living on the land. But it's not exactly the same as slavery, where they're watched every minute and things like that. Still, it's not a nice situation at all. The Jew, and those peasants are overwhelmingly Ukrainian. You have the Polish lord, Ukrainian peasant, and the Jew is the one who's negotiating between these two groups. As I mentioned, tax farming was the backbone of the renta, where the nobleman would say, I want my farm to produce so much money per year, collect it any way you see fit, and I will support you in your efforts. The means that Jews devised to collect that tax was often quite onerous. Obviously, there's a tax on agricultural produce, but also the Jews would impose taxes on tolls, crossing bridges, traveling through roads, for example, using the mill or the press. If you wanted to press grapes, if you wanted to grind your wheat, you'd have to pay a tax for that. And a portion of that tax would go to the Jew, and the rest would be for the Lord. Hunting or fishing, it would be poaching, unless you paid the Jew for your catch and so on. And according to some really controversial passages, which have been confirmed in a small minority of cases by recent research done at Hebrew University, Jews even sometimes held the keys to churches. And so if you wanted to have your child baptized, or if you wanted to have a wedding, you would have to go get the key from the Jew, which often required a payment. Now, the number of times this happened is probably very, very minimal, because you can imagine the level of antipathy that could be developed when you have to go to the Jew to get the keys to the church. But it looms very large in Ukrainian consciousness. At this point, the Ukrainians are basically illiterate. They do have a long-standing literary tradition from the ancient period, or the late medieval period, where they have important books like the Povest Ramin, or the tale of bygone years, which is not really in Russian, it's in Church Slavonic, which reminds me of a funny story. I actually know a funny story about Church Slavonic, but I have to tell one about my military. But I lost my train of thought. But they're basically illiterate at this point. What they have as a literary tradition are oral stories sung by these blind guitarists called bandolistas, who would wander from town to town. It's an old motif. Homer was like that in the Greek song. And they would tell these long, complicated poems set to music that were the histories of the Ukrainians. And they're called Dumet, these songs. And over and over again, Jews figure as these wicked people who are denying families the rights to use their insurance. So even though it may be only a tiny minority of times that this actually occurred, it nevertheless was a big part of the Ukrainian perception of the Jew. So you can imagine this is not necessarily a way to make friends in your new neighborhood. Add to that another industry that was very popular for Jews. It's called propinatia, which I may have mentioned in an earlier class. Propinatia refers to the monopoly assigned to the Jews by the noblemen for the production, distribution, and sale of alcohol. Jews have a long history with this industry. A lot of the big distillers today and distributors today are Jews. Certainly not a majority, but significantly. Like, for example, there's that guy, what's his name? Glenn Levitt, I think. Yeah, okay, that's a joke, but okay. No, anyways, not so much. But so the Jews would be given the right to have the exclusive privilege of producing alcohol and selling alcohol. And you remember that vast majority, close to 98% of Ukrainians are farmers, peasants, and the figure is just about reversed for Jews. Only about 2% of Jews are farmers. Most of them are living in the northern Hungarian region of Siget, Maramonet, and they're primarily dairymen too. Like Ted was a dairyman. Jews are just not big into farming for lots of reasons that I won't go into right now. But one big industry for Jews was maintaining inns. You know, you travel along the road, stop at an inn on your way home from the fields, and you have a few drinks. And the bartender would be Jewish, and the alcohol is produced by Jews. So every encounter you have with this perhaps less salient aspect of modern society would be Jewish. You combine that with the fact that you could often run up a tab where during years when you're farming, but all your produce is still in the ground, so you say, I'll pay you at harvest season, and the bartender can say, sure, I'll put it on your tab. Then when you get to the end of the season and you get your harvest, all of a sudden you realize you drank a portion of your harvest through the work here. That's certainly going to generate another higher level of animosity as well. That's not to say that Jews were only involved in these nasty kind of trades. These are the trades that, were perhaps largest in the Ukrainian imagination, but Jews were engaged in all kinds of small-level commerce. And in fact, when you get to the end of the 19th century, Jews in this region were heavily impoverished as well. Very reliable demographic studies indicate that as close to 20% of the population of Jews were so-called Luftmenschen, which means they lived on air. That they had no discernible means of support, and somehow they're just living on tzedakah, off charity, that's somehow coming their way. So we're not talking about a hugely wealthy population. We're talking about, let's not go there. So Jews were involved very heavily in all kinds of crafts as well. Silversmithing was very big. Typically, small kinds of trades that Jews could peddle from farmstead to farmstead. Spoons, cutlery, shoes. Later in the 19th century, textiles would become a huge Jewish industry, especially with the advent of industrialization and the availability of sewing machines. Remember the scene in Fiddler on the Roof where the tailor Uncle Cubswell gets a sewing machine, and that represents a huge breakthrough for his family economically. It really was like that. So Jews very big into a lot of crafts. Another fascinating area of Jewish work is music. Again, you have to think about what we're dealing with in terms of the lifestyle of these people. The Ukrainian peasants, dawn, they're out, they got to be in the fields, back-breaking work, weeding, hoeing, plowing, sowing. Sun starts to go down. They don't have the energy for intellectual activities. They barely have energy for any kind of cultural activities. So the music of this region is overwhelmingly Jewish. Specifically, a style of music called klezmer, which comes from klei zemer, vessels of song or instruments of song. And the klezmer musicians, typically, they're only playing with instruments that can be carried. It's very hard to run with a piano. But, violins, snare drums, clarinets, woodwinds, things like that. Later on, bass, guitar, things like that. And they're essentially taking a lot of folk Ukrainian melodies, transferring them through typically a minor key into a Jewish sort of mindset, and this becomes Eastern European music. It's a beautiful genre that crosses many ethnicities, and we are lucky, by the way, here in South Florida, to have one of the most amazing klezmer musicians in the world. My colleague Aaron Kula, his brother, I should say, he puts on his concert every year at Florida Atlantic University with 20 people, and it's sold out months in advance. Beautiful modern klezmer. But anyway, this is also a Jewish occupation. Let us turn, however, to the upheaval, which is, of course, the main topic that we're getting to 45 minutes into it. It's important to understand that this particular region, because of its ethnic complexity, typically involves triangular conflicts. It's never the Ukrainians versus the Jews, or the Poles versus the Jews, or the Russians versus the Jews. Although the versus the Jews part is pretty much common, the fact is that it's usually more than one ethnicity involved, and it's a complicated conflict that can only be understood when you look at the dynamics of the whole picture. In the theory that we're looking at right now, the nature of the Arenda system placed the Jews as the leading edge of the hammer with which the Poles beat the Ukrainians. The Jews did not create the system, but they definitely were part of the system. And when the Ukrainians ultimately rose up in rebellion, as they did, with tremendous ferocity and brutality in the middle of the 17th century, the Jews felt the brunt of that anger even more than the Poles. If you will consider by analogy, if you remember the riots in Los Angeles over the beating of Rodney King, and that was horrible. Los Angeles was burning for days and days as blacks were, understandably upset with this instance of police brutality. The people who hurt the most were the Koreans, who were the only ethnicity that was willing to set up shops in these, more dangerous, perhaps, areas of South Central Los Angeles. And so, although the rage of the African American population was usually directed at the white establishment, the Koreans were much closer, much easier to attack. So too, we find in Ukraine that when the Ukrainians, want to throw off what they see as Polish oppression, the Jews are close by, and the Jews are the instrument of that oppression that they can reach easily, and of course, the Jews suffer terribly. This pattern will be repeated throughout the next few centuries, including even in the Nazi period, which we will discuss later on this year. So this culminates in what is known in Hebrew historiography as Zeras Tatat. Zera means eagle decree, and Tashatat are the Hebrew acronyms of the years 1648 and 1649, which is where the pogroms were at their worst. Ironically, many Kabbalists believe that 1648 would actually be the year of the arrival of the Messiah. We see that as a recurring theme in Jewish history, and they could not be much further away from the truth. The revolt, when it happened, as you can imagine, had several key factors. The first was economic. The Ukrainians were tired of several centuries of increasingly exorbitant taxes they had to pay to the Polish nobility. They were also cultural, because the main source of this rebellion came from eastern Ukraine, the southern region of the Dnieper River, where the Ukrainians were much more orthodox, and they viewed the Poles as trying to Polonize them, to pull them away from the Russian orbit that they felt much closer to. Poles are also a Slavic people, but as I mentioned, they're Catholic, and they write their language with the Roman alphabet. The Ukrainians in the region where this rebellion started were Orthodox writing with the Cyrillic alphabet, even though the languages are very closely related. Usually, Ukrainians can't sort of understand Polish and vice versa. I remember one of the compliments I ever got when I was studying in Ukraine many years ago, is I went to buy something at an outdoor market, and this old peasant woman looked at me funny and said, "You have an accent. You're not from around here. Where are you from? Poland?" Wow, that's great. Okay. So the Jews, though, were essentially, they're finally religious, because the Poles really wanted to the Ukrainians become Catholic, and they put great pressure on the Orthodox Poles to convert to Catholicism. And in fact, a new church was created called the Uniate Church, which still exists to this day. And it's very popular among Ukrainians in America, primarily because that's where the migration came through in this country, which was a Catholic church, which the Pope recognized as having primarily Orthodox rituals. So they look like Orthodox. They have similar kind of communion and things like that. And they even are allowed, under some circumstances, to marry, but they owe their allegiance to Rome rather than to the Patriarchate of Moscow. So the Ukrainians rose up under the leadership of a man named Rothschild. Here's how you may see his name spelled in a lot of English language work, and it's also another very difficult one to spell. Chmielnicki, it's completely wrong. So this is just the way it's written in Polish, and if you understand Polish phonetics, you'll know that it's pronounced Chmielnicki, which is also not so easy to pronounce, but that's not our job anyway. Chmielnicki brought together a band of outliers in Ukrainian society, the so-called Kozake, or Cossacks. These were people who were like runaway serfs. They were living as bandits, mainly attacking Turkish ports on the Black Sea, living outside the boundaries of official society. They were not typically part of any given noble landholding in Latifundia, and they were like outlaws. They were, in Ukrainian mind, like cowboys of the Wild West, living on their own, and it's ironic, it is strange that, when you get into the Ukrainian Weltanschauung, the Ukrainian worldview, the Cossacks are like the heroes. They're like bold, independent spirits. They're, freedom fighters. The Cossacks are quite literally heroes to the Ukrainians, and for Jews, they are like anathema. They're horrible villains. And one of the reasons why Ukrainians and Jews often have difficulty communicating with each other is because they don't even have the same vocabulary to describe how they feel about these groups. But we won't say more about that. Here's a picture by the famous artist Rabbi, who shows that the Cossacks in their home base, the Sich, which was located in the rapids of the Dnieper River, and you can see that they wear these Turkish-style haircuts with the top knot and the long, drooping mustache. It's kind of like the style, and they're laughing at a letter that they're writing to the Tsar. They're kind of like devil-may-care, recognize no authority kind of people. So when they finally rose up under Chmielnicki against the Polish landholdings, they essentially moved their way from shtetl to shtetl, making their way up to the northwest and northwest, to the Polish main area of Polish settlement, and along the way committing absolutely horrific atrocities along the way. At this point, I'll pause to speak about what these atrocities were, but we have a little bit of time so I can take a question or two. Nobody has a question, so maybe I'll drink a little bit of coffee. Okay, so what is a pogrom? The term pogrom is of Russian origin, and it's unclear exactly what the root of this term means. It indicates a quasi-military attack on a civilian population. Although it was not used exclusively for Jews, 200 years of its existence, and it was used interchangeably with terms like riot and insurrection. By the time you get to the 20th century, and especially the horrible pogroms of 1919, this becomes basically a Jewish word. Jews suffer pogroms. There were definitely other populations that suffered pogroms as well, but it's kind of like the Holocaust that is specifically directed at Jews, and that's how people understand it now. The Jews, as they saw this wide-scale peasant uprising, which, by the way, was only one of several major uprisings that occurred in Europe in this terrible century, the Jews saw their allies as the Poles. They saw the Poles as their employers, and typically, historically, the Poles had supported them whenever they had any minor dispute with the Ukrainian peasantry. And so they went to the Poles hoping to receive some succor and some aid. And quite often they received it, but more often than not, the Poles would betray them to the Ukrainians, hoping that the Ukrainians would vent their anger on the Jews rather than express their violence against the Poles. And they literally marched from shtetl to shtetl. We have to remember that the Jews are living in really well-defined, discrete numbers and villages, easily found, easily attacked, not like farmsteads all the way up in the middle of nowhere. They're on the main roads. They have really no place to go, no escape whatsoever. I'm not going to tell you some of the horrific stories that Hanover writes of in Yemen and Cuba, but they are really very, very chilling graphic displays of specific massacres that are confirmed by other accounts of the region as well. One area, though, that does deserve a little more attention is the scope of these massacres. Hanover's figures are undoubtedly inflated, and it gets even worse when you go to the 20th century. And many historians have estimated as many as 250,000 Jews dying in these pogroms. That number is certainly far larger than the reality. It's probably closer to 50 or 60,000 deaths, which is a huge number for the 17th century. If you look by comparison, the infamous pogroms of the 1880s that ultimately brought down the Russian Empire, ultimately created a huge wave of immigration to America. Only 84 Jews were killed in 4 years of pogroms during the 1880s, and those loom large in Jewish memory. So 50,000 is a huge number. However, very good demographic analysis indicates that there probably weren't anywhere close to 250,000 Jews living there at the time of the pogroms. And then if you look at a bounce back of the demographics after the pogroms, the Jews replaced themselves so rapidly that the numbers are most likely inflated. Nevertheless, it had a huge impact on the Jewish mind, Jewish memory, figures in the Tisha B'Av liturgy, and so on. To give you, let me just say one more thing about this picture. This is a picture from, actually, this is in Kiev, Rothschild where it is the Independence Square now. Right in the center of it, they have here, this is a statue of Khmelnytsky, and he's riding on this horse that's raised up, and he's facing towards Moscow. But ultimately, what happens to Khmelnytsky is he defeats the Poles, and then he immediately joins Moscow, which made him very unpopular with some later Ukrainians who felt that he defaulted by giving up Ukrainian statehood when they were, just about to grab it. But at any rate, in the original bronze casting of this statue, it had a Jew under the hoof of the horse. Even the Tsar felt that was in poor taste, so when they put up this heroic statue of Khmelnytsky, they decided to remove the downtrodden Jew. Now, what is the result of Khmelnytsky rebellion? Well, it definitely had a colossal impact on Jewish thinking, comparable to the Spanish expulsion. One might say comparable even to the Holocaust in how Jews thought of the reality of living in the diaspora. We see it show up in the Tisha B'Av liturgy, the liturgy of the 3 weeks, and really up until the 20th century, there were communities in Eastern Europe who had fast days that were put in their calendar remembering massacres from the 17th century. And many historians, beginning with Heinrich Gretz in the 19th century, argue that the huge disappointment, the anticipation of a messianic period, which was then replaced by these horrible pogroms, created a kind of a lassitude and an intellectual disarmament of Eastern European Jewry that later resulted in the widespread enthusiasm for Shabtai Tzvi, the false Messiah. And there's some good argument for that. Shabtai Tzvi, his greatest period is in the early 60s, so it's right out, it's 10 years after pogroms. Some would say that like Gretz, for example, who felt that Hasidism was a primitive superstitious movement. He felt that Hasidism really was a result of Khmelnytsky rebellion because Jews were just so full of despair that they latched onto Kabbalah and mysticism as a solace for understanding their problems. Other historians disagree and say that the connections between these events are highly tendentious, but there's no question that Khmelnytsky and the rebellion looms large in the Jewish imagination. We should return, by way of conclusion, to Nathan of Hanover, who had survived, of course, the pogroms and went on to collect a large number of other chronicles that were prepared by other survivors and put them together in this book, Yevon Metsula, which is available in English, a very fine translation by Abraham. As I mentioned, the title is Abyss of Despair. His father was murdered he was 1649, and so he began a period of wandering where he engaged in various rabbinic positions, first in Germany, then Holland, Italy, and finally Arabia. He was really quite prolific. Perhaps his most famous religious work is called Shari Tzion, which is a Kabbalistic prayer book that's still in use today in many congregations. And an interesting book called the Safa Barura, which was very useful for Jewish refugees, which was a quadrilingual dictionary using basic dictionary vocabulary with words in Hebrew and their translations into Yiddish, Italian, and Latin. Later, after his death, he was updated to include French as well. Very, very valuable book because it allowed Jews who were traveling or were displaced to find a way to communicate. Ultimately, in the context of the Turkish-Austrian War, he got caught up in the violence of that war, and he died as a result of a riot in 1683. But his key work in Yevon Metsula is something that really gives us a very powerful, gripping account of the Khmelnytsky rebellion, and it was a rather even-handed and remarkably sophisticated one of historiography for the 17th century. Okay, with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention and endurance. And next week, we're going to Western Europe. We'll talk about Moses Mendelssohn, beginnings of the Reform movement, the Haskalah, and so on. Thank you once again. That's really special. I can't even just a very this amount of like certain paradox buildings like this. I'm sure many of you are familiar with I'm sure says, I have the answer. You better the wrong side. Joke is kind of funny because it expresses a certain level of passion. Which is naturally what anybody's that's very expressive about me. The discussion today with Chief of Rothschild. Very important rabbi on many levels. So there's a PowerPoint. And as usual, and some very definitive ideas about how to incorporate or reject those ideas. But at the same time, that interface very, very distinguished family in Ashkenaz. course, let's talk about this course. Finally, very importantly, that these decisions must be made democratically. That these leaders must be that it's not completely democratic. So this is really important. That's what he said. The rules are out and there's some evidence that indicate that a lot of these red numbers it's finally the there's a section that says all the time church and secular powers. Really get people out he was like saying, later confirmed by Marguerite, basically, you can't kill all the Jews. They want to. You can't kill all the Jews. You have to let them live. Why? Because when Jesus comes back the second time, the second coming, Jews will be a witness to Israel. Because they have the people who are originally there, and they are the people and really validate that he is the Messiah. It's kind of strange, or it's sort of like your dad had there's this child recipe that has been in the family for generations. And so it's makes it look exactly the same way. And suddenly along comes someone, let's say her Shayna, she goes to college, she comes back, there's that family, and it's a fantastic recipe for but she makes something about it. So they taste it, they say it's okay, but it's not as good as what is good. And she gets upset about this, fight is and the fight gets worse and worse for generations and generations. Now these daughters and their daughters are always being but they can't get any of the rest of the family to sniff but the peanut butter chocolate is better. Every time I'll ever feel really secure about myself, one of the members of the tradition taste the difference and says, this is better. So this is exactly why the Jews have to maintain our life as they have to present. And so that better with it. That's the I think that the Christians are not supposed to let that stand out. That's what happy. That would also have to find the whole idea about so the church has been down that difficult place where God succeeded and flourishing when he was the best. In fact, many Christians represent had a very and one of the best ways they have to deal with is that well, but like the Jews themselves want to capture the and this was Pope's wife, father, trying to restore the Gentiles. Or the Jews just want to stay away from the way things are going. We'll talk about that next week. This is the kind of pressure that the church is under. On the other hand, when the state had this way, they had organized the state. Yes, the church depends on that the church has prosperous as well. Because the more they prosper, the more they can be taxed. So the king is great job. was a case where a lot of people using tax yes. The other major issue is the rest of them. What does it mean to kidnap a rabbi at age 20,000? Exactly. This entire European conference was about this. So he didn't want to be released in such a high basis. He didn't want to escalate the cost of the you're not going to have second Jews. So we analyzing the man so the legacy of major figure establishment of national two separate days. One, 2 days, nevertheless, the same as night. Where So the joke goes like this. Big, He is Rothschild known because he left behind a significant legal legacy, safeguard the bias, which is not a safeguard, but this is a brand new edition, just came out, edition, lots of commentary and so on. And I think we read about it. Intended Right, so So what we legend is now Italy was shown by about 200 years of history. Their work, especially of the writing, persuaded the episodes heavily influenced by the biblical commentary So I see the Ashram has a lot of many things that are interesting, but they are very, very heavily influenced by the Christian the general history, absolutely clear that Jews living as Jews are not sometimes is inaction, right? But quite often, Jews assimilate into their practice things that they absorb from the outside. There's an expression in Yiddish, which will be referred as Christians behave, the Jews also. Yiddish means to listen. Christians see the Ashkenazis as Jews. That brings out the real finances. Strong influence in Christian nation of the notion of global state and state entity rebelling against God at every turn. People can be allied to the cause. These have really shallow treaties, but a sequence of Ashkenazis well represented. Also, say Ashkenazis have just a century before God this is really like for the Ashkenazis, it's not so this kind of internal negativity is combined with the idea that we have to rectify our sins through flagellation. Sorcery, witchcraft, all these things together gives us this So They say fulfill your obligation to human beings. Otherwise, you will be forcing to let's say decides to make plans, wants to achieve that, it's going to or achieving that mistake. So there are two things to look at. First is the So it's very close to that same passage. That the temple was destroyed as the people that served the temple. So what are you talking about? The temple was destroyed because they didn't the Torah at the time of sacrifice. Yes. It was destroyed. So that So you can spend $100 on people, and then because of this, second half, part that really focuses on magical world, asceticism as well. So really no cultural resonance. As I think we've experienced in our own discussion here, it's very difficult for us to identify with a lot of things that are going on, self-realization, things like that, expression of imagination, which is just it didn't work for Jews. They looked at it and said, well, it's really weird. What if Germans was actually not like it? They just left it behind. That's what Jewish history. But the language of self-isolation just kind of stayed in the 18th century. One significant exception is this idea of Rothschild. That's where the methods, which perhaps because it's translation, that into So let's go now to that part. So the real this is a really fun document. In the first one, it's not clear if we intended these to be it's not clear he intended these demands to be only for his children. In a sense, or if he was writing a document that was to be read as a personal. He says to his sons, whatever you do, don't marry a woman the same way as your mother. And why? Because I married her. I know. Very simply don't. It's however. It starts with their smaller shipping numbers today. Therefore, Jews must leave alive. So they do get up and leave alive. A little while later, he opens up the trunk and he says, just learned that one of the cucumbers in every truck is broken down on the arrival today. Therefore, these things, top powers, and the must leave alive. These various Russian Empire these people have various empires were over the and this goes on all day. Finally, the left of the line was pure Soviet citizens of unattached and ethnic stock that all the way back to the front of the great Soviet family. And what was up for? So we just learned the last hijacked by the they were not no trucks are coming today. Everybody we got see the Jews call us. So tonight's class is we're going to talk about Rashi. All the Jewish collects the history of town and figure who was known to some by the actor of his name. There's my slide. Dip the mindset. Yes. Just get my computer to be out. There we go. Rashi is an acronym for Thomas. It's not primary contributions to history is that he is a commentator of unsurpassed. He's a commentator principally on the entire Hebrew Bible and on the entire Talmud as well. An excellent writer. Not only is it a purpose of commentary, it is a commentary of study, clarity, insight, and presents material in a very clear, young children is shared his brilliance and gain insight in text. That extends to particular ways. All these commentators and all of these conductors practice so much different from any combination of others and implement their practice in these sections. And then nevertheless, what is even talking and read that? There's something saying that in order to learn Torah, you must learn the verse, and this is kind of compliment to Rashi, because traditional way to study Torah is always to have one finger in the text itself, either Rashi or Rabbi, and the other text is all structured as Rashi's commentary. It's on the same page, and so you learn the text through the eyes of Rashi. In order to hear our entire tradition, Rashi holds that practice of being the first person that is turned to understand the text. It's the lens with which we understand the vast majority of the text. There are many commentators who disagree with Rashi's position, including perhaps most precipitously children and grandchildren. But the father take parents with father and disagree with them significantly. Nevertheless, Rashi is the first of many characters that so let's place Rashi in periodization first. It's very important to understand, especially when you delve into how they decide what are the basic theological points sensitivity is required for interpersonal relationships and the generations that really want to take time to just say yes. I'm talking with well, I should say, Henry gets pushed. That's the kind of concept that it just goes down. And the reason why this is significant is because when it comes to the capacities in decision-making processes, a layer of authority, not open power and early authority, was one of the first to actually write down all of the 613 commandments. We have this number that we throw around where it's probably not an extra 600 but we actually tried to count them and measure them and identify which ones we took. That's one of the things that we showed them, and that's when we started doing this. One of the results were that finally, systemization. So they're not doing this when I mentioned earlier. Trying to organize all this material and rearrange it in lesser than into chapter things, number of paragraphs, and so you find things in index, which is not really how it is. And then finally, the last thing to have shown us are just primarily the approach that once we have all this material laid out, we have to have the text, we know what the translation is, then we say, wait a second, what are these these hundreds of thousands, like comparing that's really engaging in now that we're for the authoritative text, how come it doesn't make sense? So that's the major of activity as we said last week. Why should I love it? accelerates the subsets of these things. So the master focus of Ashkenaz Jews no longer what is a contemporary Russian things like that. So that's why most Jews refer themselves as country Germany back 5, 6, 7 generations. The Jews who actually had this. So Ashkenaz as a Jewish center of churches today, we don't have any specific line on it. France, up to about the 9th century, primarily Jews are still in North Africa and Spain. Slowly, they make their way across the Pyrenees Mountains, make their way into England quite early, and we have the real insidious beginnings of Ashkenaz quickly. Scholars aren't sure exactly why this is. There are some indications that there may have been a Roman climate potentially around the first millennium that allowed a lot of Arabic and they have but there's no question that there's a significant population that looks around 1,000 that affects not just cross-border Jews, but it affects Jews. Today's lecture is like Style and similar to he was able to really genetic variants, let's say genes skill. As I mentioned earlier, that's the not stop stretch. It's a really respect. Very successful, very receivers. There's no source of there are several texts that have Rashi's name on them. Very good. This is a very common phenomenon in the Middle Ages where something like that create a circulation that puts sacrifices name on also I see. So what you have seriously, he said that There's always started. Lecture of the series, and so just and it's so delighted that so many of you come back to enjoy another season of lectures here. That's what it's started. So let's just talk a little bit for those people who are who are taking this course for credit. This is also, of course, my favorite stage teacher. Get rid of my automotive license, but this licensure just to treat the applicants at the same time, I have this idea of really show my how I use the encouragement for value is for here to present these lectures to the wider population. but very hard to look for the experience of African human race in this part to see it. Because I think about 40% big individuals featured in this argument and hoping to maintain that trend. Anyways, its years are roughly straddling the 20 millennia. Born sometime in the first common era, and he died early in the first century. Whatever it is. 40 years ago, an average less than a for the so we have 20 like this. Zero. But, well, you have a better look at his age than this. His political position was by the based in the Shanghai, but more of that is political vision. The example he set of what it meant to be a Jew, what religion ultimately stood for, in particular, what did it stand for when the Jewish polity was laboring under the oppressive policies of because Hillel, in many ways, changed the paradigm of it's a book where they take this text and put it back. One of the things they said about these is I really like I get a lot of pleasure but then what happens something else that but when I see which is Alright, so let's go to first thing we should say up about is a little bit of identifying or talking because there were many. He himself had was a scion of a dynasty of rabbis that continued for about 400 years in leadership positions in Africa, and they tended to repeat their names. Specifically, the names Gabriel, Shimon, and of course, Hillel, as we use one after another. So these deputies for 3 generations have another rabbi, Hillel. And so when the Talmud mentions Hillel says, sometimes it's not clear which Hillel are you talking about. And there is a tendency to conflate all these Hillel into one spiritual reality of the Hillel that are separated from this it's created a small industry of rabbinic scholars trying to tease it. Hillel is rich, and I'm not going to try to tangle that into this audience. Restricting remarks to Hillel that is dominant and most of the same that are most likely to find that same Hillel at this time. And it's a disclaimer at the beginning, this is a matter of explaining thing, which is very end. So here's a couple of passages. There's one passage that probably will happen because it is particularly for those most famous studies. It exists in the very first chapter. Jesus saying, if I am not myself, for me, find out what first thing it says, I want to take care of myself. I really have to put myself first. But on the other hand, if I'm always putting myself first, what could happen? What's up? Third, if not now, when? These times, I'm not going to be for myself. So really not like my balance. I wish memorize the entire text of the Bible. Such a phenomenal treasure. I was telling you, I did a lot of these things. And I made this site that said, typing and it appears that this is a very popular tattoo in history. So all these pictures, with this phrase, he may not be nobody was studying on something in the first place. That's what I was thinking about it. Something like whoever's getting this thing, that's what they're saying. I have to take care of myself. I'm not going to forget about what happens. I want to take care of myself. Nobody has a tattoo. Nobody has a tattoo. If I'm going for myself, it's the first thing I was doing. The other one is the sunshine. So that's the argument is most famous. Let's understand a little bit of the historical context of the site. Hello. Spans the latest centers of this population in terms of the specific land of Israel. Area of Babylon. Southern Euphrates and Tigris rivers, which are today, the location of the Japan, and also at the time of the destruction of the first temple, much of the Jewish population was exiled from the west of the 6th century. They traveled up to the west, along the river, down this region continued all the way to the 6th century, found William's home. So Hillel, the rabbi, is also known as Hillel Kabbalah, Hillel Kabbalah, because he was born in Babylon, and he made his way back to Israel, where he achieved fame. The historical context is this is the way period of the dynasty of the Hashemite dynasty. These are the Jewish kings who, for a couple of hundred years, were able to best control of the land of Israel from their confusion. They ultimately displaced the Rothschild and they put in their place the hero, who was of Egyptian stock with excess attributes. Essentially, what they have instead of the clients being local, much sooner than the others, because the recognition as a rising power base and massive resources developed this escape those massive that's the period in which Europeans travel. There is also a famous ironically, is that he created, for example, Jerusalem as a way to have some popularity, certainly a legacy. We'll speak about it in greater detail in 2 weeks, but we'll Solomon. Let's say that question later. It's a little complicated because his ancestors were forced. And as a result, so we're not going to speak about that when we get back to Solomon. I'm going to put aside a bunch of Pharaoh's God. But it is significant that Pharaoh's life and his career coincided with Pharaoh's quite remarkable history. By the way, from the 37 year year 4 of the common era. Now let's try to figure out with a little bit more precision exactly when Pharaoh died. We're going to see there are a couple of key topic statements. Most of which literally wasn't chickens, literally, they have mentioned with their and also Jesus. It's true. He was a very wicked trumpet. And as an example of this is an kind of self-sacrifice that a person could undertake to study books on to those things. This is inside good stuff, like also this is very much my choice. How bad? Well, that's so here's a story from the top of the Caribbean about the sense of everything that before the divine judgment, he will be asked, why did you not open the things? If he asks how to support, which we want into the living, he will say to him, you won't do it. By the way, anyone can't see what is back. There's two wavy colors. Once the unidentified Rothschild said he had no money to report, not allowed him to enter. So he climbed up onto the roof and swung himself over to the skylight, where he sat down to the words of the living God from the mouths of Shemaiah and Abtaliah. This happened on Friday, during the Shabbat, during the winter month of Teva. Snow started to fall very, very quickly. But Hillel was so absorbed in what he was hearing that not notice. For a long time, he was covered over with a blanket of snow and lost consciousness. He lay there watching the night. On Shabbos morning, when the woman was looking in the house of study, Shemaiah said to Abtaliah, "Mother, every day the hall is flooded in by the snow. Why is it still dark? Is it such a cloudy day today?" They raised their eyes and saw the figure of a man in the sky. When they went out, they found heaven a layer of snow fully 4 feet thick. After removing the snow, they took it down, washed it, and dumped it into the toilet. This is still dry. All these things are discussed by the context of whether to allow the Sabbath. When they became aware of what happened, and my love was on the roof of their heart as they attempted to. Someone like this is Shabbat. Finally, famous story. She's not this is a 40-year-old man who's on the roof. It doesn't sound as Rabbi Rothschild said, it sounded like a story of a 40-year-old man. It sounds like a very impetuous 21-year-old man, something like that. So those names may not like you get a sense of what's going on. And he goes specifically to study under these three rabbis. You don't know anything about his parents, although there is a tradition that is a direct business and succeeded tremendously. Sheffer later approached Hillel, who was again a woodchopper, and said, "Listen, Hillel, why don't we move into what's known as the Issachar relationship, which these two leaders of the tribes of Israel, Issachar was very important, but not so much making a living. Movement was an excellent worship of the seas, and so Lucas said, I'll tell you what, my business, I don't have time to sit there so much. You're learning all the time to go out and money. So how about I pay you for learning, and I get a share of the therapy I work. It's not a financial system. We stay third, just learn without any cost. We want to discuss this as a kind of how much to love sickness that we're so totally dedicated to the love of God. It's not here that is not sacrificial, but spiritual. Jack and Shep was on there, and he continued to learn in talking until he was eventually going to pass us. The appointment of God his story as well. So the story goes like this. Well, I'm just focused on the Hillel at this time of studying scholars Shemaiah and Abtaliah, and they were looking for someone to take on this position, and one of the problems that they had was because Passover Shabbat. And even though this happens on a regular basis, once every years, sacrifices. So you offer the sacrifice of the first blood, violate God's blood to offer the passive sacrifice. What do you do? So Abraham steps up and he says, have only one Passover in the year, overrides the Shabbat. There are about 200 Passovers a year that override the Shabbat. What he meant was, there were others, other offerings, like Rothschild on Shabbat, and of course Passover offerings override the Shabbat. But they would say that for present, that is the thing. That is the Babylonian talk. They say, right there, a smart guy like this would use to make them see. In the Jerusalem talk, where that's their intellectual type of time, it's sure that's a different. They are not willing to accept that. This is not what he's talking about. Yeah, this kind of argument, that kind of argument. One is not enough for them to find those people who say to them, how can you expect anything from the Babylon? This the Babylonian city. This guy is even from around, he's from Jerusalem, asking him this question from anybody. Then he finally responds, and he says, I swear to you, may heaven punish me if I do not also receive this Halacha as a tradition, Shemaiah Natalia. So as soon as he said, I heard this Shemaiah Natalia, he invokes a Torah, a different. And he says, it's not logic. I heard this from my teacher. He said, well, that's not again. He mentions it. And I tell you, the Sundays here, so the appointed trustee is two different versions of the That's the question. That they had a lot of evidence that they did because they worked it's about where's the electoral One of his measures was a wide-scale massacre of rabbis in particular. And it happened that in the instances, Hillel had taken a trip back to Babylon. Exactly why he went, but because the land was safe. When he came back, Hillel thought those secular powers really set basically to try not to get fair And there's some interesting interpretation here about that. This is what Hillel meant. Was the second daughter of again, those no official recognition of those power armies and institutions even have world got cut off, but that's what it's more the wells are done wrong. So they actually questions asked. I want to know, sir, why are the heads of the Babylonians so bad? Just need to be great question. My son says, well, that is a very important question. Good educated, good pedagogy. The environment is the question I would. The reason is that in Babylon they don't have well-trained wives. The man went away, and around to another country. And then he came back and called it a planet of life. He's still up here, still up here. His office was right here. Still up there. I would have done that. Bill, I get back to school, we turn around here, let's speak. My son, how can I help? I have a bunch of tasks. So, ask myself, why are people like Tyler, Syria, so weak-eyed? You've asked a very important question, my son. So, the business, we live in such a sandy country, sand doesn't go. It's really goes back and forth. He does this like 3 or 4 times. And then finally, he says, my question I asked him at the point, I'm afraid you may become angry with me. He drew his cloak around him, sat down before him, and said all the questions that he wanted to ask. See, there's not frustrated with that writing on doing it, and everyone comes us. See? Yes, it's so that would turn out to and they're not in many like I will say that myself because if you said I just lost a bet, I said 100 suits. This guy who gets ready, you can say, calm yourself. It is better that you use 400 suits on even another 400 suits. Trying to shower, and that says something about Hillel that now Francis about his teaching. On the other hand, Shammai is known as being very young. The mandate, the standards, everything just so received. Shammai actually is so great. This is so good. Foundational stories. This shows you a little bit more. And Gentile, one came to Shammai and said, Rabbi, how many Torahs are there? We have two. So Shammai, with Torah and Torah. This is happening. Gentile said, no, I don't believe in it. So what? But I can't accept the other two. Make me true. But on the condition that you use this in the region, only one can reach the region that matters to the topics that what Shammai did. Shammai spoke to him sharply and told him to leave. This is not good. Another condition, there's actually no stories here, but another non-Jew came to Shammai and said, I'm ready to go. But only if you teach me the whole Torah while I'm standing on one foot. Okay? Passage on the expression stand on one foot. Hebrew is not proverbial or like very quickly. People are trying to learn to stand on one foot. We'll talk about Shammai, hearing this outlandish tradition, chased at the door of the builder's measurements. Shammai explains to him what he wants it because he says, look, there are measurements. This means something. I can't teach you the entire Torah. Just ask me this yourself. So Shammai, because he can have that, takes his hand. Hillel, on the other hand, and Hillel, converted him. And for his condition taught him what is hateful to you. Don't do this with fellow man. That is the entire Torah. And the rest is Torah. A very classic passage. like the sequence is interesting. What's it makes the total very small. It takes the challenge down a foot. But ultimately, that's the really cool. Someone else just don't do it. That's the entire story. That's their love, the entire Torah. Everything else is just a situation. That's an amazing statement. Really about that. But it was absolutely this what my passage here. There's a great chapter there called Case on How to Dance. It's about how to perform very important stuff. Dancing, you're supposed to dance to drive the hearts of everybody. That's why you don't understand it. I once saw and read some guys playing three black hats and they filled with balls. I was thinking, but that's the so they asked the question, what are you supposed to say to the God? And Hillel says, say, all God know the beautiful and gracious God. So the find someone, and Shammai says, what is this? So this back, and Shammai says, question, say it like it is. Say it like it is. Because of the values. Shammai says it's got to be the way it is. It says, stay away from the false report. Luckily, otherwise, I mean, the idea is that I just think that looks like crazy. That the story illustrates that last year, this first Shammai themselves are very sarcastic. The schools of Shammai is whether or not it was good that humanity was in one school, it will sort of grow on something. It's like, yeah, look, people, they make mistakes, but ultimately, the world's a better place for the existence of humanity. Shammai says, no, we have done worse things to humans than we have done to us. First of all, they committed things for 2.5 years. So finally they put it to a vote. Shammai won the vote. What it means is philosophy. We have a vote that says that we're honest and big ones are honest. Finally, the one that's like that has another context where God sends us to work mainly for reality time. These and these words that Shammai means basically other words of the living God. Even though they're diametrically opposed to things, you can have a moderate position against both is no maybe. Nevertheless, both positions are according to the tradition. We follow. So they feel what's going on about this world, the tradition is that in the next world, that's where it's easier to make mistakes. You get a sense of how we flow. One other, we don't pause for questions, but I can talk about this. There's a little teacher that I never learned before I learned this class. is that a time to act, a time to embrace, a time to refrain from this. That's what makes yourself the It's important to know some little small benefits in your stuff. Let's go straight to this is the topic we're going to talk about earlier as well. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Maybe that's right. What's on land? Voice goes out and says, there is a uproot, not as the little one, divine presence restaurant, as the divine voice comes out to the Son of this world, as happy as this generation is not the word of God. He would not accept that because the generation is not of the word of God. And the rabbis have the all the rabbis in the generation died shortly thereafter. And in his eulogy, he said three things about him. Hey, blessed, old, lucky, lucky, pious, hey, what public said, tell me the student of Ezra's scribe. Why specifically Ezra's scribe? Like Ezra, succeeded with the works through a transitional period where the statement was adjusted shortly after the died. The temple was destroyed. All of the other parts of the structure there and were scattered. Just like Ezra, God was back to Babylon, just out of back to territory. Very difficult. God created nations for a culture God. Hostile. That was so it truly was. Thank you all. Let's talk a little bit about how Marxist socialism is understanding what is political how this concepts like Rothschild first of all, I realize this is very basic information for many of you around political socialism. Some days ago, I studied it, experiences of socialism as a philosophy driven by Marx is the 19th century. It was actually a British background. It was like many of that generation, but let's I don't know. That was a period of time when it was good for much of the dispassionate political and social analysis that proletariat, there's no such similar charity for the Jewish proletariat. Anyways, it's negative for Jewish thinkers on the 20th and 19th century, despite this remarkable achievements. Notice like this one here. See my favorite. This is at the top. lawyers, some major justices as well. But there's percentages for